do. What the fuck? There we go. Oh, think you're moving on, but it won't be for me.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Thing I told you that I never would. Told you I say even when I knew I never could. Get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still.
Never one.
Without the other.
I'm gonna need somebody getting your shit. We makes me crazy, drives me insane. Tell me, how do you do what you love when you're sick in the grave? And you're
2,000 miles away. Why am I stalking your Twitter and lying awake?
I show my true colors, you left in my life got so gray. I can't get over you, yet I build up so much hate. But despite all the lies and projections, I hope you're okay. I'm not, I don't want to escape. I pop when my ego deflates. Some staring me down, I surrender to sound just to find out that I was a fake.
On the smile, I'm so pissed. No, I won't be showing emotion. Not even tell my close friends. You can't take me now, I'm too broken. Why wither in this way?
I'm always making a mistake. Close my eyes, just hoping my neck breaks. Now I'm hardly coping, I don't know how much more I can take. I'm lost, I can't find an escape. I pop and my ego deflates while staring me down. I surrender it down just to find out that I was a fake. I'm not, I just want an escape. I pop and my ego deflates. It's staring me down. I surrender it down just to find out that I was a fluke. I got a tab in my parts. What I used to justify all the fat byproducts. I produce a beat, it's like making lace nootropics. Use repeated eternal state neurotic. Split in my hair, it's all a Vanity Fair. I'll leave the body I wear, and you can bring me to hell. Yeah, you can tell it was a lie.
And then you put her on. When life could have done.
Keep wondering if I'll ride when my time is up. I can't help but picture my life ending in a month. And baby, you can try to love me, but I'm not faced. I'm straight flush with poker on my face. Then I start to choke on my own brain. Now I'm hardly coping, I don't know how much more I can take. 'Cause my whole personality.
What the fuck? We're fucking. Why did he flash, you dumb fucking moron? Alright. That was actually bad for me. Fuck. I don't know why I wither in this way. Bro, this game's over as fuck, buddy. We winning that shit. Let's go. I did. You know I can't stay, no. They probably saw. She's backing off. So when the good time starts. My bad habits leads to late nights and then alone. I should have came. Whoops. I'm not going mid. You better flash, bitch! Late nights and in a long conversation with a stranger I barely know. Help! Come on, you fucking retarded! Oh my god. My team is so fucking bad. They don't know how to come. Yep, just AFK farm. That's all you can do. Just AFK farm, because if I... Oh, they're doing drag. Yep, I'm not fighting it. Fuck no. They literally, our bot was dead. That's, yep, I'm muting. Because if I don't mute now, they're all gonna blame me for everything. Use your ult, bitch. There we go. I do the same thing I told you that I never would, so judge me, even when I know I never could. Told you that I never would. Told you I'd change. Oh, fuck! That's alright. He dead. You dead. Where are you going? You're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust. I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. You ain't never left me empty-handed. Oh shit, is he coming? Where are you? Told you I changed, even when I know I never could. Alright, we going. We can't get by. You dead. Why'd you flash? You were dead. That was a bad flash. What the fuck? Hope you're okay. I'm so bad at last day. Yeah, they're... Okay. That's worth as fuck! Hope you come back. Go in. Go in. Go in! What are you doing? Alright, we getting flashes. That's all I can do. Give me all your shit. You don't need it. You're bad. I don't give a fuck. I'm taking your shit. About to get my first weapon. Here we go. About to fuck them up. They're pretty much... She just destroyed it from over the wall. Bitch, where are you going? Where's my team at? There's 3 people here. Yeah, we Gucci, bruh. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Let's see, you know. I forgot to ult. Oh, okay. This is FF. Yeah. We... What the fuck is our team doing? They don't know how to group. Alright, let's just go top. He's gonna ult out, so... Alright, let's do this. They pretty much got 2-3 drags. They're gonna blame me for it. Alright. Oh wow, he's actually here. Oh my god. Ah! Where the fuck? I died, whatever. I'll play Diana next game. see. No! Ah. No! No! I fucked up.
Alright, y'all, so as you all know by now, the other day we got the absolutely horrifying story that Elon Musk had elbowed his way into the Treasury Department and demanded access to the private personal data of basically all Americans, the entire $6 trillion US government apparatus, the funding that's provided through the Treasury. He elbowed his way in, illegally demanded access, and effectively hacked and ransacked federal government spending, deleting things he doesn't like and he doesn't agree with under the guise of this is fraudulent, even though it's not. He brought a team of basically pilled up 21-year-olds who are loyal to him like he's some sort of a god, and they're committing all sorts of federal crimes. And I remember when we were covering that story, I felt like I was having an aneurysm. I mean, I was sitting there, I was having a conniption. I could not wrap my mind around the fact that here's this foreign robber baron, the richest man in the world, illegally hacks the...
Hey there, team. Let's not waste any time with the preamble. We got a lot of ground to cover. So let's just get right in. Here we go with the most infamous expansion of World of Warcraft, the Battle for Azeroth. The Burning Legion had led its final assault against the world, with the forces of Azeroth having to unite to push the demons back and put an end to the Legion for good. The heroes successfully destroyed the demon war machine and imprisoned the demon's leader, the fallen titan Sargeras. But not before Sargeras impaled Azeroth with his giant sword, leaving a corrupted wound behind. The sword had pierced the land of Silithus, located in southern Kalimdor. And it was there that a new, powerful resource was discovered, Azerite. Azerite is the crystallized blood of the dormant titan that sleeps inside Azeroth. And the titan blood is incredibly powerful, as it turns out. Now Alliance and Horde forces skirmish in Silithus and the surrounding areas in attempts to acquire as much Azerite as possible. After the Argus campaign had ended and the demons were defeated, Kalia Menethil, former princess of Lordaeron, met with Anduin Wrynn, the king of Stormwind. Anduin asked Kalia if she wanted to be the new ruler of Lordaeron, but she declined, saying that she isn't super interested in ruling anybody. There, Anduin and Kalia's friend, Alonzus Fowl, planned on setting up a meeting between some humans of Stormwind and their forsaken relatives who live in the undead Undercity. The Alliance sent the proposal of a one-day ceasefire and meetup to War Chief of the Horde and Queen of the Forsaken, Sylvanas Windrunner. Sylvanas agreed to the meeting and rounded up a posse to head for neutral territory in the Arathi Highlands. Anduin and Alonsis decided that they'd take a military unit up as well, with the goal of protecting the human citizens looking to reunite with their undead family. And with that retinue, Kalia Menethil snuck her way into the group, hiding as a priest follower of Alonsis. The Horde Alliance had been skirmishing a lot lately due to the discovery of Azerite, and because it was believed that Sylvanas had betrayed the late King of Stormwind, Varian Rin, during the initial Broken Shore assault. Because of that, the Banshee Queen kept a small army of undead nearby the gathering location, just in case, and Anduin Rin kept his small army close by in the ruined kingdoms of Stromgarde.
Hello everyone and welcome to the video here on the channel today, guys. I am so excited to share today's game with you. It's a full 100% crit chance Kayle. I had over 580, and after having an insanely bad early game, I had an amazing comeback into pretty much, I don't know how many kills, I think like 18 or so. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this nerve-wracking game. It was like one of the craziest games I've played in a very long time. As always, guys, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And now,
Shit, I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Okay. How is Bloodline even supposed to come back, by the way?
What the fuck?
I mean, unlucky. Bro, how am I supposed to know Asol is also coming there? Like, why would they even, like, what were they even trying to do there?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Let them flash so I get the XP.
30 seconds until
I have,
minions
bro,
spawn.
if I lose the first 3 minions, that's already GG. I had to get those. I literally had to get those.
I'm going.
Nice, third shot, big. Wait, can I get level 2, please? Bro! If I get level 2, it's legit free kill. But the minion wouldn't fucking die, or I wouldn't even get level 2 on that.
Have spawned.
3 XP.
Die! Die!
To plunder. Come on, I won't let you back from.
I'll just fucking run it down. Not gonna lie. Good, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose. It's all my LP anyway. I don't care if I lose nothing. Don't test me, Vladimir.
I'm going.
Hey, on me, bro. You lose 2v2. On me. Sorry, man. Sorry. If I only didn't die to Udyr level 1, you guys would have actually won the 2v2. I forgot that's how it works. Top. I'm getting the most kills in most of my games, and I'm still losing. No, it's not team diff, you know. Troy can still do something better, no? How's Asol 4-0, by the way? What happened? Oh, Twitch dying again. Sorry, that's on me, guys. My bad. On me, guys. Sorry, sorry.
To plunder.
I bring the lights round. Fire reveals the right and
To action!
I can actually kill him here. Hold up. I don't know where Aesol is.
I will illuminate.
Chop, chop!
Seven. I mean, you chased him. He wants me to help top lane.
Top lane, no MIA.
He wants a gank? I got you, bro.
Urge to kill rising.
Why are they pinging you? Because they got nothing else to do. Got nothing else to do, that's why. There's no one to I'm not even reading that message. Sorry, bro. Sorry, whatever happened to you. I'm sorry, I hope everything will be good. I'm not reading that Roman. I'm sorry, man. Yo, you see Aesol behind you guys, yeah?
I'm going.
Oh, you saw him. Okay. Free lightings.
Chinese virus.
Chinese. Oh, we love China here, bro. No claim against the Muslim China. I love China. We have plenty of 80 this game. Do we play 80? Ooh, I think we do actually. I want to. On communism,
To plunder.
we love it. All of us, we love it. Big. I want to. On communism, we love it. All of us, we love it. Big, big, big. Which one, China? The one island? Those on island? Wait, what? I think there's only one China. No? It sounds pretty racist, so I won't even read it out loud, bro. But you meant Taiwan? What's with Taiwan? Taiwan is obviously part of China. Elcray, thanks for the 12 months at tier 1 in a row. Thanks for the 21 in a row. Much more love. Welcome back.
Metalgrade 33 just subscribed for 21 months. Late stream today, huh?
Yes.
Anyway, good luck and have fun.
Thank you. Audi 03 today. Hi, Manus with China. Listen, no, fake news. No, you know what happened last time? You know what happened last time? I criticized China. I went literally 3 wins and 21 losses. I'll be quiet. I support China. I will not lose 21 in a row again. Sorry.
The might of Lokvar approaches.
Sorry. I can't. that how it's supposed to be? Fighting is worth more than you're the spawn. Yeah, I mean, obviously. That's why I go for it. No, bro, that first blood on Twitch was just fucking useless. Because look what happened bot lane. They went for top lane invade. He gets first blood, but they lose the whole bot lane because of that. But hey, that's on me, of course, guys. Like, me dying, the other one is nothing to do with bot lane dying. Bro, they made the decision to give up bot lane the second they went for that fucking tower dive against Varus top lane. Straight up. It was their decision again. Like, dude, why am I fucking playing? Die, yeah, sucks. But your initial decision to just even go for the play in the first place lost you nothing. Me dying to Udyr. Where did you use fleet again? I'm not using fleet footwork. I'm not sure what you're referring to. How is he getting that kill, by the way?
I'm going.
Yeah, but the cheesy play does nothing. It's the same with me going for level 1 kills. It's pointless. She's still at barrier. She's still at barrier. Man, that's... I'll just catch that fat fucking juicy bottom wave. Don't die now. You blind? Dude, how mad will he get from charging that? How mad do you think he will get? Good CS, thank you. I appreciate it. I think we pushed one more. Holy. Okay. Nah. Okay, that was A. That was good. That was actually. Who was it? Who was it? Grass scale is done for you. I mean, I'm playing mid lane again. Like, I wish people would understand more, but bro, I've never played grass mid lane and I never will. Grass is only for top lane in some matchups. I am mid lane this game. Some die to ASOL. 3 Carl stacks, I'm chilling. I honestly, it's looking pretty good. I got decent CS, second highest in the game. Yeah, I mean, grass in mid lane against range champions, like, and especially the 2 range champions, it just makes no sense, right? You can't get any procs. Zedix, yeah, I mean, I have to go 80 this game. I didn't want to go Kraken, so I just go Zedix, and now we go Trick, I think. Sounds like a pretty good plan. Faker. Alright, 1 kill on the ASOL and he's basically losing all his stacks. Nice flash. That's massive. No, Zedix doesn't give you a crit chance anymore. They've removed it a while ago. Don't have Lulu ulti, sadly. Such a good engagement. We have 0 follow-up. But if they have no vision here, and I can maybe just... I'll just wait, let the wave push, huh? Probably the best. Of course. The thing is, I have static, so I'm just gonna one-tap the wave anyway. get a carry. No, the problem with Twitch is are extremely good skill perspective. But he just really relies on his teammates early on. Twitch is really weak early, like that's the problem, right? Twitch is using pretty much any ADC early on. And you also need, like, if you don't get an Arden support, you're kind of useless. You need an Arden support. You need a Lulu, Soraka,
How many more lives will it take?
My sword is named Burn.
Aesol is top. I'll try to push, I guess, maybe.
Thunder.
Okay, I don't beat this guy. I can just move mid lane here first.
My devotion is unbreakable.
P.
The might of
Yeah, chat, who is Masters? Who's Masters Plus? Play support and wants to be my Lulu Google. This guy's so tanky. Holding ult for next year? Wait, who? Me? I don't even have ulti. What do you mean?
An enemy has
Oh,
been
Amumu.
slain.
Now, I'm not sure if there was a fightable thing. Heavy E-boy. I gotta ask my girlfriend. If she says yes, I got you. Okay, slow behind us. Massive! Big! Ah, what a wombo combo. Big, 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 big. You guys are okay, but well, yeah, like this is a bigger problem than having to deal with like E-boy.
An ally has been slain.
Chat, we got it. It's time. It's fucking time. Boy, I am. 0-4-4-5. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm a Dirty Grief and laning phase, okay? But like, no, just let me play my game, you know. It's not like I pretty much grief every game. You know, like I know what I'm doing. Just give me some time. Let me play my game. I have TP. There was legit a free fucking Nash call, you bastards. No, Blood doesn't even need to have his TP. Bro, it's free Nash, they were all on Drake. Like, legit. No way he hit that, by the way. Wait, he flashed.
urge to kill bright.
offense. Wait, what was your question again? Sorry, bro. There's like so much backseating, it kind of pisses me off. Can you just ask a question again? Sorry. Matosa next. Matosa gives no crit though. Did Twitch get the Baron buff? Nah, bro, and I've...
Enemy killing spree.
If I die, it's fucking GG. Collector. Early in the game, is it normal for a Kayle death this many deaths this early in higher elo? I asked it. Yeah, but bro. Like, do you not understand that this question is just fucking Ida backseat? Like, no, of course, bro. I'm a dirty creep. Like, what's the question? Like, see, that's why I didn't. That's why I said I don't want to repeat it. Because I feel like it's such a. Even if it's not meant to be, it's such a stupid question. Like, for real. No, of course not, man. Like, of course you should not die, but bro, I'm a griefer, okay? I don't look at my mini-map, I'm just all the time when I'm playing on stream. I'm just playing. But no, of course you should have many deaths. Of course having low deaths is good. I'm building next. Probably Collector or something. I'm not building Collector.
Enemy rampage.
I mean, obviously, I mean, it's not just Kayle. On any champion, dying isn't good, right? The lower the deaths you have in general, the better it is. Hurricane Caitlyn, yeah, interesting.
Shut down.
Obviously, dying is bad, right? Because you don't only lose stuff, but like the enemy is also winning more stuff. Watch the weakness, Collector. Half a level for 16 is all he gets. A bit more than half a level. I feel like Twitch does no damage though. I mean, he really needs his IE, huh? Highest number of kills you got in one game as a champion? Yeah, it was actually Kayle, and it was like 69 in a ranked game. I know.
Ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Maybe we should work with it.
The might of Lockbar approaches.
Don't fight, I'm TPing bot lane, don't fight. Oh my. Bro, you have to be fucking kidding me. Man, they win somehow. What the fuck? Caitlyn took the soul though.
To plunder.
Flash for this guy. Oh my, 800. God damn. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Kinda sucks they get soul. It's actually pretty bad for us. Infernal Drake. Trapped. What do we go, chat? LDR? I heard one goaded. Is that the play? LDR is basically always worse than one reminder. It gives it 10 more AD, but the rest is the same. Plus you get the anti-heal. We don't have the anti-heal, and they heal. The anti-heal is the play.
Shut down.
I'm only going for kills with this, like otherwise 4 AD traps. Oh, I'm legendary. I was 0-5 by the way. I was 0-5. I am now legendary. Why are you 0-5? Why are you doing Nice exhaust out, good. I'm getting Nash for that GG. Exhaust. I mean I get flash, not bad. Oh! That X kill! No way. I tell you, Eddie 8 kills, man. Bad, but it's all the same. It's not that bad. Not fucking face tanking that, sorry. Nice. I got the auto off. Legendary. Yeah, you liked it, guys? Can't end. We can't end. Don't. We can't end. Go for bot lane tower. And why? Just why? Just why, bro? Should Elders play? You have 0 sustain, so there's that. Okay. You need sustain if you can just one-shot everyone. You know what I'm saying? Get that, get that, get that. I got top lane last probably. 100% crit traps. I hit. Oh my god, that's splash again.
Your turret has been destroyed. Ace. An enemy has
That's really
been
bad.
slain.
That is really fucking bad. No, what the fuck? Would that be actually good play? They're all one lane.
I love this matchup, mainly because they play a bit reckless, and it's always fun to verse someone that tries to run into your face and then get surprised by how strong Yorick can be. This is a funny matchup. Kindred, usually what they'll do is they'll start red and they'll run into your jungle there, and as you can see, that's probably exactly what's going to happen here. Usually what happens is if you can see where she's going to start level 1, it's much better. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go up here. And I just want to get a ward up here. Normally what I do is I'd ward here in this bush, and this ward alone is enough. It's actually quite fine. But I've got deep ward, so it makes no sense for me to ward there. I might just go up and ward her up this. Oh, actually. I think her red's actually better to ward. Dude, that ward is so OP because deep ward makes that last until, what, 3 minutes 15? That's insane. The question is, where is she though? Like, she must be there. Good, we got on her. Now we know so much. We can tell her going through just by looking at that ward, so we are in a very nice spot. Straight for a wolf start, as normal. Nothing different about this. Bang, 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 and watch her. That's the important thing, is to watch her. Singe is going to work. What's he up to? Singe is like cooking right now, my man. Just don't give her a free kill is all. Oh my god, what is happening? These Korean players, they love the red invade on the enemy jungle. It's seriously almost every game. Whenever you verse a Warwick, I guarantee you they start at the enemy jungle every single time. Now, she actually used flash there. I'm tempted to just go to her red, honestly. Can I just get them to ward that? Honestly, if they just ward that, I could take her entire topside jungle and get to my side at the same time. Actually, we could set this up to do an 8 ghoul on her red. Oh, this is so cool. What we'll do is we'll do exactly that. We'll set this up for an 8 ghoul on her red and we'll run through mid. Because that's going to all jump up. And then we'll run straight through here. We'll get a nice warlock. Okay, so he's going to run to the Kindred. So I'm going to run straight this way, the same path. Kindred's probably here. Kindred's in this area. We didn't see her go that way, so she can't be here. So she must just be pathing around. You see, my ghouls are going to run straight through mid lane now. Oh my god, look at this entourage.
Alright guys, so I guess I have some slightly good news here for you. We can say that. We can say it's slightly good news. You know, the other day as we were covering the 47 ways in which this country is driving straight off of a cliff, it occurred to me...
Here we go, Hyunu. Great warrior. Thunder Fury wielder. The Orc resistor. Yotana. Chiburo. Yuko. Yorusu. Kini. Lanzu. Trinketsu. Yoko. Badu. Lanzu. Yo.
I feel like the only way to punish LR is playing him on boss. That's it. Because boss is literally the only one that be making mistakes. Yes, TP is not a bad bet.
Ooh, Valsy. Wait, hold up.
I want to hard push and base and I want to prepare the
Wait, hold up.
I feel like these techs is not bad as well. Because like, look.
Wait.
These tech is so good. They waste so much time from Wukong. He even gets away here. What? What? Oh my god! Boss the goal! Bro, he literally wasted the Wukong Temple all game. Rakan sums. He wasted their whole team time. This is broken. I feel like the only way to punish LR is playing him on boss. That's it. Because boss is literally the only one that be making mistakes. Yes, TP is not a bad bet.
Ooh, Valsy. Wait, hold up.
I want to hard push and base and I want to prepare the
Wait, hold up.
I feel like these techs is not bad as well. Because like, look.
Wait.
These tech is so good. They waste so much time from Wukong. He even gets away here. What? What? Oh my god! Boss the goal!
Okay, just can you hold the mouth, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please?
All right, everybody, welcome.
Okay, just can you hold them up, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please?
Pussy at the front door, would you? That wouldn't be like, oh, that's so cute. Look at him, he's getting pussy at the front door. That's my man. Look at you. So I have danger here, and I damn sure got danger there, okay? So I did the only thing a man could do in that situation. Be stupid, player. That's all you can do. Be stupid, okay? I was like,
What do you mean, guys?
honey, do we need some pussy? It's on sale. Not. There's a lot of stuff that's different there that you don't get anywhere else. Okay? That's one of them. Okay. But just the little things are different. Like, we don't have a Jack in the Box restaurant, y'all. We got a Jizak up in the Biox. That's what we got. And you gotta order like you're from the hood, or the drive-through guy will shoot you out of respect. It's like, yo, what I play? Yo, man, can you get me a jumbo Jizak? And he's testing me, right? He goes, with cheese? Like a motherfucker. Hell yeah, hell yeah. And I want to send a shout out to the Fry Guy. Got much love with the Fry Guy. Bum representing fries. Bum, 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 bum. I want a cold drink, bow down, the cold drink, bow down. And I need me a chicken sandwich for my baby's mama. He was like, word. Yo, son, you're the shizzle man. Is repeat that back to grip so we didn't mint none. You know what I'm saying, player? You want a jumbo Jizak with cheese?
What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please? Can you just hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold them up, please? hold them up, please? Like, can you just hold them up, please? What do you mean, guys? Okay, just can you hold?
You decide. You want representation or you want equality? You want titular representation? You want a cover story or you want equality? Are you interested in developing the human potential of the African American population? Or are you merely interested in covering your ass by being able to present an optics that shows that you're a diverse and inclusive institution? Baking into the cake.
What's your experience now, 2 weeks in? Is there actually a fourth branch of government?
There most definitely is. This is actually really, what we've been saying is really goes to the heart of the problem. In order for us to be a true democracy, a functioning democracy, the government must be responsive to the people. That's literally what democracy means. However, when you have a vast unelected bureaucracy that is not answerable to the public, and if the elected officials, if the president, the people in Congress and the Senate actually don't have the power to affect the bureaucracy, and it's actually extremely difficult to affect the bureaucracy, then you do not have rule of the people. You do not have democracy. You have rule of the bureaucracy. And this is obviously wrong. It is unconstitutional. And it is imperative, therefore, that we return power to the people of the country and not have tyranny of the bureaucracy, which we most definitely have had to follow to a degree that is absurd. It's not just that there's an unconstitutional fourth branch of the government, but it is arguably the most powerful branch of the government. Joni, I see you're back. Would you?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes.
Yep.
I apologize, gentlemen. Yes, it hopped to my laptop. I've been working on this for, as Elon said, over a decade now with my Squeal Awards, and there are many in Congress that actually really do care about this.
Absolutely.
The problem, I think, is there are not enough of us that have, and so while I highlight a lot of the abuses, and you wanted some anecdotes, Elon, and I've shared a number of those with you and Vivek.
So I think it's hard to resonate. It's hard for the public to resonate with statistics but people can really resonate with powerful anecdotes.
Joni had a bunch of them. Yeah, you had a bunch of them, Joni.
Yeah, I did. Sending kitties to spas to find out whether they produce less fur balls, less fur balls. So yeah, we've spent taxpayer money on that. We put shrimp on a treadmill to see how fast they run. I'm sorry, all of these things, while they may be fun, why are we spending taxpayer dollars on them? And it goes to the point of we've sent millions of dollars to China to study what? COVID. We saw how that ended.
In fact, it's pretty outrageous that the COVID, the virus, was developed in what is it's lab Wuhan, and yet was funded by U.S. tax dollars, which was simply routed through this fake nonprofit EcoHealth, because the U.S. government can't give directly to China, so they just gave to EcoHealth, knowing that it would go to China. So our U.S. tax dollars were used effectively to, in the end, kill Americans. Insane.
Absolutely insane. And I know, Elon, you have been on AID. You have really, and
that's the one that's next for sure.
This was another one of my efforts. Yes. And this began years ago when we were trying to figure out what they were doing with our American taxpayer dollars that were going to support humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. So I wanted to know exactly how those dollars were being spent. And not just
a reasonable request.
Yes, oh my gosh. And I shared this with you earlier, Elon, just privately, but USAID because I was trying to exercise my oversight capacity in Congress. So they.
That's just shocking. Honestly, it's outrageous that a taxpayer-funded organization would threaten a U.S. senator who is simply trying to figure out if American taxpayer money is being spent correctly and not fraudulently.
Yes, and so what my staff and I had estimated was that 30 to 40% of the USAID's awards would go to indirect costs. So their overhead, their rent, employees,
That's a hell
things
of a
like
rent.
that.
What are they living in, the Taj Mahal?
Hey, but okay, after months and months of obstruction where US wouldn't let us in, they told us the NICRA, the negotiated indirect cost rate agreements, it's a lot of government jargon, but anyway, the indirect cost, they said that the database, it doesn't exist. That was a lie. That was a lie. It was false because we found it. And then we were told we weren't allowed to access the database. And then that's when Congressman McCall and I came together and we launched an official congressional investigation so that we could gain access to the rate.
Wow.
And then after about 6 more months of negotiations, then my staff was finally allowed to access very limited data. They were allowed to go into a room and they couldn't take notes. They were on camera the whole time. They couldn't remove any of the information. But what my staff found is, you were laughing at that 30 to 40%. It was outrageous. That was understated.
What?
In some of the cases, the NICRA rates were upwards towards anywhere from 50 to 60%. And that doesn't include the cost for subcontractors, what the subcontractors were adding on. So this is the problem with USAID, and that's why, Elon, I'm with you on this, because so much of that taxpayer money is not even going to, we love to feel good about helping starving children in Name Your Country, but it's not going there. It's going to pay rents in Paris.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to support somebody's fancy dinner to
100%.
entertain whoever.
Yeah. Exactly. So, to be clear, in shutting down, which we're in the process of doing, shutting down USAID, the reason for that, as opposed to simply trying to do some minor housecleaning, is that as we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms. And so at the point at which you don't really, if you have an apple and it's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a bowl of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing. That is why it's just let it go. It's beyond repair. So, yeah.
But there's a solution to this, which is that let's say something's got that the people of this country just demand needs to exist again. It can always be voted back into existence by Senator Ernst and her colleagues. And
totally.
The fact that isn't going to happen. The only example why many of these agencies really deletion is the only answer that's left.
Yes, but that's exactly right. If it turns out we really need such an organization in the future, we just create it. Problem solved.
By the people.
Yes, by the people, answerable to the people and to the people's elected representatives. That is the way that government is supposed to work.
I agree, and more transparency. Sunshine is the best disinfectant out there.
And sunshine, that tells you something.
Yes, we need to be able to exercise our oversight, and this is where we have been blocked so long in Congress. You can go onto my official website on the internet. You can look through my priorities, go to my squeal area. You can go back. I've got the last several years on there of efforts, whether it's USAID, NIH, the National Institutes of Health, those taxpayer dollars that were going to China's Wuhan Institute of Virology, SNAP overpayments through USDA and state, you name it. Even my back to work report, the out of the office that we've talked so much about. And on day one, the president came in and said, hey, everybody back to work. I don't think most Americans understand that only only 6% of our federal workforce shows up to work in the office every single day. Only 6%.
Yes, absolutely. It's truly insane. In fact, one of the most insane things I've seen was that I was speaking with the hopefully soon to be Attorney General Pam Bondi, and she was telling me that the U.S. engraving is actually, I guess, produced the U.S. Mint, which is actually a building that is an historic building, actually a beautiful building. It's here in D.C. and the windows are all broken and it's turned into a homeless encampment. That means like this. No one comes to work to such a degree that this beautiful building has all the windows broken and is turned into a homeless encampment in downtown D.C. That's how absurd it is. It's beyond belief.
Yeah, and that's why so many of these buildings, if we could repopulate them, that would be great. And
Yes.
that way we can have oversight and make sure employees are doing what they're supposed to do. I'm going to hammer on USAID one more time.
Absolutely.
We talk about the locality pay abuse, and that's what happens when people aren't working in the office. What they're doing in DC, and not everyone, I don't want to accuse every federal worker of being a bad actor, but I have seen so many examples of this. We had a USAID employee that was falsely using an office supply retailer's mailing address, think like Staples and places like that, using that address in Virginia to defraud the taxpayers by claiming higher Washington, D.C. locality pay, but they were actually living in another state full time. And they had the full knowledge and assistance of their supervisor in pulling off this scam. And then the IG, the USAID IG, blew off my request for an investigation.
What did they give? That seems how can they do that?
They can.
How can they do this?
This is the problem we have, is that there are checks and balances in place where we can write letters all day and we can request IG oversight. But if that IG says, I'm not going to investigate, I'm not interested, I, as a United States Senator, don't have the power to force them to do it. And this is why I'm so excited that we have DOGE and that we have a president that's willing to back us up.
Absolutely. So really none of this can be done without the support of the president. And with regard to the USAID stuff, I went over it with him in detail, and he agreed with that we should shut it down. And I want to be clear, and I actually checked with him a few times. Are you sure? I'm like, yes. So we're shutting it down. It's also incredibly politically partisan and has been supporting radical left forces throughout the world, including things that are anti-American.
Right, and that's why there are probably some arguments to be made about what could be important work that falls under USAID. But the fact of the matter is that it has been overshadowed by these bad actors.
Yes.
If there are truly good pro-American programs, then let's move them to the State Department.
Exactly.
Let's make sure we have proper oversight.
Exactly.
Let's make sure that when senators and congressmen are asking for documents, that they provide them in a timely manner.
Yes.
Let's make sure the IGs are upfront and honest and wanting to be the watchdog over the agencies that they are charged with. This is not rocket scientist, and you're a rocket scientist.
This is simply common sense and being responsive to the electorate, and you just can't have these sort of institutions which are taking lots of taxpayer money, but then are not answerable to elected representatives of the public. Then they're totally disconnected. So I thought we must move away from rule of the bureau to rule of the people, demos.
And I would say I'm hopeful that some of this creates momentum, joining with senators, with some of your colleagues as well in passing the REINS Act, right? Half of this is decades of Congress effectively just punting off the responsibility to avoid accountability, not you, but many of your colleagues over the years. And hopefully if this is a catalyst to say, Congress and the Senate say we take the lawmaking power back to to the elected representatives of the people and get the kinds of things done that haven't gotten done for years, like the REINS Act and other mechanisms to say lawmaking power comes back to Congress. I think that could be one of the best things to come out of all of this. I'm hopeful that happens this time. I know you're supportive. Yeah.
Yeah, like so fundamentally, there's got to be a feedback loop from the people. You can't have these organizations that are just disconnected from the will of the people. Like I said, you just fundamentally do not have a democracy in that situation. You have tyranny of the bureaucracy, which is just inappropriate and needs to end.
By the way, Len, you know who's pumped up about you bringing everybody back to work is actually Muriel Bowser, mayor of D.C.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking about
exactly.
the homeless encampments. I talked to her maybe last month or month ago. It's basically the base principle of A, self-governance, and B, saving money and making sure that our buildings aren't being infested by homeless invasion, but instead is actually creating a thriving capital, I think is shockingly a bipartisan idea. If we give people the permission to come out as Democrats and say those things make sense, which I think we're seeing some of, which I think is cool.
No, you're absolutely right. The lack of people showing up for work in D.C. has made D.C. look like a ghost town. In fact, parts of D.C. It looks post-apocalyptic in parts of D.C. because once people start coming to work, then the restaurants close down, then the stores close down, and then you just have boarded up stores and restaurants, and it destroys the small businesses in downtown D.C. Yeah, and there's a reason why people come to work and are more effective and more collaborative in one place. Yeah, we're rediscovering why do you have offices? Oh, it turns out there's a reason. And the president has made it well clear. So return to work, that's it. End of story.
I think the first 2 weeks has been pretty massive. And if it continues at that rate, even if you think about one of the big economic questions right now is the 10-year treasury rates, right? They're going up. Bond markets don't like our national debt. If this is the case of what cutting looks like presented in a coherent plan, I'm hopeful that bond investors and credit investors in the U.S. government debt can at least say, okay, this is positive progress, which actually will bring down not only the costs that you're cutting directly, but also interest rate costs.
Yeah.
And I think that's really when we hit the virtuous cycle here, which I think could happen soon.
No, I agree. Actually, the bond markets do not currently reflect the savings concept of achieved. And I'm giving a talk later this week with JP Morgan Chase and Jamie Dimon, and there's been obviously a financial audience, and really to tell them, look, if you're shorting bonds, I think you're on the wrong side of the bet. It's basically
seriously.
Yeah, it's really basically the bond. There will be less debt needed as we stop wasting taxpayer money on basic things. Whether the $50 million for condoms to Gaza, which I suspect didn't actually end up being condoms in Gaza. That's a lot of condoms, guys. What is that, a super tanker of condoms? I mean, how many do you need?
Oh my gosh, you guys.
That's a real line item. It's like, is this fiction?
I don't doubt that you did add those items going to Gaza. I don't know if it was a problem.
Yeah.
It was probably that line item, but exactly. But that's the problem we have with the budget, and why when money's flowed through all of these entities, we may have a line item that goes to, say, USAID, and or maybe goes through USAID to the United Nations, and then from the United Nations it goes to a subcontractor, and from that subcontractor it goes to someone else. It is a nightmare trying to follow that money and to understand what it's actually being used for. So again, going back to the transparency, we need to make sure that we have our eyes on it and that it's easily accessible. And maybe not just by members of Congress, but also the public as well.
I agree. It should be if it's public money being spent, it should be in full view of the public. But when they want to hide the stuff, frankly, it is the reality is because there's massive fraud and abuse. That's the reality. Nobody needs to hide something unless they have something to hide. Once in a while, you've got something that's, say, an intelligence operation or that actually needs to be classified, but that's a rare situation. That's a tiny fraction of expenditures. The vast majority of these things is unfortunately a tremendous amount of fraud and abuse. And the reason that it's so extreme with the federal government is that the checks never bounce for the federal government. Okay, so the federal government can always make more money. And the problem is that in doing so, that's what creates inflation. Something that I really want to reinforce for people is that it's government spending that creates inflation. So when you see prices go up at the grocery store, it's because government spent more money than it brought in taxes, increased the money supply, diluted the value of money, and made your paycheck be less valuable. It meant like the prices are going up because of government-induced spending, government spending and inflation. So it's just very important to connect those dots because people they think maybe the supermarket's taking advantage of them, and they're not. You can look at the financials of the supermarket; they have 2% margins. It's got nothing to do with price gouging in the supermarket. It's just that the government spent too much. That increased the money supply and diluted the value of somebody's paycheck, and that's why the prices go up at the grocery store. So, but the good news is, if we solve government overspending, and the money supply grows at the same rate as the output of goods and services, there will be no inflation, and the prices in the supermarket now will be the same as the prices in the supermarket in a year. And that's a super big deal, and that really affects people's lives. That's what we're aiming for, and we're going to do everything possible to succeed in that goal.
I think every dollar is saved. The problem you just mentioned, Elon, is exactly why 10-year interest rates on U.S. Treasuries are persistently going up, even if the government's trying to make them go down. The market's bidding them right back up. But conversely, for every hard dollar actually saved, right? So how many ever billion it was in the first 2 weeks? There's actually, it's almost like a 2-to-1 saving, because that means that the interest rate that the U.S. government charge will go down at a time when the interest rate payment itself on our national debt is one of the biggest items of our federal budget.
Yeah.
So that automatically comes down for every one of these other savings.
Exactly.
The only thing if you present it as a coherent plan, which I think you're already beginning to do, that alone I think will have a 2-to-1 savings for every dollar that's actually hard dollar that's actually saved, because you get the interest cost next year that comes down as a consequence as well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I just want to repeat that and reiterate that to the audience. When you actually get a double benefit when you bring down government spending, and there's a very important double benefit, which is that you stop inflation and interest payments go down, because the government is no longer borrowing money. So if the government is borrowing money, it's actually competing with everyone else to borrow money, and that drives up the interest rate. So if we solve government spending, in a nutshell, your grocery bill stays the same, your mortgage payment goes down, and your car payment goes down, and your credit card bill goes down.
Exactly.
I think that's what the people of America want, obviously.
I couldn't
good
agree.
goal.
Couldn't agree. It's really important. I'm sitting here tonight in Iowa, and I took my mom to church this morning, and man, everybody at church, we all stand around afterwards and visit, and everybody's just really excited about the opportunity that the new administration is bringing, because costs are just through the roof for people in my neighborhood in Southwest Iowa. It's hard. These are folks just getting up every single morning trying to do their job and do the best. And yet we as a government have failed to listen to their needs, and then to be able to cut the spending at the federal level, to make sure that their taxes stay low, and make sure that we are paying down our debt. No more deficit spending. Let's try and balance this budget as best we can. We've heard plans from Ron Johnson and others in the Congress, but we've really got to get serious about it, because every one of my constituents owes $67,000 to our national debt. That's outrageous.
And it's getting worse every time. So really, if we don't do something about it, America's going to go bankrupt. That's the fact. So we must do something about it imperative. Senator Mike Lee, I see you've joined. Would you like to add something to this conversation? I think that's some great stuff as well to talk about.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks so much for the invitation. I see this as an inflection point. Every 75 to 90 years in Anglo-American history, we've seen a major upheaval. We had one in 1776, another one in 1861, another one in 1937. 2025, we're due for this. That's going to be the revolution. And I think it has to be about much more than just the individualized wasteful spending
Yes.
pet projects. At the core of all this is a fundamental ailment, which is that we've missed the purpose of the United
Yes.
States government. It's supposed to be about just a small handful of things: weights and
Totally.
measures, trademarks, copyrights, and patents, regulating interstate
Exactly.
foreign commerce.
The founders of the country would blow their minds that the federal government has gotten so gigantic and is interfering with people's lives in so many ways.
That's exactly right. What was compounded the problem once we lost track of what the federal government's purpose is. We put the wrong branch in charge of the wrong responsibilities. We've been making most of our law, 100,000 pages a year, through the executive branch, which the Constitution says you can't do. It says you cannot make a federal law unless you go through both houses of Congress and then give it to the president. So we've destroyed federalism and separation of powers. I think for DOGE to succeed, we have to restore both of those. In my view, the best way to start is by passing the REINS Act, which would require Congress to enact those laws. And I think to get that done this year, we've got to attach it to the state legislature. With that, I base my case.
I absolutely agree with you 100%. What you're saying is absolutely true. There's vast amounts of federal regulation, which are de facto laws that are created. It's an incomprehensible amount. It's literally no human could possibly even comprehend it. If you tried your hardest your whole life, you barely understand a small fraction of the regulations. And these regulations, if you look at them, there's millions of them. And it's not like any one regulation is the showstopper. But where I visualize this, because Gulliver, like America's like Gulliver, tied down by millions of little strings. And we need to cut those strings and free the giants.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It's those laws, which they are laws, those will put you in prison. Those will shut down your business. Those will ruin your life if you disobey them. No different than any other law.
It's totally crazy.
It's exciting. Elon, isn't it true President Trump has an executive order that says for every one new regulation that is put into place, 10 have to be rescinded?
Yes. Yes, and now, of course, the bureaucracy is going to try to game that by having the one regulation. When, like, so for instance, everyone can ask one question, but then have a question in 10 parts. So it's possible to it's possible to game the regulations. So I think, in addition to that executive order, which I certainly applaud, I think we need to go in and do wholesale removal of regulations. Like, regulations basically should be default gone. Default gone, not default there, default gone. And if it turns out that we missed the mark on a regulation, we always add it back in. These regulations are added willy-nilly all the time. So we're just going to do wholesale cleaning of regulation and give the government also backstop everyday Americans so people can get things done, and the government doesn't have a sort of root on the neck of the average American. Because one of the core founding values of this country, what has made America great, what will lead this country great, is focus on merit, that you get ahead as a function of hard work and skill, and that you have freedom. It's for the land of freedom and opportunity. And if the government has millions of regulations holding everyone back, it's not freedom. We've got to restore freedom.
And by the way, that's copied, multiplied, and 50-fold higher, where each of the 50 states then do the same thing.
Yes.
And many of these federal regulations are duplicative of the states doing the exact same thing, where the bureaucracies in each of the states are behaving like the federal government. So you think about the impact on people's lives, it just layers one on top of the other. And like you talk about zero-based budgeting, I really like this concept of zero-based regulations, where the default is nothing and build back on top.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, that's what our founders wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. It used to be like, not that long ago, if you wanted to start a business, you just start a business. You just open
no
a
license.
store. You can just do it. The government's not like prying into every part of get the license for this, do the license for that, get 17,000 permits. You look at LA and like how when I lived in LA, it was hard to get a permit to remodel your kitchen. And now with this disaster that's happening in LA, this terrible tragedy, just the sheer number of permits required to build a house are staggering. Basically, they've made it illegal because we got to start somewhere on the regulatory front, and suddenly if we address federal regulations, then people can choose to move from one state to another, still remain in America, and move to the state that has less regulation, where the government is giving you more freedom, and you've got that competition between states. You've got that federal system that was meant to be the case. That was how the country was your state is being oppressive, you can go to a neighboring state and look there. That's the whole idea.
Federal is the answer. Yeah, no doubt. We got two things going for us right now in the country that haven't happened in a long time. One is a willing president, Donald Trump, who actually believes everything that all four of us have just said, which is a beautiful thing. And without that, it wouldn't be possible.
The more I know President Trump, the more I like him. Frankly, I love the guy. He's great.
And he's full bore more than any president we've had since the creation of the administrative state. So I think that's number one. Number two is, thanks to him actually in his first term, you got a Supreme Court that 6-3 vehemently agrees with everything we've just said.
Yes.
And so I think it's possible.
Yes, in fact,
it's actually possible.
Yes, in fact, if it's not possible now, it'll never be possible. This is our shot. This is the best hand of cards we're ever going to have. And if we don't take advantage of this best hand of cards, it's never going to happen. So we're going to do it.
I agree.
Now or never.
Yeah, now or never. And I do think you're right, Vivek. With the first administration of President Trump and lessons learned through that administration, and now in the second administration, the stage is set. And he knows how to aggressively tackle a lot of these issues that have plagued us for years. And folks ask me, oh, Trump's first 100 days, what is that going to be like? And I'm like, forget the 100 days, folks. It's going to happen a lot faster than that. And he needs to continue to be aggressive. And we all know there's going to be bumps along the way. Of course there are. Because we're moving at the speed of relevance here. But we've got to get in there and make an impact so that our constituents can actually see the benefit. Because we've got a tough mid-cycle or mid-presidential year election coming up in 2026. And we cannot lose the House or the Senate. Because then the president will be dead. And we just need to move out. Move out.
Yeah, I think that's really the people will judge the performance and whether actually we got things done and whether things are better off and in 2 years. And I think if people feel like, yeah, they're better off, the country's working better, they feel there's the reward for hard work is there, that their paycheck's going further than it used to, that their standard of living is better, their mortgage is lower, the credit card bills are lower, the prices at the stores are the same, they haven't risen dramatically, then I think there's no problem. We will win the next election, and people will reward that. So I think that's what needs to happen. And I think if it does happen, there will be a Republican win in the midterm, and which is usually unusual, but I think if things does happen, I think it will actually have an increase in values and be able to continue to, as the president said, make America great and even greater. So
the blanket that, Dion, you and I have talked about this, Michael, you and I have talked about this, might as well just say it here as well, is when in doubt, push it to the states, right? If there's some doubt about, okay, we're not sure about this regulation. You got a whole nuclear energy framework at the federal level. You have an entire one in each of the 50 states. Same thing for spending or some other program. Are people going to really suffer if this is taken away? Federalism is the answer. Just push it to the states. And I think that's a big part of, obviously, what I'm looking to do next. But it's governors across the state, whatever, let them bear the load of what the federal government needed. Because that's actually what the founders envisioned in the first place. I know, Mike, you've been a crusader for this since day one.
No, that is right. That is the whole reason I ran for this job 15 years ago. The fact is, the people of our country are upset. They're upset about our government because it manages things poorly. And what a lot of people are starting to grasp is that it's not just a matter of changing from the red team to the blue team, back to the red team, and making sure you've got better personnel in there, because better personnel won't make those same mistakes and won't fund the stupid studies about the drunk gerbils on a treadmill.
Yeah.
The point is, it's poorly run because when the U.S. government is doing all kinds of things that it's not supposed to be doing, that should be left to the states or to the people, in the words of the 10th Amendment, it becomes very poor, very bad at doing few things that it is supposed to do. You can't be good at running the Pentagon and at making sure that traffic lanes.
The Warwick that just got solo killed 2 times is asking how Silas got solo killed 2 times.
With the federal government.
Yo guys, what's up? I'm meeting up with an old... What?
We can't build there.
How do I make another mine? Oh, from the tree! Of course.
Your building is complete.
Okay. The tree does it. You gotta do it instantly. That's so funny, man. I mean, it makes sense. It's like that in Warcraft 3 as well. Last time I saw it, it had infinite range. Really?
Me, not that kind of orc. Famously said by Orc Peon in Warcraft 3, a powerful statement that raises a lot of questions. Like, what kind of orc is he then? What kind of orc was he assumed to be? And finally, and most importantly, what does it even mean to be an orc? Vsauce Kakio here. That is the question that this episode of Why Insert WoW Race will seek to answer. Because the why cannot be answered before we know what we're discussing. And today, that's orcs. What is an orc? What does it mean?
I just feel like it's so much easier to do this than playing Illaoi 2. Because you just need the maiden, and then you just keep pushing in. I will say that my Skarner has been making this game very easy for me. But finally, we get a jungler that is performing on our side. Skarner. He used E, so he can run.
I shall perform your rites.
We can kill this guy, I think. Oh, maybe not. Last one. Run! I mean, this guy didn't want to comment it. Okay, that's bad. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing top lane until I can go bot, aka that Jinx Rata stops going bot. And we got tier 2 boots of swiftness, because my champion is an mobile champion, and this grants you most movement speed, 60. For example, Tabis give you 45, and you get slow resistance, so it's really good against Aatrox and that kind of stuff. I need this gold. I did all the work. Okay, we can eat this, get some passive income.
The damned resist their fate.
Yeah, I can win here. Nope, there's... Bro, 1v1 I would win, but how's this guy? She was just bot. Now she's here again. Okay, the game was looking good, but now apparently it's tricky again. I'm gonna go bot lane here with Herald and try to play for 2 turrets.
Return and fight.
We have 5 grubs. My game plan is of course gonna be very simplistic.
To destroy the curse, I use it.
My W is good actually. Alright, we get other subs too. This guy flash and this guy flash. So massive here. And really nice EQ by the Brand. And we got bot tier 1 and bot tier 2 now. Eclipse, please, healing. My Q was 1 nanosecond. We're also getting unlucky for real. Oh, they're at 5 bot again. I like I can just move through it. Bro, what is that cooldown, my guy? Were we just giving Baron here? This guy's movement is crazy, by the way. That was good movement by him. I don't really need you here, like you're making it harder even. Wait, I killed my wife with that. Stupid E, such a stupid mistake. Like, such a stupid mistake by me. I have no ult here. I'm a useless champion. I'm just a pig. Yeah, Baron goes away in 1 second here. Nice.
Watch them squirm.
Yes!
Searching for a place to take root.
Yeah, stand in the box with me. Oh, the Jinx rocket. Get sucked! No! I had to hit that. Yeah, 2v5 me. Oh. Look at my damage, bro! I am 2 and 4 there. Keep that in mind. Do we even need Maul? I just land in and the guy dies. That's the Yorick side lane, guys. That's the Yorick side lane. That's more like it. Finally. I feel like I should still go this and then Maul, but I'm not. I'm so unsure about my itemization on this champion. Oh, Jinx. Oh, alright. Why are they top 40 seconds before this? I guess that makes sense.
Fundamentos.
Yeah, we still do Baron so ridiculously fast. That's always the thing with Yorick. Okay, we gotta have. Bro, if we have this Baron, we're in such a good spot. Like, every time I just have one teammate to play with, this Skarner. The rest is just sprinting. We can't do anything here. I hit the Jinx, but... The homies are killing the Aurora. Almost. 1k damage. Pretty good. It's sad. If we get the Baron, I think we're in a really good spot here, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Just don't die. And I'm gonna TP and get this. Okay, we stalled the game though with 3 items down 80 carry. This guy's 4. This guy, I mean, we're okay. I'm gonna be 4 as well. I need to stack up 4 homies that can walk with me and see if I can one-shot somebody before the siege. Just get out. Go bolt. I just turn around and flash to my brand. This brand should just be bot. Okay, Aurora might get one shot there. I just get 12 Conqueror stacks by hitting E's. Back off. We held the gates a few times now, but I know how to win the game. Maiden, Don't disappoint me. Did something useful. Kill him! Kill him! That's gotta be the most useless feature in the game. Don't ever release your maiden. Wait, what? Hello. Please don't be dying. We got the Diana for free. Wait, I can one-shot somebody here. Oh. That guy might be dead. Oh! Hit him! Hey, Eddie! Hit him! Get him! Big. Big! Oh, I got 4 homies. I can do Solo Baron. That is the most dopamine heavy thing you can have on Yorick, though. And it's a slow one. Is there a way to improve my build? Is there even a way to improve the build at this point? Okay. Whatever. Skarner, you find this. I'm here too, buddy. Get him. Oh! No flash. Finally! Big! Oh, yeah, some more confidence will do. I'm gonna tank.
The damned resist.
Oh! Get him! No, Eddie! Almost. I only had 1. If I had 2, he would die. It's very often I'm not placing my W because I'm not aware of the range. I don't know if you guys had that. Wait, where's the damage? We have no damage. Baron is legit stopping us from ending, by the way. But the ghouls and stuff are tanking. Ed and Eddie. Coming in clutch. I gotta one-shot the Jinx here. Get him. Get him, guys! This Jinx! No, she's dying! Oh, what? Did I almost kill Jinx? I didn't say Diana, though. Bro, because we had Baron, the Ketamine didn't walk up and we couldn't end. That is fucking unlucky, by the way. It's gonna be one of those games where it's not gonna be the best performing player that wins. It's gonna be the biggest griefer that loses. Does that make sense? I ain't it. Save me. I ain't it. I think I just lost the game. What am I doing? I'm such a griefer. No! Oh, it's my fault. I think I was the reason for the game, but I like how these guys are all flaming when they are 5 and 17 in both lane and completely gapped, but okay. Oh. Bro, Mordekaiser Evelyn. What is even my best MR item? Okay, they're full AP topside. Jhin is their only AD. Now it's a blessing, though. Now I think it's fine. We have to go Maul. Neither of them can reliably kill a Hullbreaker minion. But then again, Hullbreaker, Yorick kind of sucks. What I'm talking about here is Eclipse, Soreljas, Maul, Profane Hydra. And I just perma split push every wave. Because this champion and this champion, nowhere close to be as fast on the map as I am. Uh-oh. I saw somebody just got grabbed, so I assume Mordekaiser has E-start. Mordekaiser flash E, I assume. If he has E-start, I can get this priority. Just a little bit of a hollow item regarding scaling. I'm out of water. It's not as E that's scary, right? But it's his passive that's really scary in the early game for Mordekaiser. So I'm still very cautious. Also, he gets level 2 from the first 6 minions here. He doesn't need a minion on wave 2. Okay. That's because he had E-start, right? Normally you shouldn't get priority here, but yeah. A little bit of unconventional. Oh. Okay, we don't win extended fights ever, right? Because of his passive. It just keeps on ticking. Nice. That was good. Wait, bounce into me. Kha'Zix invading though, and this guy already has this, and it looks like he's losing.
An unholy mark.
Okay. I don't think I can walk up for this last hit. It's actually gonna spawn one, right? Yeah, because of my passive. Every time I kind of try to sneak walk up to a last hit to see if I can bait out this E and or Q. Right, so that's what you can kind of like jiggle walk up every time. But stay somewhat out of his E range. Now we're gonna have to set up the homies so we can plant the bounce. I'm gonna have to alt attack this guy once. And this guy. This one we Q. This one we can alt attack normally. And if the means do damage here, I can last hit this too. Beautiful. This one, need to wait for mean alt attack. Q that one. I think that was the best I could do there. Alright, nice. Yeah, I mean, my Janna not being able to so grief. We're 1 in 6 in bot lane. Yeah, this was the Janna that was talking about me, or talking to me about understanding that I would get level 2, or that their solo lanes would get level 2 from the first wave, and then they just ran it. It's looking a little brutal on the bot lane. Nice, okay. Mid jungle was winning, so that's good. It is Quagmire? Why? I never understand that line. What does Quagmire mean? Here I can W. Oh, I did. Horrible W timer. Okay. Dude, I W'd, and the second I W'd, he eat me, and so my maiden and W disappeared. I gotta make a play here because we're losing sword already. I mean, you can't mess this up, right? I mean, it's even easier now. Nice. Played. Okay, my jungler's playing well. Nice. Maiden, come. Hello, Maiden! What are you doing? You small crack. Okay, this game is gonna be tricky. We're doing good though. No bueno. I think I can get it on my next reset anyways. I need to get 675 now. Dude, my W's are so off. I feel like I can beat him though. He uses W. Okay, again, Evelynn, Jhin are ultra fed, unfortunately. Look, you can see how Mordekaiser's source, lethal armor Mordekaiser says at the bottom. I learned that from a Twitter clip. When you get the plant, you see here, you can see the source, and it was Mordekaiser, so I knew Mordekaiser hit it there. Good thing I learned recently. I need one more wave to get my Eclipse now. Oh, 7? Are you winning some? Okay, Evelynn's bot. I get so much. But Evelynn is so strong. I need to take this. I think they're gonna take bot as well soon. Might as well maximize my gold income now. You gotta go Korea in April. I'm not sure if I go April or March. Probably March, so I'll build that in April. I wanna go Korea 100% next year though. Well, we're having a good game again. However, the game hasn't been very stable. Oh, wait, I should be maxing W, eh? The game hasn't been stable from the team side's perspective, but my mid-jungle are okay in the game. So the game has been playable for me. I mean, what do I do about this? I've had so many games today where it's like... it's been like this permanently today. Ruffy McTuffy, bruv. I think it's fine that it goes to Ahri because she's gonna be my only AP damage and wave clear this game. So if she's strong, I'm happy. I just hope Evelynn isn't here. I actually get tier 2, I think. Thresh is here, so I think it's safe to assume Evelynn is here. Nice. She's only playing bot. I fixed the camera in a second. Holy, that side's up by him actually. Or during her flash timer. This has to be one of the most annoying champs to play against Evelynn. He's stuck. Just don't get into his ult range and he's kind of dead here. He's not. She should sit there. I'm swerving this game though. We're 26 per minute, 2:04. Did you see how fast the Kha'Zix died to Evelynn, by the way? That could be my fate very soon as well. Oh good, we're doing fine thus far. Evelynn's gonna find me and one-shot me very soon. Once you complete the route page, there you go. And double adaptive and scaling health. Okay, all have flashes, of course. Ahri's flanking. No flashes now. He's old. That was an awkward death. That was a painful death for the Moro. This is exactly the moments we need though. Now I gotta be very cautious that during rotation I don't die. Didn't flash, Zoe flash, this kind of flash, this kind of flash. And Evelynn no flash actually. They've used all 5 flashes near me. This guy hasn't recalled in a while, but she has Rabadon's in base for sure. Okay. Well, we got mid tier 1, we got other sums, we got some shutdowns, and bot tier 1. Really, really good outcome. I need to have a, like, if I get to them, I need to be able to one-shot them, not, like, survive. Because even if I get, like, a Maul right now, guys, this guy will one-shot me, legit. But if I go Maul, I have no kill pressure anymore on the side lane, and I don't have good high Gold income. Nice, we killed Jin. They burn his juices now. He has ult. I thought he didn't have it. I'm dead. I used my W and no ult. Fuck! Okay, we do get 3 though, but I shouldn't have died. Finally, when my team does something while I'm inting the worst outcome. I just expected him to not have ult. With that E landing with 4 homies, I thought I just one-shot him. I figured that he ulted somebody here, but I guess he didn't. Don't be dying. You were going back in melee range. Are you idiot? W saves me? I don't want to ult in this cage.
I would drag my nuts across an unknown 500-acre field just to speak to Alois NL. My ghost.
He's dead. Please hold. But if we just held, I end the game! Dragon Secret, thank you for 5. But my 80 carry has 7.8k gold and their Thresh has 7.7k gold.
You was Giga Nervous XD. Solo killed the goat so
Yo, you
hard.
played so well. Your early game was crazy, by the way. Your early game was so clean. Like the way you were contesting priority and your level 3 play with the execute was ridiculously clean. I think your itemization was a little too safe, so you could never have kill pressure onto me, and I think you just slowly lost, right? But your early laning phase was extremely clean. So well done. I'm watched last split reach 500 LP. Dude, I was literally saying in game, there is no way this guy's a Diamond 3 player. I refuse to believe you are a Diamond 3 player. Alright, side laning against Zoe is really easy. Zoe is one of the worst side lane champions in terms of mid lane. Some other champions that suck are like Zera, for example. They're also really... He's playing Grasp Inspiration, so no lethal tempo, right? No Flash Ignite. But I still believe our game plan here is very simple as every game. We just let ourselves get pushed in the early game and then play for the bounce. Who is the strongest top lane at the moment? It really depends on the elo you're playing in as well. And strongest is like so hard to judge because it's like based on so many criteria. For example, like if you can blind pick your champion, it's already way stronger than a lot of other champions. I cancel my auto. Yeah, I want to reset, right? Get a cloth armor. I'm rushing times anyways. Please get him off me. And that's fine. He loses so much HP here. He's gonna have to TP or even die. No. He's gonna have E. You're kidding. Oh no. Did am I dead? You gotta be kidding me! Please. Let me. Oh. I'm still losing XP here, I think. What the fuck is going on? Hey, I get the XP. Nice. I'm chilling. Bro, it's still going on! What is this? Okay, I'll go over to this guy. Ah! What is this? This guy's level 2! He's cheating! No, 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 not on me! Please, please, please. What is this? Is Wave pushing into me? Oh my shit, we won the RNG war, by the way. The Wave seems to be pushing into me. We got lucky. What a disgusting game. Maybe it's level 2, he's gonna jump on me from that me in. Okay, it was a little bit of a messy one, but let's look at it now. We just get pushed in, don't lose too much HP so we can play at a bounce. Both of us don't have summoners, and we both have an extra item. So, I mean, I guess it's even, right? So, that's okay. I have bone plating here. I should have contested it last a little bit more aggressive considering I'm level 3. I got the first 3 means worth of XP. That's the only benefit I have. There goes my bone plating. Oh. Okay, let myself get pushed in here. Wait, the Wukong beat the Graves here. What? A level down. Okay, double longsword though. Okay, I should have contested here a little bit harder considering I was gonna hit level 3 so much faster. I just wasn't aware of how much XP I was ahead, I guess.
Won't you join?
That was clean. Did I just win because of Conqueror? Biscuit, you see how much he's healing? Because it's based on missing HP. So he's gonna have another one. I need my level 4. He's gonna trade here. It's not even a kill for me, is it? It is. It's not worth it though. Because I lose this full wave and I lose the full next wave. I'm getting gapped. Well, there's 14 deaths already in this game.
The ruins of
Play it. He's gonna try and jump on me here. I have no ghouls. I need my Jonah to protect me. I gotta bait this guy to E into me. Dude, the wall was perfect. Wait, he jumps on me? Interesting. Oh, there's a Zoe.
It is the end.
I'll just die so maybe he can escape. Yeah, unlucky that there's a mid laner. That is 17 deaths at minute 6, by the way. But what can I do there? The play was good, but then there's a Zoe that's like a little bit freaky. Graves is instantly ganking bot as well. Like, what is going on in this game, man? It is a complete fiesta. Bro, yeah, this guy might all-in me. He was a Trinity Force, man. How do I compete with this? I have a double longsword. He almost is a full Trinity Force. This is how we compete. Can I win? I missed again. My land is dead. I missed both E's. That's so crucial. I lose my flesh and ult. That's kind of game losing. Zoe is moving. We need Orianna to move as well. Orianna's recalling. She has no items. It's recall too. No. This is TP. This is nothing. Please don't have Trinity. Please don't have Trinity yet. Please, please, please. Okay. It's still somewhat playable for us. I landed finally. Yeah, I've been dead. Wait a second. Wait a second! No! 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 Come on, man! This game is unreal. Bro, she needed one more suck. Didn't do that, and then he had one more auto that could happen to. I think I wasted my money on my W. No, actually, he hit my W, and now he's Trinity Force. Bro, this game has been like one of the most unlucky games. Where's our damage? They could win. They could win. Please win. Okay, they're out at least. Did Jax flash that, guys? Did Jax flash? Fuck! Please. My mind! My mind can't handle it anymore! This game is the one that's gonna send me over the rails, man. Please. Try. Try. Anything can tilt me now and set me off the I don't know. Don't say the Goose Lass is better than me. That's just vile, bro. Please don't kill me now too. Alright, please don't FTP. Then I'll be happy. What was I thinking? 2? Where's my team? Yes! No! Almost dopamine! And my Orianna is a shutdown out of nowhere. Dude, I thought I had the kill. I would actually be half happy, but no. Jax no TP. Zoe ignite. This is pretty good for me. Like I said, these are somehow the games that you're gonna end up winning. I've said this. I am not giving up this game. Everything is going against me. I don't want to use my double-ish. For the tier 2. Zoe's a terrible silent champion. Can they all be here? I guess they could somehow, eh? Well, nobody's here, by the way. Wife! Well, I got the tier 1 and almost... Almost a tier 2 as well, big. Actually, really well played by Seraphine. I don't lose much for this. I guess get the dragon. I got 2 items. This guy might have 2 items. Somehow this game is playable. Clean. Actually clean. Whoa, that's sidestepped by him. Calm down, faker. Okay, massive. I'm gonna keep pushing bolt. Figure it out, guys. Oh, let's check. This guy's 3 full items. Wait, I live. I missed. It doesn't matter, he wouldn't have died. Well, I actually lived, that's massive. I mean, even if we kill him, it's not a shutdown. He might be dead. Oh, no flash on that guy. Dead too. Holy, wait, this guy just eaten. How did I miss? Am I dead? Why did my W go? No! Okay, 1 HP. Let's shield it. I could have played way better there, and then we killed them all. I'm not recalling. What? You guys saw my... Dude, you can smite? Do I have 1 in? No, I got 4 items. He's my dead. Alright, that's 1. Jax is still pushing both. Dude, if I kill this guy? I hit again. He's dying. Okay, we're not figuring it out on this one. Even 44 without great results, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I played a good game given the scenarios I was given. I'm somehow still 4 items and skilled back into one of the worst matchups, but I don't know. I'm gonna be that guy just complain about team up again. Dude, I'm losing everything, by the way. Am I just terrible?
This video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. In the long lifespan of World of Warcraft's existence, there have been dozens of races introduced which just serve as cannon fodder for the player characters to slaughter. Typically, there's a story behind most of these races, but generally it's nothing excruciatingly in-depth. Except for the Arakoa. These are not just bird people who live in shrouded darkness that you are sent to kill. They have a lot of lore behind them. I mean, like, a lot. Like, more than a good chunk of the actual playable races. And it's a story that starts in the very primordial stages of Draenor. But the Arakoa call this planet the Sunstone. Before the bird creatures were born, there was 3 primal gods of Arak. There was the graceful mother of the Cleary named Rukmar, the clever father of dread ravens named Anzu, and finally, the scornful father of wind serpents, named Seath. The legend goes that Rukmar and Anzu battled Seath in the skies above Arak. The wind serpent was sent to the ground, and with his last breath, the serpent cursed his flesh to corrupt all who touched it as Anzu devoured him. The blood that trickled from the raven's maw created a field of corruption called the Sethic Hollow, and Anzu was cursed with dark visions and became flightless. The father of dread ravens was ashamed of his curse, and he hid away from Rukmar by using the powers of the void he now possessed from his curse. And in the honor of Anzu, Rukmar used her energies to transform the Kaleri into the Arakoa, meaning Hares of Arak. She taught her children the powers of the light and the powers of the arcane Anzu had formerly possessed. Rukmar then died, and in her honor, the Arakoa built a wondrous empire and called themselves the Apexis. Two of the main factions within the empire were the Anhar, who studied holy magic, and the Skalax, who studied the arcane, and Void from the corrupted pools of Sethek Hollow. 2,000 years before the Dark Portal, the elemental powers called the Primals and the Breakers constantly warred with each other. The Arakoa generally ignored it until the Primals realized the bird people and their affinity for magic could threaten their existence.
As long as we roar the skies, you will always be beneath us.
The plant creatures attacked the Arakoa in a violent war and killed half of the Arakoan army. In response, they built a giant death laser called the Breath of Rukmar that was a conduit to channel the power of the sun.
I didn't expect that to be over so quickly.
After the war, and 1,500 years before the Dark Portal, the Arakoa entered a golden age in their society. They developed the Apexis crystals, powerful gems that you could simply touch to consume all of the knowledge contained in the jewel. With this magic, they could even transfer unique memories to one another. There were also Apexis crystals that held forbidden knowledge. Forbidden knowledge like Surfshark VPN, the sponsor of today's video. Surfshark VPN is a virtual private network, which basically means it can keep your identity safe online from big companies and cyber criminals. This also includes keeping your data safe when using public Wi-Fi and protecting you from DDoS attacks. Not only this, but your device will be protected by a secure antivirus and be instantly alerted if any potential breaches ever even occur. It's like keeping your private information in a giant cartoon safe. Not only this, you can change your VPN server to practically anywhere in the world to bypass geo restrictions, so you can access content on streaming services that are locked behind specific countries. To start using Surfshark VPN and elevate your online security, use my code PLATINUM for an extra 3 months absolutely free. And if you don't like it, Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's really no risk in trying it out. Again, use my code PLATINUM for 3 extra months or check out the link down in the description. Thank you Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. Okay, let's go back to the Apexis crystals. They use these crystals to power giant robots to do their bidding and collect resources on the forest floor, because the Arakoa had become so proud that walking on the ground was seen as unclean and barbaric. During this golden age, they even rebirthed their goddess Rukmar, but she was only at a small fraction of the power she once possessed. This renaissance didn't last for long. The fall of the Apexis Empire came when the Skalax and the Anhar feuded against each other. The sun-worshipping Anhar believed that they needed to hoard all of the knowledge contained in the Apexis crystals, as their god was the one that was actually alive. Anzu was dead. Dead as hell. Well, as far as they knew. The Skalax slowly lost influence in their society until their wing was forced, and they struck the temple to take the crystals by force. This battle ultimately ended with the Breath of Rukmar exploding, destroying the spires in the Apexis Empire in the process. After the destruction of the Empire, the Arakoan groups spread across the land and took their Apexis crystals with them. 200 years later, after small Arakoan groups have settled in obscure places and lived and eventually died, the Skalax Order of Arakoa discovered a cache of Apexis crystals located in northwestern Talador. The only problem was the place was occupied by the Ogron, and their ogre slaves. The Avian leader Yanzi hatched a brilliant plan. Teach the ogres how to wield arcane magic so that they could kill their masters, and the Arakoa can just sneak in and claim their crystals. One of the first ogres to master the powers of magic was Gog, who they thought would be a perfect leader to incite the rebellion. But Gog surpassed their expectations, and he didn't attack the Ogron. He attacked the Gron, the higher species who were viewed as gods amongst their culture. With Gog's leadership, they were able to overthrow their masters and create the Empire of Goria. But when the Arakoa attempted to snatch up their crystals, Gog caught them, killed all of the Arakoa, and slowly tortured and killed their leader, Yanzi. So really, the only reason why ogres became such a significant superpower on Draenor was because of the Arakoans' greed. Meanwhile, back in the Spires of Arak, 600 years after the fall of the Apexis and 600 years before the opening of the Dark Portal, the Anhar Order and their worship of Rukmar became twisted and corrupted. The worship of Anzu had been completely thrown to the wayside, and those that disagreed with the Anhar were considered heretics and thrown in the Sethek Hollow pools, where they were bestowed with the Curse of Seed, turning them into flightless, malformed creatures. In a similar vein to Anzu, the Anhar shared their power with a king named Tarok, but when his influence grew too large, they also threw him in the cursed pools and rewrote history to make him seem like a bad guy. Tarok was left shriveled, broken, and on the verge of insanity. It was his lowest moment, and that is when Anzu reached out to him. He taught him and his cursed citizens the ways of shadow magic to fend off their insanity, and bestowed him with the Eye of Anzu in order to contact the shadowy god. Tarok became the leader of the cursed civilization called the Arakoa Outcasts, and helped build the city of Skedis amongst the Apexis ruins. Meanwhile, the pure Arakoa renamed themselves to the Adherents of Rukmar in the city of Skyreach. The Adherents villainized the freaks they had created, and a war between the Outcasts and the Adherents broke out. Again. Look, if the Arakoa love two things, it's shiny objects and killing each other, okay? Meanwhile, during the war, Tarok's health declined, and Anzu's influence only delayed his insanity. He abandoned his outcasts and desperately started sacrificing his own people in search for a cure. In response, the Talon priest sealed him away, hoping that his insanity would kind of just, go away. And with his imprisonment, the Eye of Anzu went with him, cutting off contact from the god who had saved them. And in his place, the outcasts started worshipping Seath. And then they started worshipping an unnamed old god. Wait, what? Yeah, I know, totally out of left field, and this old god pretty much has no established lore whatsoever. And the only Arakoa we know today who still worship Anzu are the Grishna in Blade's Edge Mountains, and are pretty much hated by all the other Arakoa. The Outcasts and the Adherents continued to war against each other until a much larger and rapidly expanding empire swelled over Draenor. The Orcish clans united into the Horde and are killing everyone and everything on Draenor. Kargath led the Shattered Hand, Burning Blade, and Dragon Maw clans and attempted to attack the High Arakoa, but were stopped by their advanced Apexis weaponry. In turn, Kargath struck a deal with the Arakoan outcasts. If they snuck in and disabled their weaponry, the orcs would raid Skyreach and slaughter all of the High Arakoa. The outcasts upheld their end of the bargain, but what they didn't take into consideration was just how much of a dick Kargath was. Right after taking over the city, he slaughtered the outcasts because they seemed like a threat, and he also just simply enjoyed betraying them. He even captured High Arakoa and threw them into the Sethek pools just to watch them suffer as they transformed into their cursed forms. This was an unprecedented massive blow to the Arakoa, and it only got worse from there. Power-hungry orcs then tore the world apart with their magics and transformed Draenor into Outland. This destroyed the Spires of Arak It destroyed Rookmar and the bloodied pools of Seath. In fact, the only Arakoa that remained were the ones holed up in Skedis, Auchindoun, and other random outposts dotted around the planet. Flash forward to the Burning Crusade expansion, and the players enter Outland. In Terokkar Forest, named after Lord Terok, his followers have been driven to madness, which means it's morally okay to kill them. And then also they're stealing orphans. So, I guess that's a good excuse too. The Skedis cult are also working on summoning Terok at the perfect moment when the stars are aligned. But player characters summon him prematurely and kill him. In Auchindoun, Talon King Ikis believes he is Terok reborn and leads the cult in their nefarious deeds. They have used their evil magic to dominate the will of Anzu, the god that saved their lives, and are using him to attack the Emerald Dream. Because, this is a part of a druid quest, and player characters are sent to kill Anzu. Yeah, no, they just kill him. This god of legend that has lived in darkness for thousands of years is killed by 5 clown suit wearing idiots. And if you're lucky, you can get him as a mount. Yeah, this is an awkward ending to this lore because TBC was written before a lot of this foundational lore was ever written. Because that was made in Warlords of Draenor, 7 years later. Look, a lot of TBC's writing has this tendency to be awkward in retrospect because it was WoW's first ever expansion, and Blizzard had no idea I would be writing a video about random races lore 15 years later. Now, thankfully, not all of the Arakoa have been driven to madness, and the Skedis exiles reside within the lower city of Shatrath, and the player characters ally themselves with them. And, yep, that's pretty much all the Arakoa lore in a nutshell. Now, unfortunately, since their introduction in the Burning Crusade and the continuation of their lore in the Warlords of Draenor, the Arakoa have been entirely absent from all of Warcraft's story, which makes the giant chunk of their lore even more surprising. Like, what other random world-building mob that you kill has, like, 4 wars worth of lore and then some? If the Arakoa ever return, it might be if we ever come back to the subject of old gods, seeing as there's literally no lore about the one they tried to summon, and also Blizzard now has a precedent for bringing back obscure characters from TBC. And on the topic of them being a playable race, sure, there's a small population of them, but that hasn't stopped Blizzard from making other races playable despite their abysmally small population. But really, I just wish there was more bestial races in Warcraft, and I don't mean the furry bait ones. I want to play like an actual gross horror movie monstrosity monster person who lacks humanoid features. Something, you know, that could be feared rather than fawned over. But then again, who am I kidding? I'm sure someone in the comments wants to fuck this thing. Don't forget to check out Surfshark VPN down in the description. During the recent events in Warcraft lore, the Night Elves just can't stop losing. But what if I told you they've been on this downtrend for thousands of years and have fallen tremendously from the powerful empire they once were? Our story begins 15,000 years ago on Azeroth, where a tribe of dark trolls discovered the Well of Eternity. The well was formed from an ancient titanic event on Azeroth and left a limitless font of arcane power that surged with energy. This energy transformed the life around it, including the Dark Trolls. They evolved to have similar characteristics to the Titans and would adopt a new name, Kaldorei, meaning Children of the Stars. They learned to worship the moon goddess of life, Elune. Now, the details of who Elune actually is still shrouded in mystery, which is pretty rare now in the Warcraft universe. We do know a lot about Elun's sister goddess, but really, that's it. And speaking of Elun, her son, Cenarius, taught the Night Elves the affinity for druidic magic. The demigod would be instrumental in the upbringing of the Kaldrai, and through his teachings, druidism and the protection of nature would be a core part of their society. The other side of Kaldrai society developed an affinity for the arcane. They used the powers of the well to build wondrous temples and expand their ever-growing empire. At the helm of this expansion was their exemplary ruler, Queen Azshara.
It's Brittany, bitch.
Queen Azshara was born with glowing golden eyes, a sign of her future greatness, which was more than true. She was beautiful, strategic, strong-willed, and ruthless. Now in Night Elf society, there was a clear separation between the arcane magic noble users called Highborn and your typical Kaldrai. But that didn't stop everyone in the Empire unanimously praising their new queen. They loved her so much, they renamed the capital city to Zinashari, meaning glory to Azshara. And the only real enemy that threatened the Kaldrai Empire was the trolls, and they were easily crushed because when you have a font of unlimited power and soldiers that live for 10,000 years, it makes fighting pretty easy. Azshara kind of just let the trolls live in the mountains of Zuldazar and told them to never expand into Kaldrai lands, and practically the entire continent was now under Kaldrai rule. But Azshara wanted more. The Queen of the Kaldrai made a pact with who she would later discover was Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion. Azshara wanted nothing more than to wipe out all of the lesser races on Azeroth, making every inch of the planet under Kaldrai rule. And the Well of Eternity was used as a portal to summon a horde of demons, kicking off the War of the Ancients. And okay, I've talked about this war probably like 13 times on this channel because it's probably the most important event to ever happen on Azeroth, and is also the point where the power of the Night Elves starts to fall off of a cliff. Okay, so the war ends with all of the demons being banished from Azeroth, but also the Well of Eternity explodes, and the entire planet is fractured, and like 90% of the Kaldrai Empire is destroyed. After the destruction of the planet, at the brink of death, Azshara and her loyal subjects got turned into fish people by the old god N'Zoth. So they technically aren't Night Elves anymore, but they live in Night Elf ruins underwater. More on them later. When the dust settled, the remaining Kaldrai attempted to pick up the pieces of their now fractured empire. Illidan Stormrage, being the dumbass that he is, had vials of water from the Well of Eternity and used it to make a new well. Which, what the hell? What are you trying to do? Blow up the world again? He was imprisoned for 10,000 years after that. And the dragon aspects helped build a new world tree over the well, which accomplished a multitude of things. The world tree of Nordrassil would regulate the power of the new well and mask its power from evildoers trying to seek it out. It would also use the energies of the well to heal the world, and most importantly, it would make the Kaldrai immortal, so they would not die of old age or disease. This was a new age for the Kaldrai, and the leader that rose to power was High Priestess Tyrande Whisperwind and Malfurion Stormrage. Well, it was Malfurion when he wasn't sleeping, hanging out in the spirit realm of the Emerald Dream with other druids doing druid stuff. I don't know, it's kind of vague. Point is, it was mainly Tyrande who had to deal with the aftermath of the Sundering. After this event, Night Elf society pivoted to be heavily focused on a druidic lifestyle, and the use of arcane magic was forbidden, punishable by death. This was controversial to say the least, and the remaining Highborn, who had an affinity for the arcane, thought the banning of magic was for cowards. Dathramar Sunstrider, their leader, explained that the Highborn had been using arcane magic for thousands of years before Azshara even ever became the ruler, and it was impossible to deny the great power of the arcane. They were going to continue using it no matter what. It was their birthright, and they weren't going to let any low-born, tree-hugging hippies tell them that they can't use it. The Highborn were then exiled / willingly left Kaldrai society to start their own empire in the Eastern Kingdoms and would later become the High Elves, and then the Blood Elves we know today. The next big event in Kaldrai history was the War of the Satyr. Satyrs were once Night Elves, twisted by demonic corruption, and they combined their efforts in a unified force to attack the Night Elves. In order to combat these demons, some druids tapped into an ancient druid form, forbidden to use because of how dangerous it was. These druids were called the Druid of the Pack, and in their wolf form, they were unstoppable killing machines, but in their frenzy, they could not discern friend from foe. Instead of killing these crazed druids, they banished them to the Emerald Dream, and 10,000 years later, they would re-emerge and become the Worgen we know today. And let me just say, it's hilarious. The Night Elves are like, arcane magic? Yeah, no, that stuff is dangerous, and it's corruptive, not good. Let's ban it all, and then use druid magic instead. And then right after, they tap into corruptive druid magic, and they start murdering each other. Yep, Night Elves are very logical. The next war is the War of the Shifting Sands. The old god Cthulhu and his insectoid creatures, called the Karaji, stirred awake in Silithus, and the Night Elf forces traveled down to snuff them out. And then they got the ever-loving crap beaten out of them, and they were forced to retreat. And in fact, they needed help from the dragons to bail them out and imprison the old god threat once again. Perhaps the war would have gone better if they didn't, hemorrhage themselves and they actually used arcane magic, maybe? I don't know, just an idea. Between the War of the Shifting Sands and the events of Warcraft 3, there really is no substantial history about the Night Elves. They have just been living in seclusion in the northern reaches of Kalimdor. And I've ragged on them a lot in this video, but the depiction of Night Elves around the time of Warcraft 3 is by far some of my favorite world building done in the Warcraft universe, and they're incredibly cool. To outsiders, the Kaldrai have become this elusive, powerful force deep in the enchanted woods of northern Kalimdor. 7-foot-tall Amazonian sentinels stalk trespassers in their lands. From within the dark brush of the forest, their glowing eyes hunt their prey, shimmering with bright white light reminiscent of the goddess they worship. Their tactics are flawless, having honed their skills for tens of thousands of years. When Grom Hellscream tried and failed to claim Ashenvale, he is quoted saying, "These women fight with unmatched savagery. I've never seen their equal. They are perfect warriors." And that is Grom Hellscream, the war guy. Hulking druids the size of refrigerators can feel your very presence. Trespassing into the forests they have formed a deep spiritual bond with. They transform into savage beasts that can rip through a group of soldiers in a single swipe. The Kaldrai are not nice. They're intolerant, savage, spiteful warriors of nature that hold dominion over the forests of Kalimdor. And it's badass. During the Third War, the Night Elves fought against demons, Scourge, Horde, and Alliance.
this video today, President Trump gets hit with articles of impeachment. The House Oversight Committee wants to subpoena Elon Musk, and the bombshell scandal of U.S.
Never one.
Without the other.
Bro, I'm about to fuck people up. Oh.
been destroyed. Forged in a land unwelcome to Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
No!
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I think that's it right there.
Has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
If you ever encounter me in person, just know this is just what my face looks like. This is what I sound like. I'm not mad. I'm not grumpy. I'm not tired. I just look like this. I know when you think voice actor or YouTube guy, you expect,
Oh, hey, man. Oh, go so good to see you. Whoa.
I'm not that. I don't do that. I'm just a guy. Thank you.
Some say the shores of Zorm's Strand are haunted. Adventurers have been known to mysteriously disappear, captured by malevolent forces to appease a dark god. Those who wander the shores of Zorm's Strand may hear the screams of those devoured by the eternally hungry beast lurking within the ancient ruins of the Black Fathom Deeps. Oh, but it wasn't always this spooky. 10,000 years ago, the Black Fathom Deeps was not called the Black Fathom Deeps. It was called Lothar Lazal, a beautiful night elf temple, which means seat of the sky in Darnassia. This place of worship was dedicated to Elune and was overseen by Queen Ajara herself. She used her scepter, Sharas Dal, to control the waters around the temple. And this scepter would later be used by resto shamans in the Legion expansion, by the way. And with Ashar's influence, the pools around the temple would be flourishing with aquatic life, like beautiful schools of one polygon fish. Ajara even bound a sea giant to the temple who did tricks and feats of strength for all of the visitors who traveled near and far to observe Lothar Lazal's beauty. And then the Great Sundering happened and the world was ripped apart and the temple sunk into the sea. During the span of 10,000 years, the once pristine and now broken ruins of the temple have been buried under the ground, lost to time, and filled with the corruption of the old gods. Fun fact about this dungeon, it was originally planned to be located in the zone of Darkshore, as we see here in this early development map. And if you travel to the upper corner of the zone, you can see the exact replica of the temple's entrance used for the actual location in Ashenvale. The dark monstrosity that has taken residence within these ruins is Akumai, the terror of the deep. This corrupted Hydra's influence drew in the Twilight's Hammer cultists. These old god worshippers are a common enemy you'll find on the world of Azeroth, worshipping the powers of the void or the elementals it has enslaved, and their ultimate goal is to bring forth the Hour of Twilight, a prophecy of doom, where all of Azeroth is consumed with shadow. This particular enclave of cultists is led by Twilight Lord Kelris, who believes that Akumai was the herald of the old gods, and his personal ticket of endless power and immortality. So in order to worship the beast, the cultists took refuge in what would now be called the Black Fathom Deeps, and began sacrificing maybe willing cultist members to the terror of the deep in order to earn favor.
How does a Tauren hide in a cherry tree? He paints his hooves red.
But when they ran out of cultists to sacrifice, they began to capture Horde and Alliance members and drag them kicking and screaming into the corrupted ruins, never to be seen again. The first people to investigate this dark cabal was the Argent Dawn, and during their investigation, they realized the Twilight's Hammer cultists had formed an alliance with the Naga. The Naga were once night elves, twisted by the powers of the old god N'Zoth, and are now worshippers of the same void powers as the cultists. The members of the Argent Dawn needed to tell everyone about this insidious partnership until... yeah, their reconnaissance mission didn't really turn out that well. But that is why us, the players, are tasked with delving into the mysterious depths of the Black Fathom Deeps to cull this old god threat and obtain some sweet loot in the process. When entering the dungeon, the first boss you'll find is Gamura, the tortured turtle who has succumbed to madness and is trained to attack outsiders. Next is Lady Seravis, a Naga who is conducting rituals and research to allow them to worship Akumai without being devoured themselves. Further into the depths, you'll find Gelihast, a Murloc tribe leader who has forced his way inside the deeps. And then he murdered a bunch of cultists and began worshipping and conducting his own sacrifices for the terror of the deep. The Twilight's Hammer cultists were so impressed by the Murloc, they decided that they just, let him stay there in the ruins. Also, Murlocs are scary. The only creature that has eluded the corruption of the deeps is Old Serikis, a thresher who lurks beneath the ruins and has slain countless cultists who dare enter his lair. And finally, of course, we have Twilight Lord Kelris and Akumai, who lore-wise are slain by Horde adventurers.
For the Horde!
But our story isn't over just yet, as in the Cataclysm expansion, they reworked how dungeon quests work, and at the front of the entrance there are Earthen Ring quest givers who task players with clearing BFD once again. But even still, our story is not over, as in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, the Black Fathom Deeps was revamped. Did you remember that? No, I bet you didn't, because it's the most random dungeon revamp that has ever been done in WoW's history. But Blizzard has done this before. In the Mist of Pandaria expansion, the Scarlet Monastery was revamped, but it was also included in the endgame Heroic Dungeon pool. This isn't the case with the Black Fathom Deeps revamp, which is a shame because it's pretty awesome. There are just tentacles everywhere, this guy throws this dude in the water. Akumai is now 3 Hydra heads poking out of the ground, and it's just cool, but why doesn't it even exist? It was just randomly revamped during an expansion where we're time traveling on an entirely different planet in a totally different plane of existence that has nothing to do with a random section of underground ruins in Ashenvale nobody even goes to anymore. But with the Season of Discovery coming out, The hilarious part is that the Black Fathom Deeps is now the most revamped dungeon in all of World of Warcraft history. There's now 3 totally different versions of this dungeon now. 4 if you count the quest givers added in Kata, but I don't really think that counts. That's right, this random, typically overshadowed dungeon for level 25 players is now the instance Blizzard has tinkered with the most. And personally, I love the simplicity of BFD's story. Traveling into waterlogged, corrupted ruins to kill cultists who are sacrificing innocents to a monster deep beneath the earth just screams old Warcraft fantasy to me, like it's taken straight out of a D&D campaign. Also, there's Murlocs. I don't really have to explain further. Wait, don't leave! I've had the pleasure to partner with Blizzard once again to create some official videos on the Warcraft YouTube channel. At the time of recording this, 1 is currently uploaded with 2 more coming this month. Blizzard has been great to work with and they basically give me full creative freedom, so they're pretty much videos you'd find on this channel, but on the official Warcraft channel instead. There's a link down below to watch it. Please do, and like, and subscribe. You can do that on this video too. Okay, thanks, bye. Back to the end slot. Ingenious, resourceful, forward-thinking, and very puntable. These are all ways to describe the Gnomes, a race of brilliant inventors that pride themselves on their discoveries. But they are also the same race that kinda sorta made their giant technologically advanced city into an irradiated trash heap. In order to understand how the Gnomes accidentally started this catastrophic failure, first we should go back to the very start of Gnomanity. Long, long ago, when the Titans first shaped the world of Azeroth, the Gnomes were actually Mechagnomes. Mechagnomes are pretty much like normal gnomes, except they're entirely robotic. At least they were, until there was this thing called the Curse of Flesh, which turned a bunch of robotic beings on Azeroth into the fleshy creatures we know today. The early generations of gnomes found themselves in the snowy mountains of Dun Morogh, a hostile tundra where if you didn't freeze to death, the creatures looking for a pint-sized snack would get you instead. From the very beginning, the gnomes were forced to rely on their quick wit and brilliant thinking to survive.
You might feel a little tingle. Get him! Farewell!
But as the gnomes roamed the snowy mountains of Dun Morogh, they would realize that not everything wanted to kill them.
Salutation. Hello. I like large posteriors, and I cannot prevaricate. Damn straight.
The gnomes and their slightly taller dwarven allies were truly a match made in heaven. The dwarves and the gnomes were brilliant in their own special ways and formed an unstoppable friendship. The gnomes helped assist the dwarves in constructing the city of Ironforge, and the dwarves helped the gnomes build the city of Gnomrion. So, here's the thing. A lot of the gnomes' ancient history is entirely unknown because gnomish culture is all about forward thinking and trying to invent the next big thing in a constant arms race for technological advancement. In other words, an in-universe way of saying that there isn't really any old lore of the gnomes.
Time to unveil one of my latest inventions.
But there is one gnome we can talk about. A gnome who is the very embodiment of what it means to be a gnome, and was determined to prove himself to create the most groundbreaking inventions gnomanity has ever seen.
You face the pinnacle of gnomish technology.
I am programmed for mayhem.
Gelbin Mechatork is easily the most brilliant gnomish inventor that has ever graced Azeroth. Mechatork had invented hundreds of contraptions like the Mechanistrider, the Gyromatic Adjuster, the Repair Bot, the Dwarven Siege Engine, the Gigawatt Bread Slicer, the Chronoboon Displacer, the Gnomish Army Knife, Gun, and... Okay, I made like half of those up, but the point is, Gelbin Mechatork was such a brilliant inventor, he needed a gigantic trophy case just to store all of his awards.
Perseverance is the true blueprint to success.
As Gelbin tinkered, he realized that the gnomes soon would have to put their ingenuity to the test.
Hazard approaching. Intruder alert. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
At this point in time, the Horde had just destroyed Stormwind City in the First War, and during the Second War, they marched up north to Khazmodan with hopes of conquering the city of Ironforge and Gnomeregan.
Taste Blaster!
The Horde were never successful in their attempt. To reward himself, Gelbin got a souvenir, a troll-made chair that he keeps in his study that is unreasonably comfortable. Anyways, after the victory, the gnomes and the dwarves helped assist in the reconstruction of Stormwind. To make the job easier, Gelbin wrote the schematics for the Deep Run tram. And in this tram, I guess it was important to have an arena where contenders can beat the crap out of each other, and also an underwater section with the Loch Ness Monster in it. If it wasn't obvious yet, Gelbin was praised for his ingenious designs and was promoted to High Tinkerer of Gnomeregan, and led his people into a glorious new future. It wasn't until a few years later that the High Tinker's leadership skills were really put to the test. Hello, and welcome to the Gnomeregan Report, where we got some breaking news for you citizens. The undead threat rages on as the plague infects the innocent humans of Stratho. Here's a statement from Prince Arthas Menethil on the matter. Purge! In other news, Salisbury steak will be on the menu for... What is... While the rest of Azeroth dealt with undead and demonic invasions during the Third War, the gnomes had their own serious problems. You see, their dwarven allies had been digging around an ancient Titan facility called Uldaman, and dug a bit too deep in regular dwarven fashion, and had awoken the race known as the Trogs. These dangerous voids were attracted by the rhythmic vibrations of Gnomeregan's machinery under the earth, and they dug straight to their city.
Let's see how you handle this little gizmo!
Gelbin Mechatork was quick to react to the sudden invasion and put his plans into motion. The gnomes would set up defenses to hold back the marauding Trogs, but the problem was, the Trogs could kind of just dig around all of the gnomish defenses and flank the defenders. For the next 5 years, the gnomes tried and failed in defending their city. Eventually, Gelbin realized that their strategy needed to change and fast, or they'd lose the war. the High Tinker turned his attention to his council, a collection of brilliant gnomish inventors that could offer him advice. One of these chief advisors was one of Mechatork's closest friends, a gnome named Sicko Thermoplug. The idea the crazed inventor offered was an outlandish one, but it just might be crazy enough to work. The plan is simple. Gather all of the gnomish citizens and hold them in the upper floors of Gnomergon. Release a toxic gas with a heavy volumetric weight to fill the lower reaches of the city and kill all of the trogs. Set up clean wind domicilic filters so that the toxic gas does not reach any of the gnomes on the top floor. After the trogs are all dead, clean up the toxic gas, and then boom, the trogs are no longer a problem. Gilbin had no time to run over his trusted friend's calculations and took his word as truth. The gnomes then organized the plan and released the pressure valves to unleash this toxic radiation into the lower levels of Gnomergon.
Everyone panic!
Gilbin was forced to watch in horror as his city fully collapsed in a matter of hours. Turns out, the radiation did absolutely nothing to the trogs, other than make them really pissed and even stronger. The air filters failed, turning the gnomish citizens into sickly leper gnomes or just outright killing them. But for Sicko Thermoplug, everything was going according to plan. You see, over the years, Thermoplug was filled with a bitter hatred and envy for Mechatork. Thermoplug felt like he was the one that was supposed to be the High Tinker, and set up this daring betrayal to take the High Tinker title. Secretly, he anticipated for the plan to fail horribly, and he'd pin it all on Mechatork, and then Thermoplug would just swoop in and save the day. Somehow. According to Thermoplug's calculations, around 30% of the gnomes would die before he swooped in to save the day. Well, he kind of fudged the numbers a bit, because by the end, 80% of the gnomish population was dead.
You have slain an enemy.
Furthermore, Sicko Thermoplug went entirely insane and fell ill to the radiation he unleashed haphazardly. Sicko then proclaimed himself to be the new quote-unquote king of Gnomergon and ordered his crazed leper gnome servants to do his bidding. So in a weird way, he kinda sorta got what he wanted. The small amount of gnomes left looked for Mechatork for answers.
Do without the statues.
just died. In a bot game. Ah, 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 ah.
Do you know that they say if you have lots of muscle glycogen, you use the glycogen, your muscles actually.
Shut up.
Thanks, Chris.
Shut up, dude.
But I'm just.
That's boring as fucking all get out.
Dude, come on, let me speak. Let me be.
Glycogen.
Well, look over at me first of all. Don't
Dude,
look.
hey, glycogen is fucking boring to talk about. Dude, hey, let me tell you something. I'll look at you, but when I turn my head, you better be in a lab coat. Because you're talking about glycogen. Now, if you're not in a lab coat, you have to stop talking. Would you look at that?
Hey, this is Chris one time.
Fucking glycogen.
Hey, this is Chris. It's me, Rogan. It's just a bunch of comics at the comics. We're sitting around in the parking lot. I start talking, and I said one thing. I go, well, historically, and Chris goes, oh, Jesus Christ. Here's Brian. Ready? This is boring Brian again. I'm Brian. Science, history. You're so fiercely anti-intellectual.
Nah, I'm fucking intellectual, bro.
Say
but it's
one
like I talk
intellectual
about
thing.
Okay.
Okay. One book you've read.
Dagestan. Dude,
You're so stupid.
but I thought it, and that's just as bad probably to Jesus Christ. Dude, the guy fucking... Who the fuck does that?
No, ask him if his dad paid for him to get into New York University.
Oh, yeah. Hey, ask him if he's stressed out that they're going to find out his dad paid for his degree to get in there. If he paid for his SAT scores.
So?
Hey, Chris, don't be. You're on the podcast right now. Don't be a dick.
So?
Don't say so. Don't do that. Listen, I want to ask you a question. We're looking on your Wikipedia page. I'm here with Eric Griffin. I'm with Brendan Schaub. Yeah.
Yeah, I know those guys.
Yeah, I know you know those guys. Okay?
They're not full white. They're not full white, but it doesn't matter.
What the fuck does that mean, dude? Why are you turning into a racial thing?
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter.
All right, listen, dude. It says here that you attended New York University. Now, obviously we know. Now hold on. He goes, there you go. Now hold on. We know you didn't have the grades to get in, so are you nervous that they're going to find out your dad paid and bribed your way into the college? Do you think you're going to be caught up in the scandal?
You know why I got in there? Honestly, do you know why I got in there?
Why?
Because because I didn't have the grades, and I went into acting school, and I went in and I did a monologue, and they threw their hands up and they said, "There's nothing we can do to keep them out."
Listen, dude, I have trouble believing that. So you attended New York University in their theater department.
Oh, you don't think I'm a good actor?
Why are you doing an English accent?
You don't think I've got trauma inside me blood and bones?
I don't, dude. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Okay, all right, fine. I guess
Yeah,
you.
right.
All right.
Dude, I just popped in and out of character.
I know. What are you doing now? Are you at a coffee shop or are you driving to a coffee shop?
I'm going from a coffee. So I just left the coffee shop. I'm going to Coffee Bean.
And what are you going to do there besides be on your phone?
Do you know what, dude? Have you ever heard of a little thing called whatever the fuck I want?
Well, you know that you're pretty irreverent. I mean, shouldn't you have you? We were talking. You've read a book, right?
Yeah, dude. I've read tons of books, dude. It's ridiculous.
Give me 5 right now. You have 10 seconds.
The Client, Rainmaker, Andromeda Strain,
all John Grisham books.
Say, yeah.
So what, dude? So what?
This is a great
And
John
some Dean
Grisham.
Koontz. What's it fucking matter to you, dude?
And some Dean Koontz. Okay, well, congratulations.
And I almost finished 1984, that classic book. So fuck you, dude.
I don't. Who wrote it? Who wrote 1984? Don't Google it.
George Orwell. George Orwell.
Not bad.
I got it.
Not bad. Okay, now, so do you have any advice for anybody who has a dream, young people who are trying to make it either in Hollywood or in the world?
Oh, dude, you got, yeah. Okay, so here's young people, advice for young people?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, fucking, honestly, don't even get in the same room as Brian Callen, because that shit fucking rubs off on you.
That's fucking ageist.
Don't even get in the same room as Brian Callen, because that shit rubs off on you.
All right, dude. Anything else?
Nah, I answered the phone because I know it didn't matter. I knew it didn't matter.
Listen, bro. Yeah, you disrespectful fuck. Well, you need.
Just so you know, Fighter and the Kid podcast, guys. Just so you know, you listeners, that's how I answer the phone to Brian. I didn't know I was going to be on the podcast. That's how I answer the phone. Is because it doesn't fucking matter.
Dude, I'll take a flat hand to your face. I really will, bro. I'll do what your dad should have done to you when you were a boy.
Bullshit, dude.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
You mean you'll tell me not to fucking ever listen to Brian Callen? That's what my dad should have fucking told me when I was younger.
All right, well, listen, man. He's not your real dad. We'll talk to you later, all right?
This camera crew's following me.
No.
This camera crew's following me. I gotta go.
That's a lie. You know what meta means, Chris?
Yeah, dude.
Anybody 10 points for what meta means?
Oh, 10 points? Oh, shit. Wait, no. I need the points.
Oh, what you got there? Cheese, Daddy?
Yeah, cheese plate.
Well, there's some good cheese and some bad cheese on there, right?
That's really good.
Is it nice?
Man, you're very. You look like a skater. You're dressed. You're very dusty looking. This is an
really
off-white.
That's not
I mean, off-black. I'm off-black.
Rude.
Oh, you're saying.
Oh, is that all expensive? Is that expensive gear
Not cheap.
right there?
Probably more than
I don't
that.
know.
Oh. Don't be obnoxious. What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I was looking around and I found the off-black one.
Before this was mine?
Yeah.
Will you wear this? Please?
Oh, so you didn't pay for it.
So don't stick your finger all the way in your
Middle
mouth
finger.
like that. Fuck, you're offensive. Listen, I asked you
Let me
if
try
it
the
was
best
a
piece
thing.
of cheese on there, Chris. Can you wrap in the salami for me, Daddy?
Sure, I will.
Now,
So, the last thing I heard.
don't eat it in an annoying
No,
way.
I won't.
Last thing you heard is
No,
what?
I won't, because I'm a man of my word.
Yeah.
Last thing I heard.
Yeah.
Before I wore this.
Yeah.
For the first time. Was,
Yeah.
Will you wear this, please?
That is so fucking.
So I don't know how much it is.
Chew with your mouth closed. You fucking. You're so obnoxious, dude. So I guess somebody wanted you to wear it because.
Oh yeah.
Don't get the brown down.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there you go. And then, do you know what they said after I put it on?
What, man?
The
And-
first thing I heard.
Yeah.
When this was in my possession.
Yeah.
Are you gonna rap on this for me or what, dude?
Chris,
Brett is hungry.
Chris, don't.
No, I know, but.
All right, don't eat that.
I'm saying the first thing I heard when this was in my possession.
What?
Thank you.
So stupid.
Chris, so gross. You know there are cameras on you. You can't eat like that, man. Why are you putting it all the way in the back of your mouth? You're not a fucking snake. You're not a snake. You have teeth. You can eat it. You don't have to put it all the
Stuff
way.
it in the back.
It's hitting the
Using
dang,
the
your,
egg like a
your
snake.
doppelganger, whatever the fuck that thing's called. Oh man, I hate when people eat slow like that.
What's weird is that you can always bring a conversation around to a man's anatomy. Speaking of anatomy, you're getting older.
Hey.
No, but why are you? But, why, but no, it's cool.
That's so
When I saw you, when I see old videos of you, you
Yeah.
look healthy, and now you don't not look healthy.
Yeah.
but you look
Careful.
less. Right. But you said on his back foot, he'd be on his back foot.
I
if
fight
he
on my
was-
back foot, Chris.
Oops, right though, because I was talking. So he's on his back foot if he's.
Watch this.
Oops. Okay. Now we both can agree you made a mistake, and you did it twice, and you did the same mistake
Back to back.
twice, right?
Back to
So it's a
back.
back-to-back oops, right? Now we don't want to do that. Right?
We don't do that to each other.
No, we don't do that because we're brothers.
Okay.
Okay? When you do that, what you're saying to me is, I'm not in your family. Now, this is a rerun, right?
Yep.
This just happened? This is a replay?
It's a I'm
Replay.
watching slow motion.
So why would you interrupt me during a replay when I'm in the middle of a car? Because you already saw it, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of 3 oopses in a row. And that's
All right. That's Kratom.
What the fuck is that? Those
I
are
found
huge.
those
They're
in
dumb.
Brendan's
They're-
pocket.
you know what it is,
Yeah.
honestly,
Oh yeah.
Brendan and Brian are dumb.
Right.
Right? So they're technically dumb,
Okay.
right? So
Yeah.
so what they do
What would
is
that entail if you're dumb?
so what they do is a guy,
Yeah.
some guy, just anyone, let's say, will be like, "Hey, there's a new thing."
Right.
Let's say. Ingest it,
Right.
and it's good for your health.
And so they go, nah, never mind, man. Who cares? See you later.
No, see, no, exactly.
Well, that's
that's
what
what
I'm
I
just.
would-
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? That's what I would think.
Let's do a little improv. I'll be the guy. You be you.
Okay, I'll be me.
Okay. So this
sure.
is what normally. Okay.
Hey, man, who are you, sir? Sorry.
I'm just some guy. But
Oh,
check
okay.
it out. There's a new thing, and it's out, and you should ingest it.
Oh, no, thanks. Go fuck yourself.
Okay.
All right, yeah, right.
So that's how it goes when.
Right, now I'll do Brian, okay?
Okay.
Or Brendan.
Okay.
So now you
All
do the
right,
guy.
so this will be the.
Yeah.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
just
how you doing?
I'm good, man. How
Oh,
are you
cool.
doing?
Now
Yeah.
you're just, do I know you?
No, I'm a
You're
guy.
just some guy.
I am some guy.
Yeah, because I don't think I've ever seen you before.
No, you wouldn't have. I'm just
Okay.
some guy. So
All right.
there's a new thing. You should get it, and you should ingest it.
Give me all of it.
Okay. Can you talk about it on your podcast?
100%. And I hope it makes you do well
Yeah.
and makes you money.
Yeah.
And I will be your test subject.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a gross.
And now,
I appreciate
cut
that.
to 4 months later, I have psoriasis.
No,
So
that's
these are what gave you psoriasis.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
So when the guy says, "Hey, have that and wash it down with that,"
Yeah.
you get psoriasis.
That's an oversimplification.
Is it though?
Like Nashville chicken hot sandwiches, Chris. Hey, don't
Never had
be
one.
that.
Yeah, and I'm not ashamed of it, dude. When I say stuff, I'm not insecure about it. I've never had a fucking Nashville hot sandwich.
My hair's getting just as long as yours, you joke.
Oh, dude, don't make it go over the side like that.
I'm little
Because of the reason how bad it looks.
Oh, you don't like emo fake boy?
That looks horrid. Put it back or put the hat on.
Nope.
Dude, hat? You do look like Lil Nicky.
Yep.
Holy
Or I
fucking
look like
shit.
Avril Lavigne.
Wait, look that way. Let me see how it looks out. Wow, dude. Avril Lavigne security.
You arch your back like a Chiquita banana. Hey!
How about
just
that,
hit me?
man?
You just hit me?
Yeah. I fucking disrespected
I'm gonna
you.
let that one go.
On your own pie.
I'm gonna let that one go. Now, I'm gonna let that. You came up real close to my face. I'm gonna let that go, and I'm gonna
You
describe
still
how you're
talking,
running.
bro?
You had your wrist pinned.
Fuck off. Smacked you.
Do it one more fucking time.
And then what?
I'm coming at you. You run with your body, and you have your wrist. Dude,
Try.
fuck! I
Try.
can't-
Yeah, you can't get by. I told you I'm spindly. I'm spindly, dude.
How are you?
So spindly. I know, you can't.
Ah! Fuck! Stop it!
Reach, bro.
My new shirt.
Your new shirt? Your Cassius Clay new shirt? Your fucking fighter?
That's so disrespectful that you smacked my face a bunch of times. I could literally sue you for assault.
Well, would make a fucking
But why does it make your neck look thicker?
Just from training years. Of
Training what, dolphins?
I got you. That's a fucking burn, dude.
It's not.
That's the
a burn.
hardest burn
It's a
you have
stupid
ever
burn.
heard.
It's a stupid burn.
I fucking burn you,
No, you
dude.
didn't burn me.
Yeah, dude.
Clap for yourself.
I do. I clap for myself, dude.
Swear to God, I woke up the other day. I didn't realize this. There's a Starbucks in my guest room. There's a Starbucks.
How did
in
you
my
not
guest
know?
room.
Wait a minute. How
I
did
don't
you
really
not know?
go
that?
in.
Dude,
don't
wait a
go
minute.
in.
So they started like someone paid the franchise fee and had.
You know what? I guess so. This was yesterday. I'm still
There's
figuring it out.
employees and shit.
There's 3 employees.
3 people
Yeah,
working
it's
in there.
fucking crazy. They got
Other
green-
customers?
Now, do you allow
Nope.
anybody into the Starbucks, or is there a?
They. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can let anybody in. Mostly, I would say it's mostly white people, and then.
Okay, dude. That's,
Wow, man.
I have nothing to do with it.
Well, why is it
So
just?
weird.
Why is it?
No,
why
I have
would you
nothing to do
say
with it. It's
that?
not just white people. It's just mostly whites.
And who else?
That's about it.
Okay, see, he said mostly.
Yeah.
So that's
weird
like
thing
it's a,
we got
is
going
it, is it, no, I'm not trying to. Is it? Are you saying that you have
I'm not.
a
Yeah.
whites-only Starbucks in your home? I don't care. I'm not judging you.
No, I know, and again, it has nothing to do with me. It's
Well, but it is in your home. It's in your home.
Chris,
No,
it's
but
in your house. You've been saying that for the past 5 minutes.
And I didn't know. Dude.
Yeah.
Now we got to talk about. You're talking about a guy who's got a. I mean, I've got a big house, right?
Don't
know,
curl
I
your
know,
lip.
I
Every
know.
time he talks about the size of his house, he starts
I
curling
know,
his
I
mouth.
know. But you have a racist coffee
No,
shop.
no.
Well, what?
I don't have any
but,
coffee
okay,
shop.
but you do admit that they
There is a Starbucks in my home.
That's a coffee shop.
I found out about that yesterday.
about what that that white people only are there by coincidence, or is there a barrier to entry to people who have more melanin in their skin?
So I popped in about 5 or 6 times yesterday because I still, every time I was like, wait a minute, really? And I would walk in and I'd be like,
This is your home.
yeah,
Okay.
my home.
Yeah.
And every time I walk in, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it was pretty much white people.
Okay.
And
he has a
it was
white-owned.
only that.
Okay. So
whites
is there
only.
a sign or anything?
So
that
it's
says-
Starbucks. So they do have signs. Yeah,
Yes,
they have
no,
a bunch
but
of
that's
signs.
not what I-
But they have that sign that says Starbucks, and then they have a sign that says things on this premises may cause cancer and birth defects or whatever that fucking sign
okay,
is.
yeah,
They have to have that.
They have to have that one.
yeah.
And then we can we have the right to refuse service to anyone,
That's
and then
normal.
a bunch of
Yeah,
you
but
know.
that's not.
And then
like
what
that.
else?
So
Is
it
there
could be a
anything? Is there anything?
There was small wording under that.
Which one? Do you remember what that said? Try to
Under the
remember that.
we reserve a right to refuse service to anyone, and then a bunch of stuff under that was in parentheses.
Did it say of color?
No, it said something like, because when I got closer to the sign,
Yeah,
because
no,
it was
and
small, right?
Yeah.
But they were like, it said no black.
Oh boy, Chris.
Chris, that's a super.
You have a whites only.
Asians,
And
and then it said or other. So I don't know what that is,
That's
but
everyone.
yeah.
That- dude,
to
that's
change that
everyone.
sign.
You can't have this.
You have to change that sign. That's an
But again,
extreme.
I have nothing to.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Hello. Oh, we might be okay. We can pop that little side cooldowns we never use. Oh my gosh, my gosh, my gosh, my gosh. Please tell me his mammoth doesn't just come and kick our butts. We did it! I guess we just had to kill the mammoth a little bit, and then he kicked his dude off, and then we were fine. That was definitely the hardest part. You did it! That was the most exciting fight yet. What are you gonna do with your winnings? Me? I'm going to Dalaran, blowing it all in the underbelly. A lot of hot action going on down there.
Stay away from the
Amphitheater of Anguish. Achievement earned. Of Blood and Anguish. Complete the Ring of Blood quest in Nagrand and the Amphitheater of Anguish quests in Zaldrak. Amazing. Okay, I'm so glad we actually were able to finish that. Let's go find our little witch doctor friend, Khufu. I say friend, we haven't met them before as far as I'm aware, but it will be a friend. Innkeeper. Okay, let's change her. Huh?
Talk to me. You be careful, man.
2 achievements to go and we're done in Zaldrak, and we have 2 zones to go. Absolutely wild. Greetings to you, Death Knight. I'm glad to hear that Bungo found someone that he could trust. Welcome to Zin Torga. I've been trying to commune with the gods. However, the medicine men at the pools of Jin Alay are performing rituals that are interfering with my attempts. It is imperative that we break through their obstruction. If you were to head southwest into the pools area, I'm certain that you would come across the cauldrons they are using for their magic. Disturb each of the cauldrons to bring down their ritual that is blocking me. Hexa Umbungo probably told you about making offerings to the gods of Zaldrak. Zim Abwa is not the only god that stands forgotten by the Drakari. We've taken refuge within the presence of Zim Torga, the mother of prosperity. As with Zim Abwa, you were to give offerings of the Drakari to her, she is sure to give you her blessing. Cool. Also, I think...
Word there still. Your cheeks look so squishable. They do be squishy.
So what's up everybody, welcome to the stream. You can probably hear it from my deeper than average voice, but I'm still a little bit sick. But being a little bit sick, that won't stop me from playing League of Legends and listening to Adam Levine. I had to come online for today. Help Kadril, he started his challenger climb for 20 days and he can't go past low master 100 LP. Kadril stuck in master. It's cause in low master is where all the stream snipers are. All the stream snipers they just hang out in low master. The second you reach high master / GM, you stop getting stream sniped. I think Emax on Ambessa is weak now. Speaking about Ambessa, let's play some. I could also go Grey Kane versus that team. It's time. You going blue or red Kane? Neither. Going Grey Kane. Oh, I need to be perma-banned. So you just kinda have to fuck him up a little bit, level 1. You see how fast you clear the wave? And then you just E through. And then you're like here. So it's very easy to force a proxy on Kayn. You don't have to do it with Rambus where you do it level 1. You don't gotta do that. Actually stopped you early game, it's like a ribbon or something. Oh no! Bye bye! Hey! He goes! He can also go through walls! Bro! Okay, dude. Of course, because I proxied, this can only benefit me. I now have a full recall base on him that he is used to beat him. Why would he go for this?
She touched his hot forehead. Suddenly, their superpowers were swapped unexpectedly.
I don't have mana. Or do I?
Seeing her in danger, Johnny wanted to transform. But he became invisible. Susan on fire and floated into the sky. Mr. Fantastic in the building, she frantically begged her boyfriend for help.
Well, you know, that's not my lane, so that's also not my problem.
Before he could come up with a solution, Susan fell rapidly. Mr. Fantastic asked Johnny to touch her again. Finally, everything returned to normal. It turned out that just a moment ago, Johnny had come into contact with a mysterious Silver Surfer, which caused the molecular structure inside his body to become unstable. The thing touched Johnny. He became the second-generation Human Torch, and Johnny turned into a stone man. Dr. Doom found a Silver Surfer and wanted to team up with him to rule the world. But he was taught a lesson by the Surfer. Undeterred, he found Mr. Fantastic. The two smartest men in the world teamed up. They soon found the Silver Surfer's weakness and captured him. However, Dr. Doom took advantage of their inattention and got the Surfer stable, and gained terrible powers. She touched his hot forehead. Suddenly, their
maybe, you know. Here we go.
Wasn't built to do. We're using it as the wrong tool. There are very few things that the federal government currently does that the federal government is itself uniquely equipped and constitutionally authorized to do. That's what we've got to get back to. And that's why this is going to be a painful, radical, transformational change in many circumstances. But it's going to be a huge relief to the American people. Once we get through the initial shock, and once we get through this stage where the media is telling us the sky is going to fall, dogs and cats living together in the streets, apocalyptic stuff, once they realize that's not true, they're going to feel this huge burden lifted. That's what we want. We want a better future for America. We can't get to
Absolutely.
Returning to our founding document.
Exactly. Couldn't agree with you more. And I'm actually pretty optimistic that we're going to make it happen. I think it's going to happen. So the progress is good so far, and if it keeps accelerating, then I think it's going to be awesome. Like the cost of excess regulation on economic growth and prosperity is like really underestimated. Like if you basically don't even allow people to do things, like make it illegal, you can't. The builders can't build. I mean, America is a nation of builders, and we need to give the builders permission to build, and that's really what deregulation is all about. Just letting people do things.
Deregulation and meritocracy go hand in hand. Actually, they're two sides of the same coin. And you want to actually measure Doge's success is not just the deficit reduction. I don't think that's the sole metric, although it's a really important one. And bringing down the national debt and the interest payment costs as a consequence, that's really important. But actually, a lot of these benefits of delivering economic growth won't be measured in this year's deficit reduction, but will be measured in long-run GDP growth, long-run economic growth, long-run prosperity of the country.
Yeah.
And I think that's equally important.
I'm optimistic that we'll see a material impact in FY26, which starts in October. A lot of the stuff, I think we'll make significant gains in FY25, government financial year 25, which ends in September. But I think the sort of metric we're tracking, startup style or just and we're going to be posting more and more detail on the Doge website and Doge handle on X, is just so people can see in detail. This is where we're seeing the delta in spending between current spending and the government financial year 25, or 26, which starts in October. And that number is really, we think it's at this point over $1 billion, maybe $2 billion, maybe approaching $3 billion. And I think we can. I think we can take $1 trillion out of the deficit next year. Obviously, this is going to require strong support from the president, but thus far, we certainly have that, and also support of the Congress, and support, and also hopefully support from the judiciary as well. But it's basically the goal in a nutshell is pretty straightforward. Is we have a $2 trillion deficit, which is far in excess of economic growth. If we can get that deficit in half, from $2 trillion to $1 trillion, and we can get the economic growth to match that $1 trillion growth in the money supply, that means there will be no inflation, and also that interest rates will drop, credit card interest down, mortgage interest down, car payment interest down, and prices at the store stay the same. That is a great outcome for people, and I think we can. I think we can do it.
I think people say it's unrealistic. People say it's unrealistic. It's the funniest part about this is just the hard number here. And the four of us here know the answer, but for people who are listening, it might be eye-opening. Where, like, how much money did the federal government actually spend last year? Not the mumbo jumbo, not discretionary this and not just like how much did the federal government spend last year? It was about $7 trillion. It was just under $7 trillion. How much did we spend in this like ancient time period known as 2019? Okay.
Right, not that long ago.
Like this year called 2019. Not that long ago. We all kind of remember 2019. It was $4.5 trillion. It was less than 4.5. 4.45. Less than about $4.5 trillion. That's $2.5 trillion right there. Yes. So if you just go back to 2019, that's $2.5 trillion. Exactly. Which is insane, actually, that they think that's impossible. As 2019 was not that long ago. And
nobody thought that there was an apocalyptic hellscape underway in 2019.
Yeah, 2019 was pretty cool, actually. I like 2019.
2019 was not some nightmarish hellscape. Exactly. In fact, we got along things were just fine in 2019.
Mike can vouch for this too, though. What we saw with COVID, as we were pushing all those dollars out the door, they started a lot of programs with those dollars, and people just continue to expect those dollars to come, even though we're way beyond COVID.
Yes.
Way beyond COVID.
So often people will say, you can't reduce deficit that much because what about all the entitlement spending? There's the sort of guaranteed spending. But here's the thing, and especially during COVID, as you alluded to, there was actually a massive growth, a massive increase in the amount of fraud and waste in entitlements, with like fake people like collecting Social Security, like bogus payments to Medicare. The level of fraud is actually staggering, and it just cutting back on that. And by the way, it's not just even U.S. fraud rings. I don't know if people realize this, but the estimates I've seen are between $100 and $200 billion in foreign fraud rings. There are professional foreign fraud rings operating that are taking somewhere between $100 and $200 billion a year of U.S. taxpayer money out of the country. A lot of people realize that. And so the fraud in that case isn't even going to American fraudsters. It's going somewhere in other countries.
Elon, I sent that example to you the other day. Sat down with a friend of yours, works in ID technology.
Yeah.
And he showed me that video of a deep fake where it was a Chinese scammer trying to receive U.S. federal government benefits. It's outrageous. But so much of that money that Chinese scammers are taking out of the pockets of our taxpayers.
Yes, and I mean, there's American entitlements are being defrauded by people not even in the U.S. and from many other countries because the fraud controls are so weak on the entitlements programs. The due diligence is so bad that it's actually possible to operate hundreds, if not thousands, of fake people and get entitlements sent to you that you then take the money out of the country, out of the United States. This is happening as we speak. It's utterly insane. So this is why I'm actually quite optimistic that $1 trillion can be saved just by addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. While it's a lot of work, I don't think this is some insurmountable task. I am confident it can be done, and we'll do everything in our power to make it happen. And I think that'll be, if we succeed, and I'd like to ask for the support of the American people, because we're going to get a lot of opposition. Let me tell you, what I remember most from, one of the things I remember from the PayPal days was that who complains the loudest is the fraudsters. Okay, so when somebody was trying to commit fraud to PayPal, where we would see the most amount of righteous indignation, like it would be like immediate over-the-top righteous indignation, was from the fraudsters, not from honest people. Because honest people are like, oh, I think there's something wrong with my account. I wonder what's wrong. Let me inquire. But the fraudsters will come at you immediately. It's like a tell that someone's actually doing fraud, because the level of faux outrage is way over the top. So we're going to get a lot of that. A lot of people claiming with fake outrage, claiming that they're a single mother with kids just trying to feed them. Meanwhile, it's like some dude operating a fraud ring out of another country, actually. That's what the kind of thing we'll see. So really, I would like to ask for the support of the American people in pursuit of this goal, and bearing in mind that we're going to see some pretty outrageous stuff from the fraudsters as we crack down on fraud. They're going to be the loudest complainers. To anyone in America listening to this, your support in pursuit of this goal is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Elon and Vivek. I think we've got a ways to go, but I'm glad it's rolling along. And this has just been the most aggressive effort, really, to downsize or right-size our government since probably at least the Reagan Revolution. So just excited to be part of it and have the support of the American people as we move through and make them squeal in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Thanks to DJT. Thank you, Elon. And you keep kicking ass. And when in doubt, send it to the States.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll take care of it there. Exactly.
All right.
So.
Cool. Thank you, Senator Lee, and perhaps one day Senator Ramaswamy, Governor Ramaswamy at some point.
Yeah, that's the direction we're headed.
And everyone who tuned in. And once again, I'm asking for your support for Noble Goal. And please help in any way you can. Sometimes it's like the small things that happen on the side that There's this sort of small, thankless tasks that actually will result. The Doge is going to win. Doge will win if millions of people support it in ways that I wouldn't even know how they supported it, but just that you did. And to the unknown soldier.
Yeah, definitely. And hey, Elon, before we all break out of here, I do want to acknowledge I've founded the Senate Doge Caucus on my side of the rotunda. We've got some great co-chairs over in the House as well, with Pete Sessions and Aaron Bean and Blake Moore. They have got now, I think, over 100 members of Congress that have joined the Doge Caucus, and we've got 18 and climbing in the United States Senate as well. You and the president and Vivek have all really gotten everybody to come together, and I'm just really grateful that we have an outlet and are able to do this. Thank you all so much.
That sounds good, and we'll be doing this every week, so I look forward to having members from the House and other contributors and try to keep the people informed and of the progress, and I think it'll be very interesting to follow along. So thanks everyone.
Thanks so much, Elon.
Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Whoa, this is wrong way.
His leadership, expertise, and vision make him uniquely qualified to guide the FBI through this pivotal moment. For these reasons, we stand in full support of Kash Patel's nomination. Any objection? So ordered. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Patel, while we're talking about your awards, let's talk about the cowards in uniform comment for a moment, can we?
Please.
Would you like to tell us what that was? Put it in context, help the committee understand what that was about.
I think it's important. Thank you, Senator. During that time on January 6th, I was serving as Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense. And days prior, we had received the authorization from the President to issue the National Guard to protect you and your colleagues. But as you know, the law requires a request before the deployment of that guard. That request did not come in until the afternoon of January 6th. Once that request came in, this, unfortunately, as has been confirmed by his own testimony, I believe, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, failed to immediately deploy the National Guard and instead took a break to speak to media and make personal phone calls. That endangered the safety of you and your colleagues. And if you look at the Biden Inspector General report, we at the Department of Defense authorized the fastest cold start of the National Guard since World War II and the largest occupation since the American Civil War. And the Biden Justice Department said that we, including myself, as Chief of Staff, when it came to the deployment and employment of the National Guard, acted swiftly and without undue delay.
So that's what you were talking about. And that's why you had the reference to the UCMJ. Tell us what that means.
The Uniform Code of Military Justice is for uniform officers who betray the code of justice and also act inappropriately. And I thought any delay to have the National Guard arrive on scene here must be called out, whether it was a fellow Republican or not, especially someone under my auspices running the Department of Defense.
Okay, so moments ago when Senator Durbin displayed a chart with that quote, there was a reference in part of it to the UCMJ. That's what it was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Those were the cowards in uniform. Those people who didn't do what they were supposed to do, and a lot of people were put in danger as a result.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's very good to know. I do find it significant that we've heard all kinds of aspersions cast in your direction by people who do not know you, by people who do not share your worldview, by people who do not share your commitment to the Constitution or your commitment to public service. I find it astounding that they're willing to say this amidst such great ignorance, and I find it equally heartening that the 56 former FBI officials who know you best, who have worked with you, who actually know who you are, who actually share your view of the Constitution, of the view that you ought to be a law enforcement agency and not a weapon of political warfare. These are the people who stand by you. Those who cast aspersions don't share those views. Would I be correct in surmising that?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the Fourth Amendment for a moment. The Fourth Amendment tells us that in order for the government to breach your expectation of privacy relative to your person, your home, your papers, they want to search that. If they want to seize you, they've got to get a warrant. And that warrant has to describe with particularity the persons or places to be searched or to be seized and to connect them up with a showing of probable cause. Now, in the case of FISA 702, we're dealing with a somewhat different universe. Now, moments ago, we heard some discussion about FISA 702, about suddenly we've got a different FISA 702 than what we had when President Trump was last in office. Is that true? Because by my count, FISA 702 has not changed substantively since President Trump was in office last.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was also some back and forth discussion about FISA 702 and the use of it and the fact that in real time, it might not work to get a warrant. This, in my view, misses the point. The concern that the American people have with FISA 702 is not about the real-time collection of communications regarding foreign targets. The concern is that once those communications are stored, you have within them what are referred to as incidentally collected communications of Americans. Text messages, emails, recorded phone calls, and so forth. If they want to go in and search for someone, let's say you, if someone wants to go into one of those databases after they've been collected, let's see if you're unwittingly communicating with somebody who, unbeknownst to you, happens to be an agent of a foreign power or otherwise under surveillance under FISA 702. If they wanted to search for you, they wanted to enter your name, your phone number, your email address, or some other personal electronic identifier, would they have to get a warrant to do that under current law?
Under current law, I believe so, Senator.
Under current law, they routinely access that without getting a warrant. In order to access it, they've got their own internal procedures. They're not supposed to use this for light or transient reasons. They're supposed to have a perfectly good reason, and yet we found that on hundreds of thousands of occasions, they have accessed the private communications of Americans, searching for those individual Americans by name, by number, by email address, whatever it is, without a warrant or anything tantamount to it. On occasion, they've even been used for overtly nefarious reasons. One agent deciding to look in on his father because he suspected his father might be having an extramarital affair. On another occasion, an agent looked at people who were thinking about renting an apartment from him to make sure they were upstanding citizens and could be trusted. Are these appropriate uses of FISA 702?
As you alluded to, the FISA court, it's not me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears, because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time. You were the very first FBI director or FBI director nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside. We would never breach the trust of the American people. Do you know what? They were lying. I was willing to believe that they thought they were telling the truth, but they were mistaken. But they were lying. Time has told us that they were lying. You will not lie, and that's why I wholeheartedly support you. In the closing seconds that I have, I want to add my dismay and my disgust for the fact that you've been smeared, you've been attacked. You've been associated with racism, with being a Nazi. You are none of those things, sir. Just as your father lived as a racial minority in Uganda, you've been raised as a racial minority in this country, and you've been nothing but a patriot. Your commitment to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to the American people is remarkable. And I'm honored to know you, to call you my friend, and to give you my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I would call up Amendment SIL 23885, SIL 23885. This amendment would simply condemn the racist things that have been said about Justice Clarence Thomas.
Anyone seek recognition on this amendment? Senator Kennedy, is it safe to say that you condemn all racist comments and attacks on all justices? You would not include the other African American justices in the court? If the senator would agree to put that into the amendment, I think we could accept it. You happy to change it, you say?
So to be clear, Senator, when you're talking about simply saying that we condemn racism against any justice, but
That's all?
he will only put one justice in?
That's right.
I don't understand the reluctance to accept the fact that Justice Clarence Thomas, who happens to be a black man, has been the butt of a lot of racist statements. And I don't understand the reluctance to condemn those. And that's what my amendment does. I don't want to water it down. I don't want to bubble wrap it. I don't want to sugarcoat it. I want it to say, big as Dallas, the United States Senate condemns all these racist things that have been said about Justice Clarence Thomas. Now, if somebody wants to offer another amendment to condemn every racist thing that has ever been said in the history of ever, I will vote for it. But this one is about Clarence Thomas. And I'll support going through justice by justice, all of whom have anybody who's ever served on the Supreme Court. But this one, and I think we all ought to go on record, is about Clarence Thomas.
Will Senator Kennedy yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm reading your amendment, which I think is very well drafted. One of the things you cite is on July 13th, just a few days ago, 2023, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison disgustingly likened Justice Thomas to a house slave from the film Django Unchained. Are there any of the other 9 justices who have been subject to such racist attack in the last few days from a sitting Democrat in the state of Minnesota who has anyone else been subject to those kind of attacks as frequently, as brazenly, and as unapologetically?
No, sir, and it would be unconscionable for this committee not to condemn that kind of rhetoric for Clarence Thomas.
Chairman, despite Senator Graham's view of the breadth of this bill and the debate, I consider this to be not relevant to the matter at hand. And further, it specifically requests the Biden administration to inject itself politically into a law enforcement decision that the Biden administration, I think quite properly, has avoided getting involved with. So I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Any further discussion on this amendment? If not,
Are you going to offer a second degree then on the?
I have some discussion.
Senator Kennedy, your amendment.
How can you not condemn a statement calling Justice Clarence Thomas a house slave? Come on, folks. That's all this amendment does. I mean, does anybody here support that kind of rhetoric? I don't. I don't think you do. And this kind of rhetoric hasn't been directed toward John Roberts. It hasn't been directed toward Neil Gorsuch. It's been directed toward Clarence Thomas. And it's un-American, it's unconscionable, and I can't believe we wouldn't condemn it. I don't care how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pen. Don't try to pretend that this is some sort of a technical mistake in this amendment. It's not complicated. You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to figure it out. It says all of this stuff about Clarence Thomas, calling him a house slave, and other racist, disgusting statements we condemn. Now, you either condemn it or you don't. And that's all this amendment does.
If I may respond, I, for one, do condemn that sort of rhetoric, but the senator's amendment does more than that. It calls upon the Biden administration to enforce Section 1507 of Title 18 United States Code to protect Supreme Court justices, including Justice Thomas, in light of flagrant violations of the law designed to intimidate justices. We've spent a lot of time in this committee trying to make sure that the White House and the political side of the executive branch is kept out of internal Department of Justice law enforcement decisions. And in the light of that, I again ask my colleagues to vote no unless there's a second-degree amendment that clears that problem.
Mr. Chairman?
I respect my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, and he's better at me counting the number of lawyers that can dance on the head of a pin. But this is a real simple amendment. If you support the racist things that have been said about Clarence Thomas, then vote against this amendment. If you think the things that have been said about Clarence Thomas are racist to the marrow, and you condemn them, then vote for this amendment.
Someone else seek recognition. Senator Lee.
I support this amendment wholeheartedly, and I find it difficult to understand, number one, how someone could oppose an amendment whose sole purpose is to condemn racist slurs used repeatedly, publicly, and viciously against one Supreme Court justice. Now, yes, other things have been said about other justices. That's true. Other things have been said about other justices on both sides of the aisle. Justice Thomas is unique on the court in that, to my knowledge, he's the only current member of the court who's been attacked racially, even in supposedly polite society. Attacked by television news personalities using those same racist terms. So I find it difficult to understand why anyone would object to sending that message. Now, as to the second objection, I also find it very difficult to understand why someone would oppose this. We've already established nothing objectionable about wanting to weigh in and say those things shouldn't happen, they should be retracted, and they should never occur again. But now we hear an objection based on the additional fact that this amendment calls on the Biden administration to enforce 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. These same verbal attacks invariably culminate in, lead to, and encourage and foment through groups like Jane's Revenge the kinds of activities outside of justices' homes that leave them in a physically vulnerable position, with their personal safety and security being threatened and violated. There's nothing about this that says exactly what enforcement action has to take place at exactly what location, in what moment. There's nothing in this that doesn't take away a degree of discretion on the part of law enforcement officers. But the truth is, this is not being enforced at the homes of the justices. It isn't, and we know that it's not. We know that decision is deliberate because of the leaked internal memoranda obtained by our colleague, Senator Katie Britt from Alabama, who received them, I believe, from a whistleblower. So we know that they're being instructed not to enforce this at the homes of the justices. I find it almost impossible to understand how someone would object to this amendment, either on that basis or any other.
Senator Cruz.
Mr. Chairman, two arguments have been proffered against Senator Kennedy's amendment. The first argument is, well, gosh, maybe there have been racist things said against other justices. I will point out objectively the venom and bigotry directed at Clarence Thomas is qualitatively different from any of the other 8 justices. This resolution gives multiple instances of elected Democrats currently in office launching racial epithets with complete impunity. It cites how Representative Benny Thompson of Mississippi, a Democrat member of Congress, called Justice Thomas a, quote, Uncle Tom. It cites how just a week ago, the current sitting Minnesota Attorney General, another Democrat, Keith Ellison, disgustingly likened Justice Thomas to a house slave, and a house slave from the film Django Unchained, a particularly vicious and loathsome character from that movie. If the chairman wishes to point to instances of any elected officials using racial epithets towards any of the other 8 justices, I will happily condemn them. I'm not aware of any. Might there be some lunatic on Twitter who said something? Sure, there are idiots out on Twitter. But these are not fringe characters. This is a senior Democrat in the House of Representatives who refuses to apologize. And this is the current Attorney General in the state of Minnesota. And so everyone should understand, look, I expect a party line vote on this. I expect all the Democrats to say no. But understand, everyone watching this will interpret that quite rightly to say, you agree these kinds of racial insults at Justice Thomas are perfectly acceptable. Justice Kennedy said he assumed the Democrats denounced these statements. I have to say, I haven't heard any members of this committee denounce what Keith Ellison said. I haven't heard anyone call on Keith Ellison to retract and apologize. The Democrat Attorney General in Minnesota, I haven't heard a word about that. The second argument given was the argument given by Senator Whitehouse, and he says, well, the part that is offensive of this is it calls on the Department of Justice to enforce the law. Just stop and repeat that to yourself again. So it is now the position of Democrats that it is unacceptable to ask the Department of Justice to enforce the law. It is an existing criminal statute, Section 1507, that makes it a federal crime to protest at the home of a justice with a purpose of intimidating them. This Department of Justice refuses to enforce that law. And I will say, with the argument being made by Democrats right now, it reveals the whole game. The reason the Biden Justice Department ignores federal law and won't actually prosecute the criminals who are trying to intimidate and threaten Supreme Court justices is because the Biden administration supports that criminal threatening. And the reason now that Judiciary Committee Democrats are being told, vote no on Senator Kennedy's bill, is because Senate Democrats on the Judiciary Committee support that violent threatening of justices. This bill is not about ethics. It's about a double standard applied to justices with whom Democrats disagree. It is designed to delegitimize the court. It is applying rules that are not applied to liberal justices like Stephen Breyer and Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Sonia Sotomayor, who have committed conduct virtually identical to that of Justice Thomas and others. But the Democrats on this committee are mad at the Supreme Court because it's issued decisions faithful to the Constitution that are inconvenient for the political agenda of Democrats. Look, we're defined by the votes we make here. If every Democrat happily votes no, understand you're telling your constituents you think it's perfectly fine to call a Supreme Court justice a house slave, and you can't muster up the courage to say that's beyond the line.
Senator Cruz, would you yield to a question?
Happily.
Would you read one more time for the record that statement about Justice Thomas and who made it?
On July 13th, 2023, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, the currently sitting Attorney General, offensively likened Justice Thomas to a house slave from the film Django Unchained. And by the way, there's a long pattern of that. On April 27, 2014, Democrat Representative Benny Thompson of Mississippi, again another sitting Democrat member of Congress, used racially charged language to characterize Justice Thomas, including calling him an Uncle Tom. I'll point out also recently, on February 14, 2023, Georgia State Senator Emanuel Jones used similar racially charged language to characterize Justice Thomas, including by calling him an Uncle Tom figure. The choice Democrats have to make: do you think it's all right to call a justice who dares disagree with you an Uncle Tom? I think it's bigoted. But perhaps Democrats hold themselves to a different standard.
Let me respond. We condemn racist attacks of any kind from any source, elected or unelected. We have had current members of the United States Senate who've had to apologize publicly for the statements they have made involving the issue of race. We should not compromise on that integrity of that principle, regardless of whether the victim is a Democrat or a Republican, a Supreme Court justice or not. So I'm going to propose an amendment to this Kennedy amendment, which I think will encapsulate our position on this side. And if you want to go to page 3 of the amendment and follow along, it's pretty simple. On page 3, line 13, to insert after the word against, any current or former Supreme Court justice, including, and then it preserves the rest of the language you have in that line, Senator Kennedy, and to strike on page 4, paragraph 5 in its entirety. I would offer that as an amendment in an effort to bring this to a bipartisan conclusion, and it is now the pending amendment before the committee. Any comment, question?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, so
go ahead, Senator
as
Cornyn.
the second degree amendment, you would strike the name of Clarence Thomas?
No. Include every word on pages 1 through 3 of the amendment. I've just inserted additional language to say any current or former Supreme Court justice, including. So there's no other change.
Would the chairman consider making those amendments separately? Because the First Amendment you suggested, I'd be willing to vote in favor of. The Second Amendment, striking the paragraph calling on the Department of Justice to actually enforce current and existing federal criminal law, I could not vote for. But if you broke them up separately, I'd be happy to vote for the first one.
I have no objection to that. I think that's a reasonable request procedurally. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, then the first, second degree amendment will be as follows. On page 3, line 13, to insert after the word against, quote, any current or former Supreme Court justice, including, go on to the rest of the amendment.
Will the chairman yield for
happy to yield, Senator Kennedy.
Does it mention Justice Thomas by name?
Your amendment does completely.
Yep, but does your amendment, does it take out the reference specifically to Justice Thomas?
It says including Justice Thomas.
Okay, that answers my
including
question.
those likening him. So
Thank you.
I don't delete any words from your original amendment related to Justice Thomas. Can we do this by voice vote? It sounds like the First Amendment may be agreeable. Yes or no? Senator Kennedy? Okay. All those in favor of the Durbin second degree amendment as described to the committee, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. So the second degree amendment, the amendment is agreed to. The amendment's agreed to. The second degree amendment strikes on page 4 all of section 5. I know that is not one that we're going to get bipartisan agreement on, so I suggest the clerk call the roll. We have 2 or 3 nominations. Charnel B.L. Kindred, nominated to the Eastern District of Washington. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on her nomination? Senator Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to welcome our colleague, Senator Feinstein, back to this committee. But I will say what's going to happen next, I think, is going to be quite unfortunate for the American people. Because what we're about to see this committee do is vote on several nominees who are so extreme, who are so unqualified, that they could not have a prayer of getting even a single Republican vote on this committee. And as everyone knows, Senator Graham votes for most of Biden's nominees. It is unusual that Senator Graham does not give a Republican vote to a Biden nominee. But there's a small subset of these nominees that are so beyond the pale that they have no prayer of getting a Republican nominee. And frankly, if my Democrat colleagues valued the responsibility of the Senate's advise and consent, my Democrat colleagues would tell the White House these nominees are unacceptable. This first nominee, Charnel Beckelgren, is so amazingly unqualified. She may well have the title for the least qualified nominee I've seen in 11 years serving on this committee. When Senator Kennedy asked her what Article 5 of the Constitution was, she had no idea. When Senator Kennedy asked her what Article 2 of the Constitution was, she said, I don't know. Mind you, Article 2 is the provision of the Constitution that creates the president and the executive branch of the government. Any first-year law student that didn't know what Article 2 of the Constitution was would flunk con law. This is not some obscure question about some Latin phrase no one should know. This is literally the basic architecture of our Constitution. By the way, Joe Biden has nominated her to be an Article 3 judge. Article 3 is right after Article 2. It creates the federal judiciary. I assume she doesn't know what that is either. I would note that the chairman, in defending her, suggested, well, gosh, there may be some members of our committee that don't know what Article 2 is. I feel confident that's not true, but if there is on either side of the aisle, you should stand up and resign the committee right now. To give you a sense of how unqualified this nominee is, she listed in her judiciary questionnaire her top 10 litigated cases. And I just want you to pause and read this for a second. Her top 10, she did a driver's license revocation. She did a second driver's license revocation. She did an unemployment benefits appeal. She did another unemployment benefits case. She did another unemployment benefit case. And her sixth case was an unemployment benefits case where on the opposing side was a pro se litigant. In other words, this poor fella didn't have a lawyer. And you know what? The pro se litigant beat her. She lost to a pro se litigant. What's her seventh most consequential case? I'm sorry, there isn't one. There's not an eighth, there's not a ninth, there's not a 10th. She's argued over a couple of driver's licenses, and the Biden White House says you should be a federal judge, an Article 3 judge, not that you have any idea what in the hell that is. In this administration, if you are a left-wing radical, it doesn't matter if you're competent. In Washington State, is there not a single competent lawyer who is competent to be a judge? And by the way, for all the Democrats, since Joe Biden has become president, every one of you has rubber-stamped every single nominee. Is there not a one of you that is willing to say enough is enough? When Donald Trump was president on the Republican side, we confirmed some fantastic judges, but there were several we sent back that we said, no, you missed it on this one. There's not even one Democrat willing to say enough is enough. And by the way, she's not the only one. Another one being considered, a nominee, Cato Cruz. Thankfully not spelled C-R-U-Z, spelled C-R-E-W-S. When asked about Brady versus Maryland, one of the foundational criminal law classes, again, first-year criminal law, you learn about Brady. She said, I'm sorry, I don't know what Brady is. That'll be a problem if she's ever presiding over a criminal case. There are a number of members of this committee who have tried criminal cases. Do you know what Brady is? Of course you do. Because if you're remotely competent, you know what it is, not this judge. Look, sadly, the standard for nominees now seems to be licensed attorneys in Washington. Have you ever handled a criminal case? You ever tried a jury trial? Have you ever stepped foot in federal court? Well, then please contact Senate Democrats, because you too can be a federal judge. I want to end with one more nominee that we're getting ready to ram through on party line votes. That is Judge Marion Gaston, nominated for a seat in San Diego. Judge Gaston, look, we've seen some radicals. We had a nominee earlier that this committee rubber stamped who said he woke up every morning motivated by his hatred for conservatives. Senate Democrat says, sounds like a judge to me. But let's see just how moonbat crazy we're willing to put on the bench. Here's a quote from Judge Gaston. Children are not safer because registered sex offenders are prohibited from residing near schools, parks, daycare centers, and other places where children tend to gather. And in fact, Judge Gaston continued, let's go to the next one. Judge Gaston continued, the conclusions and recommendations are that, difficult as it might be, so at least Judge Gaston recognizes this is pretty wingnut, the conclusion, laws that regulate where sex offenders may not live should be repealed or substantially modified in the interest of public safety. So I want you to understand the Joe Biden White House is saying a radical who wants sex offenders, who wants pedophiles to be able to live next door to daycares. That's who should be a federal judge. Look, some of y'all here represent blue states. Many of y'all represent blue states. I guarantee you in any one of your states. You go to Vermont, ask the people of Vermont, hey, what do you think about having a pedophile live next door to an elementary school, to a kindergarten, to a daycare? They'd look at you and say, are you out of your mind? That's who the Biden White House has given you. Now, I genuinely don't understand why Senate Democrats on this committee don't have enough respect for the constitutional role of the Senate to exercise some check and balance on the White House. I don't think they'll make you hand in your card-carrying Democrat cards to say, gosh darn it, we ought to have a judge who knows what the heck he's doing. John Kennedy has left bloody carcasses in this hearing from Trump nominees who didn't have sufficient experience to do the job. I ask my colleagues, if you vote for these nominees, you're going to have to defend them to your constituents. You're going to have to explain why a lawyer who handled a couple of driver's license revocations and doesn't know what Article 2 of the Constitution is should be a federal judge in charge of your life, your rights, and the law. And you're going to have to explain why you think it's a great idea that sex offenders and pedophiles should live next door to daycare centers. I think that's nuts. And I think most of our constituents do too.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I too have concerns with this nomination. I've spoken more than on a few occasions about various nominees, people nominated to the courts by President Biden. And in some instances, I've raised concerns in particular about their qualifications. We've had some who have either refused to answer, but more commonly proven unable to answer really basic questions about elementary principles of civil procedure, the Sixth Amendment, the rules of evidence, and even the Constitution. It's concerning on a number of levels. Look, it's not as though there were a shortage of lawyers in America. It's not as though there were a shortage of well-qualified lawyers in America, people who have practiced before federal courts routinely through the course of their profession. Nor is it difficult to find lawyers who are well-qualified based on many years of practice before various federal courts, including in many instances the court to which they've been nominated, who are themselves ideologically compatible with this administration. legal academia in the United States leans a particular direction, and it's not toward conservatism. So it's not hard to find people who are compatible with this administration's approach to statutory construction, to jurisprudence as a whole, who are also well qualified. That's why I find some of this confusing. And of all the nominees who couldn't answer the most basic of constitutional questions, Judge Belkengren may well take the cake. Again, when asked by Senator John Kennedy, she admitted that she wasn't familiar with Article 5 of the Constitution or with Article 2 of the Constitution. If I'm not mistaken, she said something to the effect that, I haven't litigated over those things. Well, most people haven't litigated over them. They're essential to understand nonetheless. They're critical parts of the Constitution. And it's not as though the Constitution contains that many articles. It's stunning that she couldn't even comment on the subject matter of those foundational constitutional provisions. One doesn't have to have litigated on those things to know what they are, and to be expected to know what they are. Look, I wouldn't hire a law clerk who couldn't answer those basic questions. And so I certainly can't fathom supporting a federal judicial nominee for a lifetime appointment as a federal judge who can't. Now, let's stop and remember here for a minute what a federal judge is and does. It's not just that it's a lifetime appointment. It's a lifetime appointment for a job that will impact people's lives, livelihoods, freedom, whether they go to prison, whether they win or whether they lose, on a wide variety of topics. Federal judges are required to be generalists in a very real, traditional sense. They're required to have a pretty significant, deep understanding of the federal rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of criminal procedure, the federal rules of evidence, and they need to know their way around the U.S. Code, and certainly they need to be familiar with the basic elements of the U.S. Constitution. Anyone who's ever practiced before any court, especially the federal courts, as I have, has experienced what it's like to appear before a judge who is less qualified than other judges. And to describe it as a painful experience to everyone involved, especially those represented by the lawyer, is a vast, vast understatement. So we're not just being petty here in raising this concern. This will have real-world implications that can be very painful, that can be very devastating. Most people don't want their case handled, tried, adjudicated by an inexperienced judge any more than they would want to get a root canal performed by someone who doesn't know how to practice dentistry. And so this really is concerning. I know this administration can do better, and I expect this administration to do better. There is no shortage of people capable of doing this. There's no shortage of nominees who know what Article 2 and Article 5 of the Constitution are. There's no shortage of nominees, even who share the president's worldview, who haven't tried publicly to shame a 15-year-old victim of sexual abuse. There just isn't. You don't have to do this. Now, as to the suggestion, that I'm sure it's coming because it's come every time we've raised concerns in the past. Suggestion is going to be, well, you don't raise these concerns when a Republican president is in the White House. That's not true. We did. I personally voted against a number of them who weren't qualified, who had issues. I personally, on occasion, would even reach out to the White House and said, what are you doing? This doesn't work. I'd urge each of you to do the same. Just think of the litigants in your respective states and across America who will be negatively impacted by someone who not only doesn't know their way around the courtroom, but doesn't understand the law. We can do better, and I expect the White House to do so.
Anyone else seek recognition? Senator Padilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but since one of the nominees from California has been specifically pointed out, I feel an obligation to respond to the attacks, frankly. Judge Gaston is an experienced, highly qualified nominee who has already served as a judge in California since 2015. Prior to her service on the bench, she served as a deputy public defender in San Diego. Judge Gaston has presided over more than 500 trials, including hundreds that have dealt with abuse and neglect of children. And during that time, she is dedicated to the protection of abused and neglected children, and members of the legal community, including child advocates, have praised her for her work to protect particularly vulnerable children. She also spent 3 years presiding over San Diego Superior Court's Resilience is Strength and Empowerment Court, also known as the RISE Court, which serves youth survivors of commercial sex trafficking, ensuring their safety and that their educational, psychological, and physical health needs were met. As part of this work, she also instructed state officials, including law enforcement, on how to best serve and protect children in the courtroom. And I lay all this out, Mr. Chairman, because it is patently incorrect to suggest that a position paper that Judge Gaston co-authored 15 years ago argues that sex offender registries do not keep children safe. Now, I understand the paper is being twisted in bad faith to suggest that Judge Gaston was diminishing the importance of sex offender registries and other laws related to sex offenders, but that is not what it said. What the paper actually did was make several public safety arguments, which, by the way, were supported by local prosecutors as well as parole and probation groups, and grounded in research. Imagine that, grounded in research about how we can best ensure the safety of our children from sexual abuse by keeping sex offenders off the streets. And specifically, the paper that's being referred to argues that children may be less safe due to the unintended consequences of sex offender residency requirements, which push sex offenders into homelessness. Once a sex offender does no longer have a residence, it is impossible to track them and protect our children. I have entered into the record 4 support letters for Judge Gaston, and I will read from just a few of them to help further make the point. First, from a letter from presiding judge of the San Diego Superior Court, Judge Michael Smith, quote, her commitment to public safety, the protection and welfare of children, and the rule of law. He is writing in her support. Second, a letter from retired Superior Court judge and former district attorney, Bonnie Dumanis, who said that while the residency restrictions at issue in Judge Gaston's position paper were well-intentioned, all of us who care deeply about protecting victims of sexual assault came to realize there were harmful, unintended consequences of adding residency restrictions that would not protect from further offending, but would cause those required to register to go homeless and register as transient. And finally, letter from one of her former colleagues in the district attorney's office, Attorney Phyllis Chess, outlines in his letter of support that the position taken by the paper was not radical, and in fact, California law now provides for individualized residence restrictions rather than exclusion zones as the paper recommended. So I get into this level of detail, Mr. Chair, just to reiterate the point that the paper being referenced is a result of nothing other than a common sense position, advice, recommendation to state officials supported by members of law enforcement, child advocates, and judges. The letters also demonstrate just how very well regarded Judge Gaston is in the Southern California legal community and what an asset she will be on the federal bench. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to say, in response to the comments made on the Republican side about the other 2 nominees, the ABA rated Judge Bjelkengren qualified to serve on the district court. As a Washington Superior Court judge, she presided over 130 jury and bench trials As an Assistant Attorney General for the Washington Attorney General's Office, she tried more than 150 cases. Judge Cruz was rated unanimously well qualified by the American Bar Association. During his 17 years in private practice, he tried 18 cases to verdict, including 15 as sole or chief counsel. 2018, unanimously appointed by the active duty district judges to serve as a magistrate. In his time on the bench, he's already issued more than 1,700 recommendations and orders and has presided over 5 jury trials. These nominees' records as litigators and as judges are the best indicators of their abilities. Our response during the hearing does not negate, one response during the hearing does not negate a lifetime of service. Justice Amy Coney Barrett had trouble with a question. She was asked to name the 5 freedoms in the First Amendment. She could not do that. Yet she was quickly dispatched to the Supreme Court with every Republican voting in favor of her nomination. Senate Republicans clearly did not take that misstep to be an indicator of her abilities. They confirmed her to the highest court in the land. And I might note when she was up for circuit judge, she was asked to list the prominent cases in her legal background. She was given an opportunity to list 10. She listed 3. Since the 1980s, the ABA has rated a total of 22 judicial nominees not qualified to serve as federal judge since 1980. President Trump accounted for 10 of these nominees, 8 of whom were ultimately confirmed with strong support from Senate Republicans. So I just say that when it comes to nominees, trial experience, and answering questions, there's not a consistent record on the other side.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to recognize the senator from Texas again, but I ask him to please let us get to a roll call.
So I'll say 2 things briefly. Number 1, Mr. Chairman, you've just made a very powerful and effective indictment of the ABA and its role in judicial confirmations. You're right, the ABA has been wildly partisan, so they routinely find Republican nominees to be unqualified, even when they have decades of experience and very significant experience. And I got to say, if the ABA tells you that if you don't know what Article 2 of the Constitution is, and you've only tried 7 cases, mostly driver's license revocation cases, you're qualified to be a federal judge, well, then the ABA ought to get out of the business of rating judges. And I'll just ask my colleagues something. Every one of you, answer this question to yourself seriously. If you were interviewing a chief counsel, all of us have chief counsels on this committee, if you're interviewing a law clerk, and the interviewee, if you asked that interviewee, what's Article 2 of the Constitution, and that person said, damned if I know, would you hire him? You all know the answer is no. None of you would hire someone who didn't know what Article 2 was to be a law clerk on your judiciary staff, and yet you're all prepared to rubber stamp this person as an Article 3 judge. Let me say secondly, very briefly, I understand why the senator from California wants to distance himself from the record of Judge Gaston, and he suggested that her report was, I think the language he used was common sense recommendations. Well, you know, John Adams famously said facts are stubborn things, so I will point out, I have that report right here in my hand. It is called Position Paper on Sex Offender Residence Restrictions. So it's all about where can sex offenders live? Can they live next to schools? Can they live next to kindergartens? Can they live next to daycares? Yes or no? Judge Gaston helped author it, and the verbatim quotes, quote number 1, quote, children are not safer because registered sex offenders are prohibited from residing near schools, parks, daycare centers, and other places where children tend to gather. Quote number 2, the conclusions and recommendations, in other words, what they're saying in this report, are that, difficult as it might be, laws that regulate where sex offenders may not live should be repealed or substantially modified in the interest of public safety. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the entire report be entered into the record so that people can read it and see that it says exactly what I'm quoting from.
Without objection.
And I have to say to my friend from California, if saying sex offenders should be allowed to live next door to daycare centers is common sense, then that's a very different definition of common sense than most people in Texas, and I suspect most people in virtually all of our states.
So we have, I've given latitude in speaking to those who wanted to speak to these nominations, and at this point, I'm going to call for the vote. Charnel Bjelkegren nominated to the Eastern District of Washington. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Feinstein. I ask to be recorded as voting in person on the three nominees considered earlier, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker. Aye. Mr. Padilla. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Welch. Aye. Mr. Graham.
No. By proxy.
Mr. Grassley.
No. By proxy. By proxy.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Hawley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cotton.
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Tillis.
No by proxy.
Mrs. Blackburn.
No by proxy.
Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, I'd like to be recorded as a present for yes.
Physically present, voting yes.
Chair Durbin, on this vote, the ayes are 12, the nays are 10.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. 12 to 11. Nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Next is Cato Cruz, nominated to the District of Columbia. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Welch. Mr. Graham.
No by proxy.
Mr. Grassley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cruz.
No.
Mr. Hawley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cotton.
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Tillis.
No by proxy.
Mrs. Blackburn.
No by proxy.
Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, on this vote, the ayes are 11, the nays are 10.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Next is Marion Gaston, nominated to the Southern District of California. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker.
Yes.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Welch. Mr. Graham.
No by proxy.
Mr. Grassley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Hawley.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cotton.
No by proxy.
Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Tillis.
No by proxy.
Mr. Chairman, this committee is in the process of considering 29 judicial nominees in a single morning. Now, it's not uncommon when a new Congress comes in to take up nominees that didn't pass in the previous Congress. But typically, there's a reason that nominees don't pass in the previous Congress, which is they are often the most extreme and most problematic nominees. In this instance, that is emphatically the case. And many of these nominees are quite literally the most extreme judicial nominees I've seen in 10 years on the Senate. Part of the reason the Democrat majority is trying to move 29 nominees in one morning is to flood the zone with so many bad nominees that nobody can focus on how utterly unqualified these nominees are to be judges. The nominee being considered right now, Nancy Abudu, Senator Lee did a good job of walking through her extreme record. She was the deputy legal director at the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization that has a long and shameful history of labeling mainstream conservative groups as, quote, hate groups. And the SPLC's history is so egregious that it prompted a violent hate crime. In 2010, the SPLC designated the Family Research Council as a hate group, and 2 years later, a man targeted the Family Research Council using the SPLC's hate map and came in and shot and critically wounded the council's business manager and attempted to murder several council members before being heroically stopped by the building security guard. The SPLC in 2019 authored an article that accused Republicans, including 3 members of this committee, of holding, quote, open white supremacist views. Mr. Chairman, that's ridiculous. You know that's ridiculous. Political rhetoric is one thing, but when you have extreme leftists falsely claiming white supremacy, it illustrates that you are dealing with radicals and partisan zealots. Nancy Abudu isn't the only nominee that this committee is trying to move forward. This committee also has before it Nusrat Chowdhury, who is another extreme zealot. Ms. Chowdhury believes that America is through and through an evil and racist place. And she's not been shy about explaining that. She has stated that, quote, the structure of racial discrimination in America, quote, is so deep, so pernicious, that you have to, quote, use the law as a tool of social justice. Does anyone think she's going to stop, quote, using the law as a tool of social justice if she ascends to the bench? The most concerning thing Ms. Chowdhury said is she participated in a panel at my alma mater, Princeton University. The panel was entitled How Activism Informs Policy. And one of the panelists there suggested that police officers kill unarmed black men every day. Now, there's a technical term for that statement. That's called a lie. It's not even kind of sort of right. It is wildly, totally false. During her nomination hearing, she was asked about a tweet that came from that event which said that she had agreed with the statement that police officers kill unarmed black men every single day. At first, she claimed she couldn't remember making the statement. Then later in the same hearing, she claimed she did make the statement. But she did so, quote, as an advocate. She said so 3 separate times. Well, I just, did it as an advocate. Now, most of the members of this committee have practiced law. The last I checked, as an advocate, you have an obligation not to lie. And that is a brazen lie that is dangerous. Now, subsequently, she sent a follow-up letter after her hearing saying, oh, never mind, I didn't say it. The thing that she had justified as, oh, I said it as an advocate. Afterwards, she sent a letter and said, no, actually, I didn't say it. Republicans on this committee asked for a follow-up hearing to ask about her miraculous new memory post-hearing that she didn't say such a harmful thing to police officers across the country. Sadly, the chairman wouldn't give us a new hearing. Another of the judges being considered today, Kenley Kato. At her hearing, I asked her a very simple question. Is racial discrimination wrong? She was utterly unable to answer it. Today's Democrat Party embraces racial discrimination. believes that discriminating based on race, the reason, Mr. Chairman, and you are smirking, but the reason she couldn't answer it is because in law school she had written an article advocating racial discrimination against Asian Americans. Now, Ms. Cato is Asian American. And she said, and I'm paraphrasing here, I don't have the article in front of me, but she essentially said that Asian Americans who didn't support explicit racial discrimination against Asian Americans weren't sufficiently woke. They weren't sufficiently enlightened. Now, I think that's a noxious position. But that's, of course, why she couldn't answer that racial discrimination was wrong, because she is an advocate for racial discrimination. Another one of the nominees being considered this morning is Dale Ho. Dale Ho is a self-described, quote, wild-eyed sort of leftist. Now, let me be clear, that's not my terminology. That's how he describes himself. He says, I am a, quote, wild-eyed sort of leftist. He wrote about how he's motivated each day by his hate for conservatives. That's the word he used, hate. Now, I want you to pause for a second and imagine, I'm going to ask the Democrat members of this committee to do something, which is imagine you're in somebody else's shoes. Engage in empathy. There are actually conservatives in the state of New York. Now, the Democrat governor of New York said to Republicans in New York, you're not New Yorkers, get the hell out, go to Florida where you belong. There's an arrogance to telling your voters that. But it's one thing when you're an elected official if you want to demonstrate that kind of arrogance, but one would think that a federal judge has a different obligation. So I would ask the members of this committee, imagine for a second you were a Republican. Imagine for a second you were a conservative who happened to live in New York City. And you look up in New York City on the federal bench and you see a judge who described himself as a wild-eyed sort of leftist, his own words, who is motivated every day, who gets up every day, and what gets him going is his hatred for you. You know, this is the kind of fellow that should have worked at the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's the kind of radicals who this administration is nominating, and yet that is not the kind of person that should be a federal judge. And I'm going to talk about one final nominee that isn't before us today, but that will be soon, which is Charnel Beckelgrim. Now, the members of this committee are aware of just how wildly unqualified this nominee was. She's been nominated to be a federal district judge, and our colleague, Senator Kennedy, whose cross-examinations on this committee have now become legendary. He asked her what Article 5 of the Constitution is. And she responded saying, well, she couldn't remember, she wasn't familiar with it. He then asked her what Article 2 of the Constitution was. And she said, well, that's not coming to mind either. It was a stunning display of her lack of qualifications to be a federal judge. Now, to be clear, asking someone what Article 2 of the Constitution is not some obscure legal document.
Never won.
There are questions you can ask about bizarre, hidden legal theories that would be a gotcha, that wouldn't be fair. Not knowing what Article 2 of the Constitution is, which is what establishes the president and the executive branch. Any first-year law student who didn't know what Article 2 of the Constitution was would flunk Conway. And I will say Chairman Durbin subsequently said publicly she was likely to get confirmed. And he went on to say that he thought there were members of this committee who couldn't answer the question Senator Kennedy asked as well. I hope and pray that's not the case. I'm going to ask. I'm confident that on the Republican side of the aisle, the members of this committee know what Article 2 is. Are there any members of this committee who care to volunteer on the Democrat side of the aisle that you don't know what Article 2 is? If you did Trump administration explained on a nominee, he said he invoked what he called the Senator John Kennedy test. And Chairman Durbin said, quote, I think it's a legitimate test to be applied to all those who want to be trial judges, and I hope others on both sides of the table will join me in saying it's not enough to aspire. You have to bring to this aspiration some practical experience and knowledge that suggests you can meet the standard required. And I just want to close by this. This is urging my colleagues to be willing to stand up to the White House. I'm confident that many, if not most of you, actually care about having a qualified judiciary. One of the things I cannot understand over the last 2 years is every Democrat member of this committee has voted for every single Biden judicial nominee 100% without failing. And I will say on the Senate floor, every Democrat has voted for every Biden judicial nominee. Not a single Democrat in the United States Senate has mustered the courage to vote no on a single nominee. And to be clear, it wasn't that long ago. We had a Republican president and a Republican majority in this body, and there were many of us who said on particular nominees, this is not a good nominee. We're not going to support this nominee. In fact, the John Kennedy test that Chairman Durbin referred to came from a Trump nominee who John Kennedy eviscerated at a hearing in a video that I still liken to watching a car wreck in slow motion. It was painful. But what happened? When it became clear that this individual was not qualified for the position for which he had been nominated, the White House withdrew the nomination. And it did so after a number of us made clear we're not going to support putting a disqualified person on the bench, pull the nomination. So I would ask members of this committee, is there anyone, if the White House nominates a ham sandwich, are Democrats prepared to rubber stamp Judge Ham Sandwich? And this also connects to the discussion on the blue slip. Look, I understand politics. Sometimes we put on team colors and you're a Democrat or Republican and you vote for your party. And that's for a number of issues, it's fine. But do any Democrat members of this committee actually care about defending the institution of the Senate and your authority as a senator to represent your state? Because the blue slip, fundamentally, it's not even a partisan issue. It is fundamentally about Article 1 versus Article 2. Now, Biden judicial nominees have no idea what I just said. But the blue slip is all about, are judges going to be picked solely by the president or by the home state senators? And let's be clear, this is not just when the opposing party is in the White House. When Donald Trump was president, there were some, I think, 22 judicial vacancies in the district in Texas. When Trump was president, Senator John Cornyn and I, we have a bipartisan federal judicial evaluation committee that puts out a notice application that interviews, that selects very qualified nominees, recommends them to us. I can tell you, during the Trump presidency, Senator Cornyn and I, we met together, we agreed, and for each vacancy we forwarded to the Trump White House one name. One name, and for every single one the Trump White House nominated, the one name we forwarded. If the Democrats in this committee accede to the partisans who are saying get rid of the blue slip, temporarily you'll do some harm to Republicans on this committee by ramming through some terrible judges. But what you're really doing is giving away your prerogative. Every senator who's not even looking up right now is giving away your ability. I suspect Senator Booker cares about who's a judge in New Jersey. But if the blue slip goes away or is weakened by the Democrat chairman, you know what? Senator Booker's not going to have much of a say in who a judge in New Jersey is. And that's going to be true with a Democrat president or a Republican president. Now, Senator Booker and I may not agree on who the best candidate for a judge is, but I do think if you care about being a senator, putting partisan politics above the prerogatives, above protecting this institution. I still remember the day the Senate, under Harry Reid, used the nuclear option to end the filibuster for judges. And I remember standing on the Senate floor next to Senator Klobuchar. And I turned to Senator Klobuchar on that day and I said, y'all are going to regret this. You're going to regret this. You're going to regret weakening the institution of the Senate. And I said, the result of this, you are going to get more Supreme Court justices like Justice Scalia and Justice Thomas. Now, I said, I'm happy with that outcome. But you're not. And I will say, if you look at the justices that came through, that prediction proved exactly right. Democrats were willing, like lemmings, to jump off the cliff because partisan politics were that high. And so my call, and sadly I say this call with absolute certainty it will be upbeat, is for one Democrat senator to muster the gumption to say for one of these radical nominees, no, we're not going to vote to confirm a ham sandwich. No, we're not going to vote to confirm a judge who tells people he's motivated by hate. We're not going to vote to confirm a judge who doesn't even know what Article 2 of the Constitution is. We have a responsibility on this committee to ensure that Article 3 judges have the right temperament, the right character, and will follow the law. These judges that are nominated are not going to do that. And the only thing that will stop it will be if any Democrat senators are willing to insist on the barest modicum of standards and to do our job. And I hope and pray that we
Attorney General Garland, on October 4th, you issued an unprecedented memo that involves the Department of Justice and the FBI and local school districts, local school boards. Nothing like it in our country's history. It was based on this letter from the National School Board Association that we now know the White House was involved in writing. They've retracted the letter. They've apologized for the letter. They say they regret the letter, but you won't retract the memo and said earlier that you have no regrets. And you've defended yourself repeatedly today before this committee by saying, well, you're focused on violence. But now, of course, we've seen the memo from your own Justice Department advising state and local and other prosecutors about all of the different federal causes of action that they can bring against parents that are not about violence, they're about harassment and intimidation. I'm looking here at this memo. It identifies no fewer than 13 possible federal crimes involving harassment and intimidation, including making annoying phone calls. You think a parent who makes a phone call to a school board member that she has elected, that school board member deems annoying to be prosecuted?
No, I don't. And the Supreme Court has made quite clear that the word intimidation with respect to the constitutional protection is one that directs a threat to a person with the intent of placing the victim in fear of bodily harm or death. Prosecutors who investigate these cases know the Supreme Court. This is a very famous case.
Prosecutors do, but parents don't, General Garland. Do you think that a parent who looks at the 13 different federal crimes that your Justice Department has identified they might be subject to and prosecuted for, like making annoying phone calls, do you think that they're going to feel that they're welcome to speak up at a school board meeting? How about this one? They could be prosecuted for using the internet, I guess that would be Facebook, in a way that might cause emotional distress to a victim. Is that a crime of violence?
I haven't seen the memo that you're
Why haven't you?
I don't like the even from the description, it doesn't sound like it was addressed to parents.
No, it wasn't addressed to parents. It was addressed to prosecutors. That's the problem. Why haven't you seen the memo?
I don't know why I haven't. I don't look at every. I do not get every memo that every U.S. attorney sends out. But if you're
wait a minute. Don't. I just want to understand this. This is a memorandum that collects 13 different federal crimes parents could be charged with. It has the United States Department of Justice on the top of it. And you're telling me you haven't seen it?
Where's the memo from?
The United States Department of Justice, the United States Attorney for the District of Montana.
I have not seen the memo from the District of Montana.
Not high enough priority for you?
It's That's not the question. I don't.
It is the question. Answer my question. Is it not a high enough priority for you when you're threatening parents with 13 different federal crimes? These aren't crimes of violence. You testified today. You're focused on violence. That's not what your U.S. attorneys, they work for you. That's not what they're saying. You haven't seen it because it's not a high enough priority, or what?
Question of priority. No one has sent me that memo, so I haven't seen it.
What do you mean no one has sent you the memo? You run the United States Department of Justice, do you not?
There are 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice.
Indeed, and you are in charge of every one of them. And this was a sufficiently important case that you issued a memo. You, over your signature, issued a memo involving the FBI and the Department of Justice in local school boards, local school districts. Your U.S. attorneys are now threatening prosecution with 13 different crimes, but it's not a high enough priority for you. It got lost in the mix.
And again, I've never seen that memo.
That's what concerns me, General.
It wasn't sent to me. I hope you will assure your constituents that what we are concerned about here is violence and threats of violence.
That only leads you to conclude, General Garland, all I can conclude from this is either that you're not in control of your own department, or that, more likely, what I think is that you knew full well that this is exactly the kind of thing that would happen. When you issued your memo, when you involved the Department of Justice and all of its resources, and the FBI and all of its resources, in local school boards and local school districts, you knew that federal prosecutors would start collecting crimes that they could use against parents. You knew they would advise state and local officials that these are all of the ways parents might be prosecuted. You knew that that was the likely outcome, and that's exactly what's happening. And we're talking about parents like Scott Smith, who's behind me over my shoulder. This is a father from Loudoun County, Virginia. Here he is at a school board meeting. He was forcibly restrained. He was assaulted. He was arrested. Why? Because he went to an elected school board meeting. He's a voter, by the way. He went to an elected school board meeting.
Oh my fucking God!
Was assaulted, sexually assaulted, in a girl's restroom by a boy. This is what happened to him. Now, you testified last week before the House, and you didn't know anything about this. I find that extraordinary because the letter that you put so much weight on, the letter that's now been retracted, it cites this case. It cites Mr. Scott's case directly. There's a news article cited in the letter. It's discussed in the letter that you testified. You just couldn't remember it. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Do you think people like Scott Smith, with parents who show up to complain about their children being assaulted, ought to be treated like this man?
Parents who show up to complain about school boards are protected by the First Amendment.
Do you think that they ought to be prosecuted in the different ways that your U.S. attorneys are identifying?
What they're doing is complaining about what the school board is doing, policies, curriculum, anything else that they want to. As long as they're not committing threats of violence, then they should not be prosecuted, and they can't be.
Let me ask you about this. Several of my Democrat colleagues have just today in this hearing, multiple times have compared parents who show up at school board meetings, like Mr. Smith here, have compared them to criminal rioters. You think that's right? You think that a parent who shows up at a school board meeting, who has a complaint, who wants to voice that complaint, and maybe she doesn't use exactly the right grammar, you think they're akin to criminal rioters? Do you agree with that?
I do not, and I do not remember any senator here making that comparison.
Oh, really? These people are just like the folks who came here on January 6th and the riot at the Capitol?
I don't think that they were referring to the picture that you're showing there.
Well, I certainly would hope not. They're referring to parents who go to school board meetings. Mr. Smith is a parent who went to a school board meeting. I'll leave it at this, General Garland. We have weaponized the FBI and the Department of Justice. The U.S. attorneys are now collecting and cataloging all the ways that they might prosecute parents like Mr. Smith because they want to be involved in their children's education and they want to have a say in their elected officials. It's wrong. It is unprecedented, to my knowledge, in the history of this country, and I call on you to resign. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Monica, I want to come back to this extraordinary letter, memorandum that the Attorney General of the United States issued yesterday. Practically every day there's new reports about this administration weaponizing the federal bureaucracy to go after political opponents. Frankly, I don't think we've ever seen anything like it in American history. I mean, for those of us who missed the McCarthy era, I guess this president is intent on bringing it to us, but with new force and new power and new urgency, unlike anything we've ever seen. Are you aware of any time in American history
when an attorney general has directed the FBI to begin to intervene in school board meetings? Local school board meetings?
I'm not aware that that is not going on. Let me be very
Really, this isn't about local school board meetings? That's not the subject of the memorandum? I thought that was in there.
The memorandum is quite clear. It's one page, and it asks the U.S. Attorney Community and the FBI Special Agents in charge to convene state and local law enforcement partners to ensure that there's an open line of communication to address threats, to address violence, and that's the appropriate role of the Department of Justice to make sure that we are addressing criminal conduct and violence.
At local school board meetings, let me just ask you this. Is parents waiting sometimes for hours to speak at a local school board meeting to express concerns about critical race theory or the masking of their students, particularly young children? Is that in and of itself, is that harassment and intimidation? Is waiting to express one's view at a school board meeting harassment and intimidation?
As the Attorney General's memorandum made quite clear, spirited debate is welcome, is a hallmark of this country. It's something we all should engage in.
No, I don't think so, Ms. Monaco. With all due respect, it didn't make it quite clear. It doesn't define those terms, nor does it define harassment or intimidation. It talks about violence. I think we can agree that violence shouldn't be condoned or looked aside from in any way, swept under the rug at all. But harassment and intimidation, what do those terms mean in the context of a local school board meeting? I mean, this seems to, in the First Amendment context, we talk about the chill to speech. If this isn't a deliberate attempt to chill parents from showing up at school board meetings for their elected school boards, I don't know what is. I mean, I'm not aware of anything like this.
Fuck!
You're talking about the FBI. You're using the FBI to intervene in school board meetings. It's extraordinary.
Senator, I have to respectfully disagree. That is not what...
Point me to an instance.
The Attorney General's memorandum made quite clear that violence is not appropriate. Spirited public debate on a whole range of issues is absolutely what this country is all about.
Then why is it being investigated by the FBI?
It is not. When and if any situation turns to violence, then that is the appropriate role of law enforcement to address it.
The memorandum covers more than violence. It talks about intimidation, it talks about harassment, so I'm asking you to draw some lines. You do this all the time in the First Amendment context. This is the sum and substance of First Amendment law, so I expect it should be available and willing to do it now. Tell me where the line is with parents expressing their concerns, waiting for hours in the school board meetings. We've all seen the videos. This happened in my state. Parents have waited for hours. Sometimes the school board meetings have been ended before they can speak because the school board doesn't want to hear it. And now parents are told that if they wait and they express their views, that they may be investigated for intimidation.
I don't know who's telling me that, Senator. The job of the Justice Department is to investigate crimes. When a situation turns to violence, when and if a situation turns to violence, it's the job of the Justice Department and local law enforcement to address that. The Attorney General's memorandum simply asked the U.S. Attorney Community, the FBI, and their counterparts to ensure that state and local law enforcement has an open line of communication to report threats, whether they happen in the context of election officials being threatened, or they happen in the context of members of Congress being threatened, which the FBI responds to on a regular basis, as is appropriate. The job of the Justice Department is to address criminal conduct.
You know, all I can say is this is truly extraordinary. I think you know it is. It's unprecedented. You can't point to a single instance where anything like this has happened before. And I think parents across this country are going to be stunned to learn, stunned, that if they show up at a local school board meeting, by the way, where they have the right to appear and be heard, where they have the right to say something about their children's education, where they have the right to vote, and you are attempting to intimidate them, you are attempting to silence them, you are attempting to interfere with their rights as parents, and yes, with their rights as voters. This is wrong, this is dangerous, and I cannot believe that an Attorney General of the United States is engaging in this kind of conduct. And frankly, I can't believe that you are sitting here today defending it. I intend to get answers to these questions. You won't answer my questions, I'm going to get answers to these questions. Mr. Chairman, we need to have a hearing on this subject. We need to hear from the Attorney General himself. He needs to come here, take the oath, sit there and answer questions. We have never seen anything like this before in our country's history, and frankly, I want to say I think it is a dangerous, dangerous precedent.
This hearing on violence against women will conclude.
Thanks, Secretary. I want to talk about the policies that have gotten us to where we are with our effectively open border. But let me first ask about this. You said as recently as this week that the border is closed. Is that still your position today? The border is closed? Don't you think you bear any responsibility for the current crisis by telling the world earlier this year that the border was open? Your words were, we're not telling you not to come. We're just telling you that we're putting a system back in place in which you can come. I mean, don't you think people took your words at face value then?
Senator, I've never said that the border is open, and I've never believed.
We're not telling you not to come. How would you parse that?
Senator, I've never said that the border is open, and I've never believed that it should be an open border. We have laws that Congress has passed that are laws of accountability and also laws of humanitarian relief.
You did say that we're not telling you not to come, right? You said that. You remember that.
I'm sorry, Senator. I apologize.
You remember saying, don't you, that we're not telling you not to come. Those are your words that you said in the press conference. You said that, right?
I don't recall saying that. I don't believe.
You don't recall saying that?
That's correct, Senator. I have never said.
We'd be happy to refresh your memory for this question. So that is interesting news. I'm sure everyone knows that the Secretary just said he doesn't have any memory of making those comments. That's extraordinary.
Senator, I have never said that the border is open.
Let me ask you about this. CBP data says the agency had 178,000 enforcement encounters at the southern border in April. It's the highest in 2 decades. Of that total, what percentage were subject to immediate enforcement?
I will get that data to you. I don't have that at my disposal this morning.
Is it 100%? Is it 60%? Is it 20%? Do you have any idea?
100% of families and single adults are subject to expulsion, except for those with acute vulnerabilities. We exercise that discretion. However, our ability to actually expel families under CDC's Title 42 authority is limited by, for example, Mexico's ability and capacity, I should say, to receive the expelled families, and that is what we are addressing as a result.
I think the number is around 60% or so are subject to immediate expulsion, which means we have a very large percentage of migrants who are permitted entry into the United States and are still here. But we'll give that question again to you for the record so that you can go and look it up. Let me ask you this. Why is it that this week, actually late last night, it was reported that CBP terminated a flight program that transferred families across the southern border for purposes of expelling them under Title 42. These flights were apparently canceled due to the pressure of left-wing groups. Is that accurate?
Senator, we make our decisions as we consider to be most effective in furtherance of our mission, and not because of pressure by outside groups. I'd be pleased to look into the cancellation of the lateral flights and respond to you after I've done so.
So you're telling me here that the ACLU had no role in the termination of these expulsion flights?
Senator, we are addressing the claims of the ACLU. The ACLU has claimed that our exercise of the CDC Title 42 authority is not supported by the law. We are working with the ACLU, actually adverse to the ACLU.
We are working with them.
If I may, Senator, we are adverse to the ACLU.
But we're working with them in this program? Is that why you think so?
If I may finish, Senator, we are adverse to the ACLU in litigation with respect to the legal authority underpinning our exercise of the CDC's Title 42 authority.
Right, but they've had a role in terminating this. You're working with them in determination of these expulsion flights.
Senator, the decisions with respect to expulsion flights are ours because of the decisions that we have made based on the reasons that we think are necessary to execute on our mission.
Well, I think the fact that you're working with them is interesting. news, so that's also quite relevant. We'll give you this information as a question for the record.
That's not what
I'm just pointing back to what you just said. You just said that we're working with them. The news reports indicate that you canceled these flights rather, up there to Hess. You and I both know that there can be such a thing as friendly litigation, Mr. Secretary. I mean, let's not pretend otherwise. I'm just repeating your own words. We'll give this to you as a question for the record so that you can look into it more further. I think that's interesting news. Let me ask you about why you canceled the Safe Third agreements with the governments of El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras. These are agreements negotiated by the previous administration that the president canceled once he came into office. The president says that he's an avowed multilateralist, and yet one of the first things he did was to tear up these international agreements with other countries. How can you address the root causes of migration, as we keep talking about, if you're going to tear up international agreements that try to address these problems?
So I will answer your question and make one comment before I do so. I've been a lawyer now for 35 or so years. Friendly litigation is a phenomenon with which I'm completely unfamiliar.
Really? You're not familiar? Wait a minute. You're not familiar with an outside group bringing litigation against the government that the government then accedes to in order to change the law? You've never heard of that phenomenon?
Senator, I'm not familiar with friendly litigation. As a federal prosecutor, I was a strong advocate for the United States government in the pursuit of criminal accountability.
You've never heard on the wait. This is interesting, and you just brought it up. You've never heard of the regulatory lawsuits in which outside groups bring suits against the federal government. The government therefore agrees to settle the suit or to change its rules, and it reaches a settlement that the government actually wants to achieve. You've never heard of that before?
Senator, I've heard of resolutions of litigation. I've heard of settlements of litigation. I've heard of arbitration. I've heard of mediation. Friendly litigation, the commencement of friendly litigation is something with which I'm unfamiliar. The reason why the Safe Third country agreements were terminated is because there was nothing safe about it.
I'm sorry. By which you mean what?
Senator, to have an individual fleeing persecution from Guatemala and considering Honduras a safe third country is actually empirically incorrect. Because, and we can take a look at the migration from Honduras and the number of people leaving Honduras for fear of persecution, and that is not our concept of a safe third country.
It's not your concept. So you think it's wise policy to come into office to terminate these international agreements based on your judgment about these other countries without consultation with them, apparently. And then we see this massive spike. Would you say that children who have come to the United States and have gone through the border crossing have had to pay who knows what to the cartel are more safe because of your actions? Do you think you put them in less danger because of the agreements that you terminated and the opportunity to seek asylum and then wait in a third country to be denied to them? Do you think that your actions have made the situation better?
Senator, you've gone over your time. But
Can I get an answer to that?
Yes, absolutely. Sir, you may answer that question, but we have the respectful of our three other members that are waiting.
The safe third country agreements, in my opinion, put children in harm's way.
Thank you, Senator Holloway. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Mr. Chipman, if I could just start with you. Since leaving the ATF, you've served as a policy advisor or provided support for, I think, just about every national gun control group in the country is close to it. The Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence, Mayors Against Illegal Guns, and most recently the Giffords Group. My question is, given your policy bias, you clearly have a very distinct policy point of view. You alluded to this with Senator Cruz a moment ago. How can America's hundreds of millions of law-abiding gun owners have confidence that you won't try to restrict their Second Amendment rights if you're confirmed as ATF group? What assurances can you give them that you will limit your efforts to criminals who misuse weapons and leave law-abiding firearms to themselves?
It's really important. As I've said, for 25 years I've enforced the law on the books. Every day, me and other federal agents tried to catch the bad guys. I mean, that's what the mission was. It was trying to keep the public safe. During those 25 years, I saw gaps in the law. that really prevented us from doing the job I knew the American public wanted us to do. Look at that 25 years. I was not going wayward with law-abiding gun owners. I never received a claim of that sort. And I'm prepared to return to that job. But my passion after leaving ATF was to make ATF and our enforcement of gun laws more effective to keep us all safe. I understand if I'm confirmed, I will have to earn the confidence and your respect and trust to keep doing that.
Let me ask you about some of your work for the Giffords Group. In the landmark U.S. Supreme Court case, District of Columbia versus Heller, which happened handed down when I was actually working at the Giffords Law Center that year, Memory Served, authored an amicus brief arguing that there is no individual right to own a firearm under the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court famously found otherwise. Do you share your employer's belief that the Second Amendment does not protect an individual right to keep and bear firearms?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I do not. I'm a gun owner. I respect that the Supreme Court has recognized this right. And if ATF director, I will ensure to uphold that right.
Very good. So you think Heller was rightly decided, just to be clear about this?
Senator, I'm a cop, not a lawyer. What I know is the law is the law, and the Supreme Court plays a role in recognizing what those rights are. As an agent, I felt like we were going down a highway. Our mission was to prevent crime, and the Constitution were those guardrails to keep us in line. And at times, when the road was uncertain, we had signposts, and those were attorneys. So we asked advice and counsel. And so if confirmed as ATF director, that's the balance that I would strike. But the bottom line is our job is to prevent crimes from apparently ongoing right now that other members have suggested, and that would be my sole duty.
Well, I just want to be clear on this because you said that you do think that the Constitution supports, protects individual rights to bear arms. That was the holding of Heller. You've been a policy advocate now for quite a number of years, and I think that your views, and you discussed them today, are fair game. So I just want to be clear on this. You think Heller was rightly decided. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. Let me ask you about something you said in 2012. In an interview, I think it was on MSNBC, you said that the Secret Service should not carry guns. You said their whole rule is to cover and evacuate, and you went on to say possibly we need to think of strategies like that in schools. Is that still your view?
Senator, I trust that you have in your staff that actually picked something I've said. I do not believe I ever said that. I might have said this, which is I was trained to work with the Secret Service, and I have observed that part of that training is that you have to get your body in between you and the person you're protecting, and you often don't have the opportunity to draw your gun. That is something that I would say. I have never advocated that the Secret Service should not carry guns, ever.
Well, do you mean to suggest then that schools should have unarmed guards, or that they shouldn't be able to protect students with firearms? I'm trying to understand the import of your comments.
Senator, thank you for the question about schools. I mean, this is something we all did and tried to figure out a solution to the mass violence we've seen in schools. We know how to keep buildings safe. I came in one today. I do not believe that the best approach is to arm people to win gunfights in schools.
So you're opposed to having armed guards in schools? You think that they shouldn't be armed?
As an advocate and as a arms expert, I've rendered my opinion that I believe that there's better ways to secure schools. If I'm confirmed as ATF director, largely this is not going to be the focus of ATF. Our focus would be to prevent people who would do harm in schools from ever getting guns in the first place. So hopefully that addresses the question.
Wouldn't it just leave the guards who are there, the law enforcement who are there,
projectors is something used in some schools, and I've suggested that that's a possible, view that states and localities will have to make for themselves.
I do have some additional questions for you, which I'm happy to give to you for the record, as well as we'll give to you for the record your comments in that 2012 review that I refer to and give you a chance to follow up and fully on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Hawley. Senator Katz.
The House come to order.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
Bulls guy turned out to be a big circuit board. Yeah, that's actually part of an
joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses will take their places at the clerk's desk. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with reading formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state beginning with Alabama.
The certificate of the electoral vote in the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 9 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 3 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 11 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala B. Harris of the state of California received 54 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 54 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic.
Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 30 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 30 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 16 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 16 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 19 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 19 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 11 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 8 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 8 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 1 vote for vice president.
Madam President, certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 10 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 4 votes for vice president. Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 4 votes for vice president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 1 vote for vice president. Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 14 votes for vice president.
You tell your mother that I'm gonna be fine. Don't train your child to lie, Jerry, even though you know 'tis the season. Then I'll tell her.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 5 votes for vice president. Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 28 votes for president. Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 28 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 16 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 16 votes for vice president.
I've seen this movie. 2 guys leave the ship, 1 guy goes spinning away. You're staying in here where it's safe. Morty, goddammit! Come on, I never get to be out here. You young people think space is like Saturday Night Live. You see it every day, so you dream of being in it. But it dreams of removing all the air from your body and making you float around it for eternity as a flash mummified corpse, which is also what space wants. So get
The thing about Primordial Rek'Sai is that she just doesn't look that important or unique or interesting, and that's a good thing. In the lore of the Anima Squad, Rek'Sai is a tunneling kaiju battering ram, undermining and attacking the walls and defenses of Final City to start the conquest. She is, narratively speaking, a big, scary, dangerous monster that the heroes have to fight, but not a main villain or a final boss. And so, appropriately, she looks like there could be 100 more just like her lurking offshore, waiting to charge in for the final battle, and her design has very little unique personality or memorability. She just looks like part of a horde, and that's exactly what she's supposed to be. So even if that perhaps means that the skin in isolation isn't particularly interesting as a character design, narratively, it makes it a big success. And you know what? Even in isolation, it's not like the skin is actually bad looking. The blue and purple color scheme is well balanced, the mix of sea life with cybernetic tech is good, her tail and her fin look appropriately lethal, and I really like the bone white design on her face mask. That just looks really cool and menacing. It's all just really solid design work, and it has good storytelling to boot. The thing about Primordial Rek'Sai is that she just doesn't look that important or unique.
I do have a real name. It's none of your business.
Who is that?
Were I to speak it aloud, 1,000 void portals would rip open, and some very unpleasant entities would come looking to collect on old debts.
Could you elaborate? Even a little?
Here's a hint. It's an ancient word of power. If I whisper it in your ear, your mind will fall into madness. Still want to play?
What are you talking about?
It is all about perspective. But by all means, if you want to see reality itself torn asunder, keep asking about my name.
During her isolation, Illyria meets an entity called the Locust Walker, an ethereal who's a master of the void and teaches her how to wield it in its dichotomy with the light. He explains to Illyria how the light is blinded by only accepting one singular path of destiny. Conversely, the void accepts all possible futures as true, and neither are getting a full story to a person's true identity. Suddenly, the teaching is interrupted and Illyria has a vision of a Legion assassin who has just poisoned Turalyon, and he's gonna torment him for all eternity in a soul stone. Even worse, he swore to do the exact same to their son. Illyria jumps into action, teleporting to the Xenadar, and attacks this assassin with her void magic. And this demon attempts to flee between realities, and Illyria pursues him. Now, humor me for a second, because this is a part of the audio drama. It's one of my favorite moments written in Warcraft history. I'm just gonna play it to you directly and cut out some parts and make it shorter. Just take a listen to this.
The creature ran. It ran and ran and ran, sliding between realms, dancing between the twisting nether and the void. It ripped Illyria's spike free from its chest. The weapon dissolved into nothing. The Eredar was gasping in pain. Each step came with a chant. Have to get away. 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 Dark matter wrapped around its neck. The demon screamed as it was yanked from its dance and pulled back onto the Xenadar, back into the twisting nether. The Eredar was on its feet in a second, hissing through its fanged teeth. Its daggers whirled in both hands, and it sliced away the bonds of shadow. With a desperate laugh, it hurled its poison blades at the woman. She had pulled it here, to the one place where it could die, and the blade stopped there. She stepped past them. Illyria walked forward, closing the distance.
day.
Excuse me, what the actual fuck are you doing in my house?
The Light Mother Zira imprisons Illyria for her use of the Void after she refuses to denounce her dark powers. Keep in mind, she isn't using the Void for the Army of Light. She's doing this for Azeroth, and if she must be imprisoned for doing so, well, so be it. The continuation of her story and the Army of Light is told in the Shadows of Argus Patch Legion. Now keep in mind, Illyria and Turalyon have been fighting with the Army of Light for 1,000 years, but because of weird space-time stuff, it's only been around 2 decades for everyone back on Azeroth. During this patch, the Legion's homeworld of Argus is teleported right next to Azeroth, and the Army of Light goes to the planet to assault it in the final battle against the Legion. The final battle in a war that has been going on for thousands and thousands, and their ship gets instantly shot down, with Illyria being one of the individuals inside it. Players land on the world of Argus, meet Turalyon, and then travel to the crashed ship to save those still trapped inside. And during their excursion, Illyria swoops in to save the day.
Perfect time, as always.
I have made a habit of saving you from the grasp of demons.
But Illyria, there's something else. When the ship from Azeroth arrived, I sensed his presence.
Alator. He's here.
I would know it anywhere, even after all the years we spent apart.
Every day, for 1,000 years, thought about what I wanted to say to him. Now, though, words fail me.
I know, my love. I feel the same. But once we see our son, our hearts will speak for us.
Let's not keep our son waiting.
But couldn't you have reached out to us? To your people? To me?
Alator, not a day passed that your mother and I didn't...
Every choice we made was to keep you safe. It broke our hearts to be apart from you.
Son, there is so much more we have to say. Our allies at the Xenodar will soon be overrun.
You must go to their aid, Turalyon. I will scout behind enemy lines and provide a distraction. And we'll return soon, Alator.
I understand. Light be with you. It pains me to see them go, Elisa. I could not bear to lose them now. Not after waiting all this.
Have patience, Alator. It may take time, but your family will be whole then.
No doubt my mother will soon ask about Sylvanas. What are you going to tell her?
It is a conversation I know we must have. The thought of it fills me with dread. How can I explain to Illyria what our sister has become? The truth will break her heart. Impossible! I refuse to believe she now leads the Horde. Not after all they did to our people. I'm not sure how to explain the rest, or if this is even the time or place. I must know, Belisa. What fate befell our sister? Give me a moment. I will do my best to explain. Perhaps we had best discuss the matter in private.
While Illyria and Turalyon were getting accustomed to their family after being separated from them for 1,000 years, they still had a war to win. And through this patch, the Army of Light and the player characters fight back the Burning Legion on their homeworld. But demons aren't the only foes on Argus. In the zone of Eridath, Anaru has fallen to the powers of darkness and is spreading void energies all across the zone. And a group of void-obsessed ethereals called the Shadow Guard are there to claim it. With help from Locust Walker, Illyria learns how to better control the powers of the Void, defeat these ethereals, and even consumes the entire essence of his fallen Naru.
Their voices are louder, more insistent.
helped defeat the Burning Legion at the end of the expansion, and Azeroth is saved. Just ignore the giant sword that was plunged into the earth at the end of the expansion.
It is unsettling to look upon these memorials to our past.
Illyria and Trallian finally return to Azeroth. But this Azeroth is far different from the one they were familiar with. The biggest difference being that Illyria's sister, Sylvanas, was then dead and is leading the Horde, and the High Elves, who are now leading the Blood Elves, have also joined the Horde. Even worse, there are rumblings of another war between the Alliance and the Horde. King Anduin Wrynn suggests that Illyria travels with Quel'Thalas so that she can convince the Blood Elves to change sides. A difficult task, but doesn't hurt to try.
I come bearing an offer from High King Anduin Wrynn.
I had hoped your visit was motivated by a love for Silvermoon. Instead, we come at the behest of the Alliance's boy king. How disappointing.
Cutting words, Lorthanar. Are they yours, I wonder? Or has the dutiful ranger I knew become the mouthpiece of your war chief?
You doubt my words, yet how can we trust your own? Do you deny that the Lords of the Void whisper to you? Did you not surrender yourself to the shadows on ours?
It seems the offer I bring has been anticipated and spurned very well. But before I leave, I have one request. It has been 1,000 years since I set eyes upon the Sunwell. May I visit it once again?
I advise against it. We cannot trust that she will not. Whatever she has become, Illyria is a daughter of Quel'Thalas. I will not deny her pilgrimage to our most sacred site. Raman, kindly open the way for us.
The Sunwell has changed, but its beauty remains. It has been so long.
You will leave at once, Illyria. Accident or no, your presence poses a danger to Quel'Thalas. Go back to Stormwind. Silvermoon is no longer your home.
Illyria is then banished from her homelands, which is difficult to come to terms with. You know, she just went on this intergalactic crusade for 1,000 years, accepted the powers of the Void, only for them to reject her when she returned home. She understood why, obviously, but that didn't make the separation any easier. Illyria would soon discover that she wasn't the only elf to research the powers of the Void. In the Ghostlands, she finds scribblings of Magister Umbric, and discovers a rogue group of shadow-dabbling miscreants called the Void Elves, and offers to teach them how to master the Void. Kind of glossing over this lore because, kind of sucks. Let's be honest here, the only reason why Void Elves exist is because Blood Elves are the most popular playable race in all of World of Warcraft, and Blizzard made Void Elves an allied race to give their character models over to the Alliance. Lore-wise, there's probably like, I don't know, 50 Void Elves, so it doesn't even make that much sense. And Illyria is just like, so, you guys like, want to join the Alliance, I guess? Sure. Have anything else going on? Guess that sounds good. The battle for Azeroth happens, and it's an all-out war between the Horde and the Alliance. Illyria is forced to fight her fallen sister, and even worse, the old god N'Zoth is trying to take over the world. But Sylvanas is defeated, and this old god is killed, and while Illyria doesn't play a big role in this expansion, that doesn't mean it isn't traumatic for her.
I thought I'd find you here. It's a place you often visit when something's on your mind.
Perhaps these statues remind me of a simple time.
So much has happened since our return to Azeroth. The wounding of the world. The war against the Horde.
War, I understand. We both did. I expected to be fighting with two sisters at my side. Instead, I faced one of them in battle. Or at least, what remains of her.
Has the downfall of the old god brought you at least a measure of peace?
My whispers did not end with his defeat. his new voices up during the chorus. I think of the nightmares he forced into my mind. We have a job to do. Hunt down Sylvanas and make her pay.
Shadowlands happens, Sylvanas is defeated, and let's jump forward to the war within, where a new entity of the Void has taken interest in Illyria. Many characters are hearing something called the Radiant Song, a mysterious vision from who we assume is Azeroth crying out for aid. Except for Illyria, who's experiencing visions of the Void. The entity watching and ultimately trying to pull her into madness is the Harbinger, Xal'atath, a Void being wielding a powerful artifact called the Dark Heart, which she plans to use to corrupt all of Azeroth. After speaking to Locust Walker about this whole ordeal, he reveals that this Radiant Song other characters have been hearing is very similar to the song his people heard before their world was destroyed. So, yeah, not a good sign. Illyria and other characters must travel into the depths of Azeroth, find the source of this song, and stop Xal'atath before it's too late. And with this expansion, Illyria is getting a new model. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I feel like it's just missing iconic parts of her character, like with her high elf ranger armor or her iconic war paint. And instead, she looks like a totally different character. Like, she looks like a main character of a YA novel. Straight up Hunger Games, Aragon, Maze Runner, Ranger's Apprentice looking ass. And there is a bit more lore in a short story prelude where Illyria travels back to Silvermoon to try and convince Eretor to stay away from Xal'atath. To which he responds, I'm a paladin. Fighting big bad evil people, it's kind of my thing. If you want to hear the full story, I have a voiceover version with sound effects that you can listen to on my Patreon. Also, Eretor apparently got badass light and void dragon tattoos on his arms. Just some real gangster shit. Dude just has an unlimited amount of half-elf swag. Remember to jump into the land of Westeros by clicking the link down below or scan the QR code and get 50 gold, 3,000 food, and a daily summon token to start your journey.
For that, I'm glad. The Bronzebeards and Wildhammers will regret not having been here to share in your glory.
Better they're grateful for the clansmen spared death on this miserable hillock. We sought to protect and impress, not to shame.
Well, you've done just that. Come, let us return to Ironforge and announce your victory to the Council.
The continuation of Moira's story, just before the Legion expansion, is found in the comic Fault Lines. In the comic, Moira is lamenting about her past to the statue of her father. How he always wanted a son, how Moira could never live up to his expectations. If only he saw her for who she was now, Queen Regent Lord and founding member of the Council of the Hammers.
Suddenly, after 4 years, Magni awakes from his stasis. The citizens of Ironforge are left in a panic. If Magni were to retake the throne and abolish the council, Dwarven society would once again fall into political unrest. But Magni assured them that he was not interested in reclaiming his royalty. Azeroth herself had stirred him awake once again. He was her speaker, and it was his duty to tell his people of the demonic invasion that was soon to come. Quick, everybody, pre-order the new World of Warcraft expansion right now! Later on, Moira and Magni meet outside the gate of Ironforge, and he reveals that he's been watching Moira this whole time during his stasis, and how he could not be prouder of seeing Moira turn into the leader that she was today. He had failed her as a father, but if the three rival dwarvish clans could live under one roof, then perhaps she could forgive him as well. During the Legion expansion, Moira plays a part in the Priest Order Hall. Because, oh yeah, she's a priestess. I guess she learned to wield holy power when she was the Empress of the Dark Irons, but that really isn't mentioned at all during her story. Anyway, yeah, she's a priestess that can wield holy and shadow magic, because balancing of two powers is thematic to her political power, I guess. So between the Legion expansion and Battle for Azeroth, there's the Before the Storm book. And in this book, Moira mentions how the tensions between the Council of Three Hammers is a lot less tense nowadays, and Magni, Speaker of Azeroth, shows up and starts screaming about the wounds all over Azeroth. But also, oh yeah, check it out, Magni, you have a grandson. During the Battle for Azeroth, Dark Iron Dwarves finally become an allied race. During the questline, players must venture to the Firelands to recharge the Dark Iron's magical anvil, and there they discover the cult of Ragnaros, Dark Iron Dwarves who are trying to summon the Fire Lord once again. And after this questline, the Dark Iron Dwarves become a playable race. Finally. Now in the War Within, Magni, Moira, and her son, now all grown up, are venturing to Castle Gar, because Azeroth has stopped speaking to Magni, and we need to find out why, along with introducing themselves to the new Earthen Dwarves in this expansion. One of the reasons why I love Moira's story is because it's pretty rare that we see antagonistic characters in the Horde of the Alliance that are fighting for their own faction for their own personal gain. Well, except for that one. And that one. Okay, antagonistic characters that fight for their own faction in the Alliance. When there are opportunities to do this, I think it can be used as a great method of storytelling because you're able to see a character's thoughts, feelings, goals, and aspirations written on their sleeve, and how they're willing to stop at nothing for what they're after. It's a breath of fresh air when most NPCs in the game are kind of just there to guide you to the next objective and to kill the big bad villain. Before I end this video, let me just bring up something totally random that I can't believe nobody has ever mentioned before. Why is there a character in World of Warcraft and Overwatch who are both named Moira, both have red hair, both are Scottish, and both use glowing yellow and dark purple magic? Has anybody else noticed this? Why am I the only one talking about it?
Jessica, right? Yeah, hi, sorry. I thought you knew my name because we've interacted so many times, but maybe I was just being stupid. Sorry. Hi, I'm Jessica. That's me. Cool. See you around. Yeah, hope I see you around. Guess we'll see. Think I'm gonna like this thing?
Now, come along, children. The Zandalari scalping ceremony is starting in a couple of minutes, so we need to be quick. But Mr. Arklid, what are those trolls doing over there? What? Oh, those are the Gerbasia. They're being mind-controlled against their will. You know, normal stuff. You know what? Let me see. I suppose we have some time to explain this embarrassing excuse for a tribe. Gather around, children. Our story starts 1,500 years ago in the lands of Stranglehold. This dense jungle is where the Gurbashi tribe lived. They were once a booming empire during the Trolls' reign on Azeroth, but since the Sundering, they've remained in the jungles of Stranglethorn and the surrounding islands. But this tropical life wasn't sipping pina coladas and enjoying a nice day at the beach. Instead, life was about getting caught in the rain, having your friends get mauled by tigers, and not eating for the past 3 days. It sucked. The Trolls turned to aid of some mysterious god called Hakar the Soulflare. The priests that worshipped him were called the Hakari, and in exchange for sacrificed souls, he'd bestow the Trolls with his power. In hindsight, fueling a mysterious god with living sacrifices doesn't seem like a good idea, but it was kind of the Trolls' only option, until eventually he demanded to be summoned into the physical world so that he may feast on the blood of his victims firsthand. Those victims being every creature on Azeroth, including the Trolls that worship him. The majority of the Hakari were like, "This was a mistake!" But a fanatical group called the Autelai worked on summoning the Soulflare. The Gurbashi, with the help of the Zandalari, kicked out not only the Autelai priests, but also a lot of the less fanatical Hakari, and the priests went to go make a temple to continue their worship in the Swamp of Sorrows. After this bloody civil war, the Gurbashi tribe was split into 4 different entities that battled over control of the jungle. One remained as the Gurbashi tribe, but you also have the Bloodscalp, the Skullsplitters, and the Darkspear. Conveniently, the Bloodscalp and Skullsplitters colored their hair red and blue so we could tell them apart, and the Darkspear, well, they were a tribe of the biggest betas in all of Stranglethorn. Their small size and peaceful nature made them easy targets.
God damn!
And their history was filled with famine and brutal losses in battle. Eventually, the tribe had enough torment and sailed off into the sunset, where they'd eventually join the Horde. Them migrating actually happened after the Dark Portal was opened, so hundreds and hundreds of years in the future, but I just wanted to mention it now to make the video go smoother. I mean, make the story time go smoother. Anyways, hundreds of years pass, and up in the north, the humans of Stormwind want to expand their kingdom. At this time, Barathan Rin was the king of Stormwind, and his tactic was just to have a bunch of troops set up camps in Stranglethorn and just turtle up like it's a game of Warsong Gulch. Barathan thought that this would be the best non-aggressive tactic, and the Trolls would kind of just let them begrudgingly stay there, but that was definitely not the case. Troll raiding parties grew larger and larger, and eventually they'd even slip past the human defenses and raid their settlements. So what was King Barathan Rin's response to this? Just keep playing defensively, guys. We got this. Spoilers, they did not have it. Prince Lane grew more and more frustrated with his father's non-aggressive approach and strongly advocated the humans bring the fight to the Trolls before more innocents died. The breaking point was when a troll raiding party breached into the farmlands of Westfall and burned down a total of 3 towns to the ground. Eventually, the Trolls would be killed off, but it was clear that something needed to change. The king gathered only the most intelligent nobles and came up with a plan. Hello, citizens of Stormwind. I have decided in order to stop these invading savages reaching our lands, we must continue to play defensively and let the Trolls bully us. Thank you. Prince Lane was livid with his father's decision, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Behind his father's back, Prince Lane worked with Anduin Lothar, commander of the Alliance, and Medivh, and ventured into Stranglethorn to end this war once and for all. Now, here's the deal. Medivh is powerful. Like, powerful. Like, he's the chosen one who should be protecting the whole world from catastrophic events. This whole petty war between Trolls and humans was far below what he was destined to do. So when the three of them snuck into Stranglethorn, he just fucking destroyed the trolls and their leader. Lane and Lothar didn't know Medivh was that powerful, and the three of them dusted off their hands and went back to Stormwind. Our job here is done, but you guys didn't do anything. Yep, but the Gurubashi were not going to take this beating just lying down. Shortly after, an overwhelming army of trolls pushed forward to the gates of Stormwind. Prince Lane confessed to his father what he and his two allies did behind his back, and the king made the honorable decision to not play defensively to the White Sand. Blindly charged into the heart of the troll army to kill their leader, and died in the process. Prince Lane felt like he was responsible for his father's death, and begged Medivh for another get-out-of-jail-free card, and Medivh agreed. And then all the trolls got utterly destroyed. But I'd just like to say that Gurubashi probably could have won if the humans didn't have, I don't know, the Warcraft version of Superman on their team, so I think it's a bit unbalanced. Fortunately, 70 years or so pass and the Dark Portal is open, and the Gurubashi finally get the taste of victory. The Bleeding Hollow clan attempted to take over Stranglethorn, but surprisingly the trolls pushed them out. Which I know, amazing, trolls actually have the ability to win a war. So let me just... There we go. Anyways, where was I? Cut the Classic and the Gurubashi are still weak and decide, you know what, just fuck it bro, we're just gonna worship Hakar. Players go in,
are you
and Hakar.
Come on!
One boss named Jindo the Hexer enslaves Hakar
They're
and renames himself into Jindo the Godbreaker. Of course, we kill him, and over time the Gurubashi have just been whittled down more and more. A witch doctor by the name of Uljamba had a vision of the Zandalari Empire's downfall. This vision was false, by the way. So, in preparations for this doomsday event, he enslaved the remaining Gurubashi trolls and found refuge in Zandalar and used them for slave labor to stockpile rations of food. Horde players put a stop to this and massacred the Gurubashi trolls, who were basically used as cannon fodder. And that's the Gurubashi, which is pretty depressing, isn't it, kids? I know. So, come along, we don't want to be late. I hear if we get front row for the scalping ceremony, we might even be in the bloody splash zone. Ooh, that will be exciting. So, Mr. Artland, is there any happy story about the trolls? What? I mean, of course, probably. Let me see. No, definitely not. No. Okay, here's one. This is the story of the Moss Slayer tribe. Back during the Second War, a lot of Horus trolls allied with the Horde. The Horde at the time was an extremely powerful but also extremely volatile faction, filled with backstabbing and conflicting ideals. So after the war, many of the trolls broke off from the Horde and preferred to stay very isolationist and kill any other race on sight. And this is what the Moss Slayers did. This tribe of trolls was on the border of the human lands of Lordaeron, and during the Third War, it was absolutely ravaged by the plague of death. Other races would see this as a great threat that would surely come for them as well, but the trolls saw an amazing opportunity. So while the kingdom of Lordaeron was battered and bruised, the Moss Slayers were on the sidelines, poking them with a stick to ensure the Pink Skins' downfall. And while the plague didn't have an effect on the trolls, it was hard to deny that it did have an effect on the environment and the creatures within it. Unfortunately, the troll hunting party killed some animals and feasted on their flesh, which was cursed by a lich that turned them all into undead. So plague-infected grain doesn't work on trolls. Cursed bear ass, now that works on trolls. And a troll named Hamil is now a slave to this mysterious lich and was compelled to return back to the Moss Slayer's home of Zul Mashar and infect his whole tribe. During Classic, the encampment is filled with shallow graves, signifying that the Moss Slayers were easily brought to their knees by this infectious disease. And come to think of it, wow, that isn't happy at all. Well, down south a bit, there is the Revantusk and the Vile Branch. Now, the Revantusk have actually remained allies with the Horde, which gives the Horde a foothold in the hinterlands and the Trolls a ridiculous amount of firepower. The problem is, the Revantusk are seen as cowards for bending a knee to such disgusting Horde filth, and the fanatical Vile Branch tribe has taken a liking to kidnapping these Trolls and using them for sacrifices. But since the Revantusk are allies with the player character, of course the Vile Branch gets annihilated. And yeah, I guess that's the happiest troll story in history, so... Ooh, that's High Speaker Malacross. He's the last Drukhari troll in all of Azeroth. And he's also the grumpiest, with good reason. The Drukhari was once an immensely powerful empire located in what we'd eventually call Northrend. The empire was well known for their strong connection to Orilla and established the lands of Zul'Drek, which was filled with monolithic temples and complex aqueducts. The Drukhari lived in relative peace for thousands of years, but we all know these trolls were not the only residents in Northrend. During the wrath of the Lich King, Arthas and his Scourge armies were at full force, and the undead threat eclipsed over the Drukhari's once mighty empire. Don't get me wrong, the Drukhari empire was strong, but at the end of the day, it was a bunch of trolls with sticks fighting against a floating necropolis that can shoot laser beams. The first Drukhari fortress to fall was Drak'Tharon Keep, which is now infested with the Lich King's undead minions. At the end of the dungeon, there is a troll named Drakaru who betrays his people, and the Lich King grants him power which makes him big and scary. But meanwhile, us as the player characters kind of just awkwardly watch while this whole event is happening and we don't really do anything about it. But despite the king being easily disposed of, the Drukhari would not give up that easily. Deep within the capital of Gundrak, fanatical prophets have begun sacrificing their own gods for untold power. A power that is the only thing stopping the trolls from being fully consumed by the might of the Scourge.
Who needs gods when we are gods?
I'm the literal fucking god. These trolls are now fueled with incredible, unmatched strength, and in their hubris, they warred with not only the Scourge, but also the Argent Dawn and the Ebon Blade, who didn't want to kill the trolls. They just want to kill the Scourge just like the Drukhari. And this is the biggest mistake the Drukhari ever made, because this means that they're at war with the player character. And we haven't lost in 15 goddamn years. We go into Gundrak, and before we talk about anything, we need to talk about the tale. Since this dungeon's inception, players have talked about this gigantic snake tail. Whose tail is it? How did it get here? Why is it here? Well, at BlizzCon 2011, we got an answer from Chris Metzen himself.
If you look over the cliff, there's a big wiggly snake tail. So I brought a screenshot of it. I blew it up. That's the first sign of the return of the Titans. And McGee will be there. The forums will be holding...
And Thrall's going to leave Agra and start Jaina. I don't know what the hell that snake thing is, but it's kind of cool.
Okay, well, I guess it's just there to look cool. So, let's go kill some crazy trolls.
1,000 fangs gonna rend your flesh. Get ready for something much bigger. I'm gonna spill your guts.
I'm literal fucking dead. The Drakari's downfall in Wrath of the Lich King is probably the biggest troll downfall in the history of Azeroth. In BFA, there is exactly one Drakari alive named Malakar. One single troll who has to carry the weight of his fallen empire. Alone. Longing for the snowy mountains of Northrend, where his people once lived in peace. But you know what, kids? Maybe a lesson can be learned about all these stories. You know, in this crazy world of Azeroth, filled with an endless amount of things wanting to kill you, we need each other. Being alone and unaccepting of others only leads to your downfall. Our differences are our biggest strengths. And if we just use the power of friendship, we can defeat the forces of evil once and for all.
Welcome one and all to the annual scalping ceremony. A ceremony where we will show that the troll empires will never bend the knee for others. And to start the ceremony, we shall begin with the non-believers.
Pay close attention, kids. Trolls are known for their masterful scalping.
But what I need from you right now is for you to say it, and I also need, like, you to go on full cam so I can get your face too. And then if you could just, like, look to the left a little bit, and then say your line.
Dad, want a mouse? Let's be real, you've been high-roading us nonstop, forcing us to do nothing in the middle of nowhere because it's the only way you're gonna level the playing field, isn't it? Because if you move the bar so low, it might actually seem like you're worth it. Jesus Christ, you really need to stop hanging out with Rick.
There are not many other races on Azeroth older than the trolls. Before there were humans, before there were elves, Tarn, orcs, pandas, the trolls were there. In this video, we'll talk about the rise of the most powerful empires Azeroth had ever seen, and how they became the struggling kingdoms that were easily overthrown by the other races on Azeroth. As far as we know, the origin of most troll culture comes from the mountains of Zandalar. It was here that trolls first discovered the wild gods, which they called the Loa, primal manifestations of life in Azeroth that became the main focus of their religion. The Zandalari trolls were the most powerful group of trolls at this time, and they lived in the highest parts of the Zandalar Mountains. The villages in these mountains would slowly develop into the humongous city of Zuldazar then. The Zandalari society was built on a class structure called a caste system, meaning that trolls are born into a position of power or destined to be a lower class without much wiggle room. It's important to point out that the Zandalari trolls are the trolliest trolls around and have a lot of respect from the other tribes. Their society is all about recording troll history, worshipping the Loa, and maintaining the holy ground their city is built on and progressing their society. Without the Zandalari, trolls as a species would have never had a chance. And over time, other tribes started to form under the shadows of the Zandalari. Tribes like the jungle trolls of the Gurabashi, the forest trolls of the Amani, and the frost trolls of the Drakari. The Zandalari remained relatively peaceful with these tribes, as it was their mission to develop all of Trollkind, not just themselves. Besides, they had a near infinite amount of land to share, so there was plenty to go around. Now, there was some infighting between tribes to show strength, but the problem was any conflict trolls got into with each other would only leave to heavy casualties on both sides. And besides, the trolls would need to learn to work together and fast, because there would be a very rude awakening in the future. So the trolls had almost limitless resources and land to explore, but there was one place that was forbidden. At the base of the Zandalar Mountains, there is a mound of solid black stones. The dark power of these stones were left untouched for thousands of years until an outcasted shaman by the name of Zando succumbed to the whispers of a mysterious blade that told the troll whatever was under those rocks was an undiscovered powerful Loa. To awaken whatever power was boosted in the earth, he performed multiple living sacrifices with the blade to appease this unknown power. And I don't think anything positive has ever happened from performing live sacrifices, so unsurprisingly, it was not a Loa trapped beneath the earth. It was the old god Katraxi general named Kipix. You see, Kipix was alive back when the Pegakeepers were hanging out on Azeroth and doing Pegakeeper things. And Kipix got into a scuffle with Tyr, and the two fought in a violent battle filled with explosions and violence that lasted 6 full days, before Tyr delivered the final blow by self-destructing against the Kathraxi. The place where this explosion happened is called Tyr's Fall, which in Viktor's tongue translates to Tyr's Fall. But anyways, despite Tyr's noble sacrifice, Kipix survived but was gravely wounded. He retreated to the Zandalari Mountains where he collapsed from exhaustion. The Loa sensed this evil presence and buried him so he could never be awakened again. I'm sure they could have just told the trolls, hey, there's a giant goddamn bug monster the size of a skyscraper in the ground, don't dig it up. But they didn't. They decided to stay vague about it, and now the trolls have a huge problem on their hands. Thus began the 8th year in Troll War, a war where the trolls had to use their combined might to fight against Kipix in the 8th year, a bug-like race formed from the organic matter of the old gods. The trolls realized they needed to do something quick, or their society would surely collapse under the old gods' might. The most powerful troll empires set aside their differences and made the most powerful partnership Azeroth has and probably will ever see. And that's the Empire of Zul'F. The Zandalari, Gurabashi, Amani, and Drakari tribes united under one banner to kick some major bug ass.
I'm gonna enjoy hurting you.
The 8th year war lasted centuries, but ended with the Drakari, Gurabashi, and Amani tribes hunting down the retreating bugs to annihilate them for good so they'd never be a threat again. The Amani in particular hunted down Kipix in a suicide mission that ended with a majority of the Amani trolls dead, but they slayed the demigod and became legends in troll history. Because the troll tribes were now so far away from each other, they became more insular and established their own unique cultures and history, but the Zandalari Mountains remained a place of...
Leader of the
out to form an alliance with the Zandalari. The two races were the most powerful forces on Azeroth at this time, and a war between them would be mutually assured destruction. So their partnership was more one of complacency. The Mosley promised a large section of Pandaria in exchange for their aid, and the Zandalari were suffering after heavy losses during the Aegir War, so they partnered up with Lei Shen and Imogi. Lei Shen was a good partner to have because he was kind of a badass. I mean, the dude literally pulled the heart out of the Titankeeper Ra and absorbed his power and fought the wild god Zul'In in a battle that lasted 30 days. So he's definitely a guy that you want on your team. The Zandalari would accompany Lei Shen in his next unquest for power in Uldum. The plan was to take control over the Forge of Origination. The Forge was an immensely powerful Titan Forge device that had the ability to eradicate all life on Azeroth if it became too corrupt. Lei Shen with his Mosley army and Zolthera, the High Priest of the Zandalari with their full armies, marched side by side to seize control of the Forge.
Open up the Forge. Stop having it be closed,
Lei Shen said. The race called the Tol'Vir were created to protect the Forge of Origination and ignored Lei Shen's orders. They quickly realized, though, that they didn't stand a chance against the two armies, so they decided to edit some code in the Forge of Origination and not nuke all of Azeroth, just Uldum.
Hi, guess what? It's ad time. Do you like WoW lore? Do you like getting things for free? I do. That's why I'd like to share a special deal with you. Yeah, you. Yes, I'm talking to you. If you go to audibletrial.com/plat, you can get a free audiobook. Look at all these cool Warcraft books they have on there. Wow, that's crazy. Or you could get a non-Warcraft audiobook. But the one that I'd recommend is Shadows Rising. It's the newest book that came out. It talks about the events leading up to Shadowlands. It's voiced by Princess Gwangi, and you can get it for free and support me and get a great product in the process. Just go to audibletrial.com/plat and get a 30-day free trial. That is audibletrial.com/plat. Get it. Okay, now I'm flying away in space. I'm flying away. Back to the video. The scorched land of Uldum turned into a barren desert. Lei Shen, the high leadership of the Zandalari, and all their forces were obliterated in an instant. This sudden dismantling of leadership created a power vacuum for both empires. In the lands of Pandaria, this allowed the Pandaren to be victorious in their revolution against their slave masters. For the Zandalari, it was a scramble for power that made the wounded empire very cumbersome with their decision-making. The big question for the Zandalari was, so Lei Shen is dead, do we still get that land in Pandaria he promised?
No, not at all.
The Pandaren now rule the lands the Zandalari promised, so they decided to take it by force. The Zandalari troll wars had begun when the trolls descended upon Pandaria and easily took over the land of Kunlai and pushed into the Jade Forest. Victory was in reach until some random Pandaren named Zhang created the Order of the Cloud Serpents and destroyed the Zandalari armies, forcing the trolls to retreat back to their home and lick their wounds. Okay, so 2 defeats in a row for the Zandalari. It could be better, but nothing could prepare them for the next major blow to trolls as an entire race. During this whole time, a small subsect of trolls called Dark Trolls migrated to the very center of Azeroth near the Well of Eternity, a source of infinite arcane power. Over generations, the Well of Eternity would transform these trolls into a whole different race. They developed glowing silver eyes, they lost their tusks, they stood up straight, they had 10 fingers, 10 toes, and these were not trolls anymore. These were the first ever Kaldorei. This newly evolved race adopted their culture, religion, and harnessed the powers of the infinite amount of magic their society was built on. The sheer strength of the Kaldorei grew exponentially. These virtually immortal, extremely magically gifted, arcane-wielding assholes spread like a plague across Azeroth. The disjointed and barely functioning empire of Zul stood little chance against the powerful might of the Kaldorei Empire and their leader, Queen Ajara. The fact of the matter was, the elves could squash the trolls in an instant if they wanted to. So Kunigara told the trolls that if they stopped all forms of expansion of their empires, she let them live as a subservient to the Kaldrai Empire's rule. Imagine being a troll at this time. You are a race favored by the god you worship. A race that has a history of being the strongest empire in existence, filled with conquest, rich cultural history, and immense pride. Then, all of a sudden, a race who were once trolls, perverted by the power of arcane magic, have the ability to easily topple your empire and absolutely humiliate you into being a complacent empire forced under the Kaldrai rule or face total annihilation. This event filled the trolls with great resentment, a resentment that can still be felt to this day. One phrase continues to echo through every troll's mind. Man, fuck elves. All my tribe hates elves. And what's even worse is these dumbass elves started a war that introduced demons onto Azeroth, and the war ended with the whole world exploding. Now, almost every single troll tribe was completely disconnected from each other. Thankfully, the holy land of the Zandalari had a trick up their sleeve. It's called Plot Arm, and during the sundering of the world, they had a magical shield that protected Zuldazar. But still, the heart of troll culture was now an island totally separated from every other tribe. Join me in the next video where we go over every single tribe and discover their fate after the devastating moment in Azeroth's history. And, spoilers, almost every single tribe dies in a horrible, horrible, slow, painful death. Tranquil lands of Kalimdor. Every creature they came across was met with unbridled hostility. For the next 1,000 years, the various Tauren tribes scattered across Kalimdor, only united by their mutual distaste for the Centaur. The warmongering horsemen would strike the Tauren not out of necessity, but for sport. The Tauren, on the other hand, had no love for war and would deplete all options before combat. Some Tauren made the grave mistake of calling the Centaur's mom fat, which only enraged the horsemen even more because the Tauren were right. The Tauren had been pushed to the very brink of extinction. Their approach to the situation needed to change and fast. Cairn Bloodhoof, chieftain of the Bloodhoof tribe, decided that perhaps recruiting an ally would be the best strategy. His first choice was obvious. Perhaps the Night Elves, who had a history with the Tauren, could assist. I mean, they cared about life on Azeroth almost as much as the Tauren, so surely they would help. Hey guys, remember how your people kind of sort of blew the whole world up? Well, maybe you can repay us and help us with the Centaur problem because, they'll probably kill all you guys after they're done killing us, so, could you help? Pretty please? The Tauren received no response. Well, their first choice clearly wasn't an option, but as Cairn and his tribe roamed the desert plains of Durotar, they stumbled upon a surprising new ally.
I am Cairn, chief of the Bloodhoof Tauren. Loktar, friend. What is it you wish?
Although the Tauren and the Orcs and the Darkspear Trolls had very different backgrounds, they quickly realized that they shared very similar ideals. They were all honorable people, and Cairn and the other Tauren could teach these races of the Horde the spiritual ways of shamanism. In return, the Horde could assist them with driving back the Centaurs from their lands. Also, Karen could help Thrall with a spirit quest because he was looking for Medivh, but that's a long story. The point is, the Tauren, the Darkspear Trolls, and the Orcish bromance was in full force, and with their armies combined, they fought their way through the heart of Centaur territory. The Horde's combined might had driven the Centaur back, letting the Tauren be able to thrive once more in their ancestral lands of Mulgore. Karen and his tribe were forever in Warchief Thrall's debt, vowing to ally themselves with the Horde no matter what happens next. Upon the peaks of Mulgore, the Bloodhoof tribe established the village of Thunderbluff, a safe haven for all Tauren tribes and members of the Horde to settle. And from that day forward, the Tauren remained as proud members of the Horde. Even though Karen was later murdered by a warchief of the Horde years later, but again, that's a story for another time.
Wake up. Wake up. Why am I in jail? I just had the craziest dream ever. A dream? That was no dream, young one. I've never seen someone react to those birds that way. Get away from me, you Mogu! Oh, they're so big, and large, and made of stone. Oh, I hate them so much. Get away from me, you demon. You're all demons. Get away, you fell guards, and...
A Tauren, a Yongle, and a Tonka walk into a bar. Oh, this isn't a joke. It's my family reunion.
What are you doing? Lucky Karen's son, Chieftain Bane isn't here, or you'd be excommunicated from Thunderbluff. Think the Earth Mother's not here, but where is he? So you see, Bane Bloodhoof has gone on a valorous mission for his people. He has traveled to another reality called the Shadowlands, a place filled with horrific beings that we could not even imagine. Alas, I am sure our chieftain is making the Tauren fight, defending the universe from whatever may come onward.
According to Twitter, only 31.6% of you guys actually do quest text. Most of the time, you're not missing out on much, but sometimes the quest text gives a lot of context to places you've been. All over the lands of Kalimdor, there are zones with unique stories told through quest text or some other outside source. After this video,